Chapter 67. Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head. No, you can't. He repeated resolutely, absolutely not. The imperial advisor nodded. He said, I also expected you to answer like this. Therefore, we are focusing on the second method. Xiao Yan solemnly said, please speak. The state preceptor continued, the second method is for your highness to repent in front of all the citizens of Xianlu and ask for forgiveness from the heavens. Another month of seclusion. Xiao Yan calmly said, no. The imperial advisor was stunned. He said, it's not that I really want you to face the wall and reflect on your mistakes or anything like that. Just a little, ahem. He suddenly remembered that he was still in front of the statue of Shenwu Great Emperor, so he quickly changed his words. As long as there's enough sincerity, it's fine. Xiao Yan still said, I can't. Imperial advisor asked, reason? Xiao Yan said, state preceptor. When I went down the mountain today, do you know what I saw? The people of the imperial city. He did not blame Ji Tianyu for his accident. Instead, he was full of praise. This meant that the people of our country felt that it was the right choice to save that child. And if we do as you say, what would they think if a right thing was punished as a mistake? Wasn't this telling everyone, saving a life is not only better than building a 7-story pagoda? Instead, he had to admit his guilt. Then from now on, what should they think? What should they do? The imperial preceptor said, whether this matter is right or wrong is actually not important. Now you have to choose one of the two paths. There is no such thing as the best of both worlds. Either that kid takes it, or you do. Xiao Yan replied, whether it's right or not is very important. If he had to choose, I choose the third option. The imperial tutor rubbed his eyebrows and said, well. Your Highness, forgive me for being blunt, but why do you care what they think? If they thought this way today, they would think differently tomorrow. You don't have to be so fixated on such small details. Believe me, people who do what they should do after this matter is over will not be moved by you, nor will they take you as a role model. It's more important for us to serve the higher-ups carefully. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yan said, State Preceptor, actually, ever since I entered Huang Ji Guan as my master, the more I cultivate, the longer I think about it. I've always had an idea, but I never dared to say it out loud. Imperial advisor asked, what are your thoughts? Xiao Yan asked, is it really right for us to worship God like this? Imperial tutor was speechless for a moment before he said, if they don't worship God, are we going to starve to death? Don't tell me, Your Highness, do you think that the thousands of believers who have believed in the priest for thousands of years have believed in the wrong person? Xiao Yan shook his head. After thinking for a moment, he said, believing in nature isn't wrong. However, this disciple feels that I shouldn't kneel. He raised his head and pointed to the dazzling statue of the divine martial emperor, saying, when a man ascends, he becomes a god. To humans, God was a predecessor, a teacher, a beacon of light, but not a master. For this, he should be thankful and admire it, but definitely not worship it. Just like the Upper Yuan sacrificial heaven tour, I believe that the correct attitude should also be gratitude and joy, not fear, fawning, trembling with fear, and even placing oneself in the position of a servant. The imperial preceptor stood there without saying a word, but the 3 deputy imperial preceptors couldn't sit still and turned their heads. Xiao Yan continued, there's nothing we can do if an accident occurs. I'm willing to offer 1,000 lamps to illuminate the long night. Even if moths fly into the flame, I have nothing to fear. But I'm not willing to lower my head because I did the right thing. Face the wall and reflect. What did I do wrong? What did other people do wrong? This is like Qi Rong doing evil, but punishing the evil Feng Xian. What kind of logic is this? If the heavens have eyes, they definitely won't punish me for this. The imperial preceptor looked elsewhere and said, then, Your Highness, let me ask you, what if they really punish me? At that time, will you apologize or not? Xiao Yan said, if that's really the case, then the heavens are wrong and I'm right. I have the power to resist the heavens to the end. Hearing this, the imperial preceptor's expression slightly changed. With a smile, he said, Your Highness, saying these words of yours is quite courageous. The 3 deputy imperial preceptors all looked at him, wanting to say something but hesitating. At this moment, a loud alarm suddenly rang out outside the hall, as if many bells were ringing at the same time. This time, the 4 imperial preceptors couldn't sit still anymore. They all rushed out at the same time and ran towards the back of the hall. Xiao Yan also followed closely behind, following them through the few buildings behind the Divine Martial Hall. Finally, they arrived in front of a pitch-black octagonal hall. He saw that the black hall's door was wide open, and countless wisps of grey smoke flew out from the door. The imperial preceptor screamed miserably and said, Where's Zhuan? Where did he die to? What's going on? Several Daoist guards rushed over, and the one leading them was that senior martial brother Zhu. He said, Imperial Preceptor. I'm here. I don't know what happened either. This door was locked properly, but just now, it suddenly opened. The Imperial Preceptor pulled his hair and said, Hurry and get a new soul-sealing jar. Xiao Yan directly rushed over. This black hall was surrounded by sandalwood lattices of different sizes that were arranged in a picturesque disorder. On the lattices, there were all kinds of clay jars, porcelain bottles, and jade boxes. Originally, every container had been placed properly with a red stopper, and the bottle's mouth was sealed with a vermilion-yellow talisman. However, at this moment, quite a few of them had been smashed, and they were still continuously falling from the shelves. Those that hadn't fallen were still swaying unsteadily. Every single one of these soul-sealing jars had sealed a demon or ghost that had wreaked havoc in the past. This kind of black hall could be found behind every divine temple on Mount Taicang. The revolving door used the holy energy to suppress them. It was unknown what had happened, but all of a sudden, they all ran out. Xiao Yan said, It's too late. After he finished speaking, he kicked the door shut. Originally, the iron lock outside the door had been broken by the wraiths that had broken through the door. He pulled out his sword and wrote a few words in the air with the tip of the sword. Then, he casually stabbed it into the ground. He had brought more than 200 swords up the mountain. Almost every day, he would change a new one and wear it on his body. Every one of these swords was an unparalleled famous sword. The sword stabbed into the ground at an angle. Sure enough, the door could no longer be opened. Only the angry sounds of a group of wraiths could be heard inside the black hall. After withdrawing from the black hall, they raised their heads and looked up. On each of the mountain peaks, the black halls behind different divine temples were all covered in black clouds. Those wraiths all rushed towards the sky and gathered in a certain direction. Zhuan asked, Where is that place? Why are they all flying there? The state preceptor scolded, Are you out of your mind? That's Xian Lu Palace. As if they were riding on the wind, the group arrived at Xian Lu Peak in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on Mount Taicang, behind the countless divine temples on the countless mountain peaks, black smoke drifted out and surged towards that direction. Above Xian Lu Palace, it formed a huge whirlpool of clouds. The state preceptor said, What's going on with your Xian Lu Palace? All the demons and ghosts sealed inside the black hall have been attracted over. What did you put inside? Xiao Yan was also stunned and said, Nothing at all. Only what? Xiao Yan suddenly remembered, that kid. At this moment, senior brother Zhu said, Bad news, state preceptor. The crown prince's side is on fire. Sure enough, a corner of Xian Lu Palace was already on fire. The flames soared to the sky, and the black clouds above were faintly red. However, at the foot of Mount Taicang, far away in the imperial city, the people who had not yet fallen asleep saw this scene. They did not know that something bad was going to happen. They were still excitedly pulling people over to watch. Wow! The gods on the celestial mountain are casting their spells. It's so beautiful. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at Xian Lu Palace. Xiao Yan did not leave too many servants here. Dozens of Taoists who rushed over from other places were trying their best to get water from the well to extinguish the fire. Xiao Yan did not see the two servants, so he directly rushed in. All the wraiths in the black halls of Mount Taicang had gathered here. The inside of Xian Lu Palace was almost completely dark. One could not even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Xiao Yan could vaguely see two figures in the center of the hall. He shouted, "Feng Xian! Mu Qing!" The two of them were guarding a protective array to prevent the evil spirits from invading. Sure enough, Feng Xian's voice rang out. "Your Highness, don't come in. There's something strange about this child. Those things are all coming for him." Only then did Xiao Yan notice that behind those two figures, there was a small black shadow. It seemed to be holding its head as it knelt on the ground. It said, "It's not me." After observing for a moment, Xiao Yan said, "Stop holding on. Let go." Mu Qing said, "We can't let go. If we let go, these things will go crazy. Wait until I find the most." Xiao Yan shouted, "Don't be afraid. Let go. Now." Mu Qing clenched his teeth. He and Feng Xian simultaneously let go. Sure enough, those wraiths lost their restraints and began to scream. They were on the verge of going crazy. However, in the next moment, Xiao Yan stretched out his hand. Quick as lightning, he pinched a wisp of black smoke. Without even looking at it, he directly pinched a wisp of black smoke with his bare hands and firmly grasped it in his palm. After he caught this wraiths, all the wraiths that were crazily running around Xian Lu Palace slowed down. Outside of Xian Lu Palace, everyone secretly nodded their heads. When many wraiths were still in a chaotic state and were running around in the same place, they would instinctively follow the strongest one. As long as they caught that one, the others would lose their leader and would lose their direction for a while. At this moment, Xiao Yan was able to tell which one was the strongest with a single glance. He grabbed it, not giving it any chance to escape. With a slight exertion of force, the vengeful spirit in his palm was reduced to ashes in a puff of smoke. Immediately after, the four state teachers raised their sleeves and shouted, "All of you, come back." The group of resentful spirits that had lost their leader wandered around the immortal music palace like headless flies for a while. Finally, they had no choice but to accept their fate and reluctantly return to the heaven and earth within the sleeves of the state advisors. Dozens of Taoists were extinguishing the remaining flames in all directions. As the thick black smoke inside the palace gradually dissipated, Xiao Yan finally saw the appearances of the three people. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were half kneeling on the ground, still in a state of shock. Behind them, that child was still holding his head, not saying a word. The state teachers walked in. When they saw the child, they asked, "Where did this child come from? Did Feng Xian just say that all the wraiths were coming for him? What's going on?" Xiao Yan replied, "This is the child who fell from the city walls during the Upper Yuan Sacrifice Heaven tour." All the state teachers were startled. The state teacher asked, "Why did you bring him up here?" Xiao Yan shook his head, not bothering to explain. He asked Feng Xian, "What did he do to attract all the wraiths in the Black Palace?" Feng Xian still had an arm in a sling. He stood up and said, "I don't know what he did either." However, the moment he went up the mountain, not long after he entered Xian Lu Palace, this pile of black things suddenly flew over from the other mountains. All of them jumped into the palace and surrounded him. The more they gathered, the more they gathered. He couldn't get out. Xiao Yan looked around at the scorched black Xian Lu Palace. The pillars were pillars, the walls were walls, and he asked, "Then what's going on with this fire?" Mu Qing's face was completely covered in black ash. He said, "We couldn't get out, so we could only draw up an array and guard it." This group of wraiths ignited the candles and burned the curtains. They wanted to force us to move out of the array. Feng Xian said, "Fortunately, Your Highness, you arrived quickly and grabbed their vital points. Otherwise, if the fire continued for a while longer, even the people and the array would have been burned away." Hearing this, Mu Qing closed his eyes and slightly lowered his head. On the other side, the few state advisors had already surrounded the young child and carefully examined him. Xie Lian said, "State advisor, is there anything wrong with this child?" If there was anything wrong, for example, if he was possessed by demons or ghosts, Xie Lian should be able to see it with a single glance. After cultivating in Huangji Temple for several years, he had specially trained his eyesight. There were very few things that could hide from him. However, he couldn't see anything wrong with this child. The state advisor shook his head. He probably couldn't see anything wrong either. He asked the young child, "What are your 8 characters of birth?" Hong Hong seemed to be very guarded against everyone. She was full of hostility. She only looked at him without saying a word. Xie Lian warmly said, "Tell me. The state advisor wants to see your fate. It's for your own good." As soon as he spoke, Hong Hong reported her 8 characters of birth in a low voice. The state advisor frowned. He pinched his fingers and began to calculate. The few people looked at him for a while and discussed in low voices. Their expressions became more and more solemn. As they watched, Xie Lian also became more and more solemn. Although the state advisor looked like a slick young man in his early 30s, Xie Lian was very clear on how capable his master was to be able to oversee Huangji Temple. The chief state advisor of Xianlu, Main Yanqing, was famous throughout the world for the word divination. Xie Lian had learned swordsmanship and techniques from the other state advisors. However, he had never learned fortune-telling from the main state advisor. This was because the state advisor said that this was the art of Jianghu. As the precious son of the crown prince, he didn't need to learn this. In addition, he himself wasn't interested, so he didn't dabble in it. However, as long as the state advisor made a move, there would definitely be no mistakes. After a while, the cold sweat on the state advisor's forehead increased. He muttered, "No wonder, no wonder, no wonder the heaven sacrifice was destroyed by him." The Yin spirits of the Black Temple were excited when they smelled him. Xianlu Palace was also burned. This is really," Xie Lian said, "really what?" The state advisor wiped his cold sweat and suddenly retreated 8 feet away. He said, "Your Highness, you really picked up an incredible thing to go up the mountain. This child is extremely poisonous. He has the fate of being the bane of the universe, the kind that evil things like the most. Whoever touches him will have bad luck, whoever touches him will lose their life." Before he finished speaking, a loud shout could be heard. Hong Hong leapt up and charged towards the state advisor. Although his voice was young and tender, this shout was filled with anger. It was as if his heart was filled with endless pain and despair, causing the hearts of everyone present to tremble. This young child was clearly covered in injuries, yet he was still fighting and tearing. He was practically like a red-eyed mad dog, truly ferocious to the extreme. Several deputy state advisors blocked Hong Hong. The state advisor retreated again and again. As he retreated, he said, "Quickly let him go down the mountain, quickly let him go down the mountain. Don't touch him. I'm serious, this life is too poisonous. Don't even touch him." Several deputy state advisors hurriedly dodged with him. Mu Qing and Feng Xian didn't know whether they should move or not. Seeing the others avoid him as if he was a snake or a scorpion, the child was startled. Immediately, he fought even more fiercely. As he bit, he shouted himself hoarse, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not." Suddenly, a pair of hands wrapped around his waist and wrapped around his body. A voice spoke above his head, "You're not. I know you're not. Alright, don't cry. I know you're not." That young child tightly pursed his lips and firmly grabbed onto the pair of snow-white sleeves around his waist. He stubbornly endured for a long time, but in the end, he still couldn't hold it back. Suddenly, a stream of tears rolled down from his round black eyes as he bawled loudly. Chapter 68. Hong Hong suddenly turned around. He threw his face into Xie Lian's embrace. He screamed wildly. This cry had no words and was meaningless. It wasn't even a cry, but it made people's hair stand on end. If one didn't look at who it was, it could be regarded as the cry of an adult on the verge of collapse. Or a small beast whose throat had been slit by a knife was struggling on its deathbed. It was as if death was the only way for him to escape. Anyone could make this kind of sound, but it shouldn't be made by a 10-year-old child. Thus, everyone was stunned by what he had just done. After a long time, the state preceptor said, "I'm serious. It's better to let go." Only then did Feng Xian come back to his senses. "Your Highness. Quickly let go. Be careful." However, in the end, he couldn't bear to continue speaking. Xie Lian said, "I'm fine." That senior brother Zhu was extremely concerned about the crown prince's safety. He then saw Hong Hong wipe his bloody tears and snot on Xie Lian's white Daoist robe. He went forward to pull the child. He said, "Little friend, you can't." Who knew, the more he pulled, the more, however, the child cried out loudly and refused to let go, using both his hands and feet. He used both his hands and feet to hold him tighter and tighter. 3 or 4 Taoists came up, but they couldn't pull him down. Instead, he was like a little monkey, his entire body hanging onto Xie Lian's body. Xie Lian found it funny and pitiful. He held Hong Hong with one hand and comforted him along his thin and weak back. He raised his other hand and said, "Forget it. Don't worry, just let him be like this." After a pause, he felt the child in his arms stop twitching and gradually calm down. Xie Lian then asked the people beside him in a low voice, "The fire at Xian Le Palace, no one else was hurt, right?" Mu Qing said, "No. We were the only ones left in the house." Since Xian Le Palace had already been burned into a pile of charred black ruins, Xie Lian naturally couldn't stay any longer. After confirming that only the house had been burned and no one was hurt, the group of Taoists who had rushed over began to clean up the scene. When they found the golden residue and blackened gems, their hearts ached endlessly. However, Xie Lian didn't care. Other than the exquisite items he used for daily use, he didn't leave any valuable items in Xian Le Palace. The most valuable were the 200 or so famed swords he had collected. However, true gold fears no fire. These famed swords were all forged in raging flames, so they were safe and sound. After personally digging them out, Xie Lian temporarily stored them in the Four Symbols Palace of the Imperial Advisors. As for Hong Hong, he hugged Xie Lian tightly and cried for a while. When he was tired from crying, he fell asleep. Xie Lian originally wanted to bring him down Mount Taicang and find a place to settle him down. However, the imperial tutor wanted him to go to the Four Titans Palace first. Hence, Xie Lian brought him there first. After placing the child on the bed in the room, Xie Lian casually tucked in the corner of the blanket and let down the curtain. Bringing Feng Xian and Mu Qing with him, he exited the room and asked, "Imperial Preceptor, is this child's destiny really that scary?" The Imperial Preceptor pursed his lips and said, "Why don't you calculate for yourself what happened after he appeared?" The three of them were silent. As soon as the toddler came out, he fell off the city wall in front of everyone's eyes, forcing the Upper Yuan sacrificial ceremony to stop after 3 laps. After that, Qi Rong used him to vent his anger on him, causing his horse to drag the ground, disturbing the people on the streets, causing Feng Xian to lose an arm. Xie Lian had a conflict with the emperor, and the empress to shed tears. Now, he caused all the vengeful spirits suppressed by the Black Temple on Mount Taizong to break out of their seals and even burn down the Divine Music Palace. As expected, misfortune followed him like a shadow. Xiao Yan asked, "Is there any way to solve this?" The imperial preceptor said, "Solve? What are you referring to? Changing fate?" Xiao Yan nodded. The imperial preceptor said, "Your Highness, you never learned mathematics from me, so you really don't know anything about this. If you did, you wouldn't have asked this question." Xiao Yan was startled. He sat up straight and said, "I'd like to hear the details." The imperial preceptor picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea. He said, "Your Highness, do you remember when you turned 6, His Majesty and the Empress summoned me into the palace to divine for you? Do you remember a question I asked?" Looking at the steaming cup of tea, Xiao Yan thought for a moment and said, "Are you talking about a cup of tea for 2 people? That year, in order to divine Crown Prince Xiao Yan's fate, the imperial preceptor asked him many questions. There were questions that could be answered and questions that could not be answered. Every time Xiao Yan answered, the imperial preceptor would praise him in a different way, making the king and empress smile from ear to ear. Many of the questions and answers also became popular stories. However, there was one question that after Xiao Yan answered, the imperial preceptor didn't make any comments. The outside world wasn't familiar with it either. Even Feng Xian didn't know much about it, let alone Mu Qing. This question was a cup of water for 2 people. The imperial preceptor said, 2 people walking in the desert, dying of thirst, only left with a cup of water. Those who drink live, those who don't drink die. If you are a god, who does this cup of water belong to? Don't speak first. I'll ask others, see how they answer. The latter sentence was directed at the 2 people standing not far away. Mu Qing thought for a moment and cautiously replied, "Can imperial preceptor tell me who these 2 people are, what their characters are, and what their merits and demerits are? We must know everything before we can make a decision." Feng Xian said, "I don't know. Don't ask me, let them decide for themselves." Xiao Yan snickered. The imperial preceptor said, "What are you laughing at? Do you still remember how you answered?" Xiao Yan restrained his smile and sternly said, "Give me another cup." Hearing this, Feng Xian and Mu Qing turned their faces away and lowered their heads, as if they couldn't bear to listen. Xiao Yan turned his head and said with a deadpan expression, "What are you laughing at? I'm serious. If I were a god, I would definitely give you another cup." The imperial preceptor's hand gently waved over that cup of tea. The tea slowly flowed on its own, as if it had a life of its own. He then continued, "In this world, whether it's good or bad, there's always a fixed amount. Just like this cup of water, there's always only so much. If you drink enough, others won't be able to drink anymore. If one person has more, the other person will have less. Since ancient times, all disputes, in the end, are because there are many people, and there's only one cup of water. It makes sense to give it to anyone. Want to change fate for fate? Although it's very difficult, it's not impossible. However, if you change this child's fate, then other people's fates will also be changed, which will increase the amount of sin. When you said you wanted to give him another cup of water, it's the same as today when you said you want to choose the 3rd path. Your intention is to open up new sources of income, but let me tell you, it's basically impossible." Silently listening, Xiao Yan didn't agree, but he didn't refute and said, "Many thanks for the imperial preceptor's teachings." The imperial preceptor drank the tea, smacked his lips, and said, "That's not necessary. In any case, even if I taught you, you wouldn't listen." Having been seen through, Xiao Yan lightly coughed and said, "Imperial preceptor, today in front of the divine martial palace, this disciple had a moment of inspiration and spoke rudely. I hope the imperial preceptor can be magnanimous and forgive me." The imperial preceptor folded his hands in his sleeves and faintly smiled, saying, "You're my proud disciple, and also His Highness the Crown Prince. how could I not be magnanimous? Your Highness, I can say that you're the most blessed person I've ever seen. Not understanding the imperial preceptor's meaning, Xiao Yan listened attentively. The imperial preceptor then said, you have talent, ambition, and are willing to work hard. You're of noble birth, and your nature is benevolent. No one is more worthy of the 4 words heaven's chosen than you. However, I still don't feel at ease with you. I'm afraid you won't be able to pass that hurdle. Xiao Yan said, what do you mean by not feeling at ease? The imperial preceptor said, although you've already reached such a height, there are some things that you're still far from understanding, and others can't teach you either. For example, today in front of the divine martial palace, what you said about not worshipping gods and whatnot. Although very few people have thought of this principle, you're still young, and you've already thought of it. That's not bad. However, don't think that since ancient times, you're the only one who thought of ascending to the heavens and descending to the earth. Xiao Yan slightly opened his eyes. The imperial preceptor said, what you said today, there were people who thought of it dozens or even hundreds of years ago. However, it couldn't become a big deal, and its voice was very small, so not many people heard it. Why is that? Have you ever thought about it? After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiao Yan said, because although those people thought of it, they didn't do it. Moreover, they weren't resolute enough. The imperial preceptor said, then what about you? What makes you think you're resolute enough? Xiao Yan said, imperial preceptor, do you think I can ascend? The imperial preceptor glanced at him and said, if you can't fly, then no one else can. It's just a matter of time. Xiao Yan faintly smiled and said, then, I'll ask you to watch. He pointed to the sky and said, if there's a day when I ascend, I will definitely let everything I said today become a big deal. Feng Xian and Mu Qin stood guard behind him and heard everything he said. Both of them unconsciously slightly raised their heads. The corner of Feng Xian's mouth slightly rose, and the light in Mu Qin's eyes was exactly the same as Xiao Yan's. The imperial preceptor nodded and said, all right, then I'll watch. However, I don't think it's a good thing for you to ascend too early. Let me ask you, what is the Tao? Xiao Yan bowed his head and said, you said that the road a person walks is the Tao. The imperial preceptor said, that's right. However, you haven't walked enough roads. Therefore, I feel that it's time for you to descend the mountain and take a walk. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened. The imperial preceptor said, you're already 17 this year. I'll allow you to descend Mount Taicang and travel the world to gain experience. Xiao Yan said, that's just right. In the imperial city, whenever he thought of the monarch, Qi Rong and the others, he would feel a bit depressed. In addition, such a gorgeous Xian Lu palace had been burned to the ground. It was unavoidable that he would be entangled with his parents. It would be better to go a bit further and concentrate on walking his own path. At this time, the imperial preceptor said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, for many years, there has been a saying that has been passed down by word of mouth. It has always been taken as a matter of course, but in reality, this saying is wrong. It's just that no one has ever discovered it. Xiao Yan asked, which saying? The imperial preceptor said, when people go up, they become gods. When people go down, they become ghosts. Xiao Yan thought about it and said, is there something wrong with this saying? The imperial preceptor said, of course there's something wrong with it. You have to remember, when people go up, they are still people. When they go down, they are still people. Xiao Yan was still mulling over these words when the imperial preceptor patted his shoulder and turned his head to look at him. He said, in short, this child, you don't have to worry too much about him. Everyone has their own fate. Many times, even if you want to help, you won't be able to help. If there's anything, we'll talk about it later. First, go out and properly gain experience. I hope that when you come back, you'll have matured somewhat. However, no one had expected that on that very night, that child would escape from Huangji Monastery and disappear. What was even more unexpected was that after this trip, the only 17-year-old Xian Lu country's crown prince, Xiao Yan, defeated a nameless ghost on Yin Bridge. Just like that, he ascended in the midst of lightning and thunder. Chapter 69. Open, accompanied by a long exhale, full of energy, a bright red brocade fell to the ground. A crowd of 1,000 people immediately erupted into cheers that soared to the sky. This was a golden crown prince statue. With one hand holding a sword and the other holding a flower, it meant sitting with the power to destroy the world, yet not losing the heart to cherish flowers. The statue's face was soft and beautiful, with long eyebrows and elegant eyes, beautiful lips, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, a smile that wasn't a smile. To say that it was passionate but not frivolous, to say that it was emotionless but not cold, it was a benevolent and handsome face. This was the land of Xianlu, a whole 8,000th crown prince palace. In the 3 years since he ascended, 8,000 temples had been built. Such an unprecedented and enthusiastic pursuit, it was absolutely unprecedented, there would be no one like it in the future, but this 8,000th palace was also not the most luxurious crown prince statue. On Mount Taizong, the mountain peak where His Highness the Crown Prince lived when he was young. Now it had been named, Crown Prince Peak. It was there that the first Xianlu Palace was built. After the first Crown Prince statue was cast, it was also there, it was personally unveiled by His Majesty the King. That Crown Prince statue was 5 zhang tall, and the craftsmanship was even more vivid. Its entire body was made of pure gold, it was a genuine, golden body. Inside Xianlu Palace, there was an endless stream of worshippers, breaking the doors ill. The long and short incense tripod in front of the palace was filled to the brim. The merit box was also taller and sturdier than the merit boxes in ordinary temples. If it wasn't made a bit bigger, it would often be filled with offerings in less than a day, and later people wouldn't be able to put it in. As soon as they entered the temple, there was also a clear pond that was also filled with coins. Under the clear and crystalline light, the old turtles in the pond were beaten by the coins of worshippers on the stone bridge until they shrank into their turtle shells, not daring to poke their heads out. No matter how the Taoists tried to dissuade the tourists, it was useless. The tall and wide red walls of the temple were filled with plum blossoms, and the branches were tied with countless bright red prayer ribbons. In a sea of flowers, the red ribbons fluttered in the wind, creating a flourishing scene. Meanwhile, inside the main hall, Xiao Yan sat upright and still under his statue of God, overlooking everyone. No one could see him, but he could sit and watch the worshippers below him discuss, why isn't there a praying mat in the Crown Prince's palace? That's right. The abbot also said that we can't kneel. The monastery has already opened. Why can't we kneel? One of them said, this must be your first time coming to Xianlu Palace. Xianlu Palace was like this. It was said that after His Royal Highness the Crown Prince ascended, he appeared in a dream to many temple attendants and monastery heads, saying that those who believed in him did not need to kneel. Therefore, there is no place to kneel in the Crown Prince's palace. Even though no one else could see him, Xiao Yan still nodded. Unexpectedly, the others laughed and said, what kind of logic is this? Weren't immortals meant to be knelt? It's just a false rumor. Xiao Yan choked. Someone else echoed, that's right, kneeling is a must. Only by kneeling can you show your sincerity. It doesn't matter even if we don't have a praying mat. Let's just kneel on the ground. Thus, one person knelt first, and immediately, a large number of people around him followed suit and knelt on the ground. Hundreds and thousands of people crowded inside and outside the hall, kowtowing to the statue one after another, muttering incantations and secretly making wishes and praying for blessings. Xiao Yan silently dodged, thinking, forget it, I'll take it slow. In the next moment, countless noisy voices came crashing at him from all directions like a huge wave. High school. High school. This year, I must go to high school. Wish for success. Have a safe journey. All the girls I like have taken a liking to my senior, please make him a bit uglier, I beg you. Damn, I don't believe I can't give birth to a big fat boy. There were all kinds of requests. Xiao Yan listened to them, feeling a headache coming on. He quickly made a hand seal, isolating all the noise. Just as his ears quieted down, he heard a loud shout. A black-clothed man covered his ears with both hands and ran out from the back of the hall, roaring, "What the hell is this?" The devotees were completely unaware of this person's appearance, continuing to kowtow. Xiao Yan sighed, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Feng Xian, you've worked hard." Xian Lo Palace's incense was so prosperous, Xiao Yan could hear more than 1,000 prayers every day. In the beginning, he still rushed forward with a sense of novelty, doing everything personally, regardless of whether it was big or small. Later on, there really were too many people praying for blessings, so he gave a portion to Feng Xian and Mu Qing. The two of them went through which were within the scope of his duties, and which could be ignored. Then, they filtered out the ones that needed attention and gave them to him. Mu Qing reported everything to him after he was done, never complaining. Feng Xian, however, could not understand why people loved to blindly pray, even coming to the Xian Lo Palace to pray for things like sexual harmony. Xiao Yan was a martial god, how could he manage this kind of thing? In the long run, the other heavenly officials also had their opinions, secretly saying that they were occupying the latrine without taking a shit. Even if they couldn't manage, they still wanted to win over the believers. Feng Xian couldn't put down his hands covering his ears, even though covering his ears was useless. He said, "Your Highness, why do you have so many female believers?" Xiao Yan hid his hands in his sleeves, sitting in the lingering fragrant cloud, and said with a smile, "Isn't it good to have many female believers? Beautiful women are like clouds, pleasing to the eye." Feng Xian was horrified, "It's not good at all. It seems like the female believers have no other desires besides looking good, marrying well, and giving birth to sons. Not a single one of them is serious. Just looking at them gives me a headache." Xiao Yan smiled, and just as he was about to reply, the crowd suddenly became restless. The two of them looked towards the outside of the hall, only to hear someone say in a suppressed voice, "The Little Mirror King is here, quickly leave. The Little Mirror King is here." As soon as they heard the three words Little Mirror King, it was as if everyone had heard the words Great Demon King. They all turned pale with fright and scattered like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a tornado had passed through. The worshippers who were originally worshipping the god statue all fled. In the blink of an eye, a luxuriously dressed young man in a cloak held a glazed lantern in his hands as he crossed the threshold and swaggered in. Without looking at those eyes, this youth's appearance was 30 to 40% similar to Xiao Yan's. But looking at those eyes, one would feel that he was too flamboyant and bright. If it wasn't Qi Rong, who else could it be? Today, Qi Rong was already 17 or 18 years old. His face had matured, and he had calmed down. He could be considered to have the elegance of a nobleman. He entered the door, but he didn't allow his subordinates to enter. With both hands holding the lantern, he stepped into the hall, lifted his cloak, and knelt on the clean ground. He raised the lantern above his head and solemnly kowtowed a few times. On the altar above, the two people looked at each other. Feng Xian smacked his lips, and Xiao Yan understood the impatience in his eyes. 3 years ago, when Xiao Yan left the imperial city to wander around, Qi Rong was still confined. After he returned, he didn't have the time to see this cousin of his. That night, in his dreams, he flew away with a rumble. Within these 3 years, Xiao Yan had asked his parents, the state preceptor, and the others many times in his dreams. He had also asked Qi Rong once, warning him that from now on, he had to be kind to others, restrain his temper, and not act recklessly. Thus, Qi Rong actively participated in the construction of temples, donated merits, and worshipped the lantern. Although he worked hard and was devout, he would still cause some trouble from time to time, making Feng Xian so tired that he had to clean up the mess. Therefore, Xiao Yan could understand why Feng Xian was so impatient. On the other side, after Qi Rong finished his worship, he complained, "Cousin Crown Prince, this is the 500th lantern I've worshipped for you. As your younger brother, I'm so loyal to you. When are you going to come see me? It's fine if you give me another dream. Uncle and Auntie also miss you very much, but you don't even pay attention to us. You're really aloof and cold." He simply didn't notice that Feng Xian was standing next to him, reminding Xiao Yan, "You absolutely must not pay attention to him. The emperor told you before, unless it's a major event, the heavenly officials absolutely cannot privately appear in front of mortals. You must especially avoid it when it comes to relatives." Xiao Yan replied, "Don't worry, I naturally understand." Holding the lantern, Qi Rong stood up, took a pen, and lowered his head to write on the lantern. Xiao Yan and Feng Xian both had a shadow in their hearts when it came to him, so they couldn't help but move closer to see what he was writing. Seeing that it was a very normal, "The country is prosperous, the people are at peace, the weather is good and the weather is good," and so on, instead of praying for someone's entire family to be beheaded at the entrance of the market and so on, the two of them both let out a sigh of relief. Looking again at Qi Rong, who was writing in an orderly manner, Xiao Yan couldn't help but think of another matter. When Qi Rong had just returned home with his mother, there was once a time when a group of nobles came together to pray for blessings on Mount Taicang. Qi Rong's mother had eloped with a lowly commoner and fled back home. She didn't dare to come out and meet people, but she also wanted to pray for her son and let him gain experience. She wanted him to not hole up with her all day long and become a frog at the bottom of a well. Thus, she asked the empress to bring Qi Rong along. Although they had tried their best to keep a low profile, the scandals of nobles had always spread faster than an arrow with wings. Who in the imperial city didn't know what was going on with this mother and son pair? Therefore, the children of nobles on the road consciously excluded Qi Rong and didn't talk or play with him. When Xiao Yan saw the swing, he ran up to play. All the children of his age played with him, taking turns to help the crown prince push the swing. They all took pride in doing so. When Xiao Yan swung to the highest point, he inadvertently looked down and saw Qi Rong hiding behind his mother's shadow. Qi Rong poked his head out and looked up at him enviously. When they arrived at the Hall of Divine Marshal, the adults first went to the imperial advisors to ask for, interpret, and talk with them. They left a group of children in the Hall of Divine Marshal for the little lanterns to play with. It was Qi Rong's first time seeing the Empress. He didn't know that the Empress had already offered a lantern for his mother and son. Seeing that the lanterns were exquisite and beautiful, he also wanted to offer a lantern and pray for blessings. He was young and didn't know much, so he went around asking people how to write a blessing for his mother. The children of Qi Rong's clan usually hated him at home. Under the influence of the elders, they felt that he and his mother had embarrassed their family, so they deliberately tricked him. Xiao Yan concentrated and finished writing his lantern. He put down the brush and heard someone laughing behind him. The laughter was very strange. Looking back, he saw that Qi Rong's hands were stained with ink and he was holding a lantern like it was a treasure. He was full of smiles and was about to offer it. And on that lantern, was written in a crooked way, "May you and your mother return to heaven soon. Qi Rong." Xiao Yan threw the lantern on the spot and flew into a rage. At that time, he wasn't very old, but he scared all the young nobles into kneeling on the ground, not daring to speak. After venting his anger, Xiao Yan personally wrote a new lantern for Qi Rong. No one dared to play tricks anymore. Later, when they went down the mountain, he went to play on the swing again. This time, Qi Rong ran out from behind the Empress and took the initiative to push the swing for him. He was shorter than Xiao Yan, but he pushed with all his might. He still looked up at him from below, but his gaze changed from envy to worship. Later, he became Xiao Yan's tail, swaying behind his cousin Crown Prince all day. He had to admit that Qi Rong used to be a relatively normal person. He didn't know what was going on, but the more he grew, the more crooked he became. However, in these 3 years, Xie Lian had too many people and things to pay attention to. He had no time to pay attention to old friends, so he didn't know if he had grown or not. Thinking of this, Qi Rong finished offering the lantern and was ready to leave the hall. Unexpectedly, as he retreated, he bumped into someone behind him. Qi Rong staggered and suddenly turned around. He didn't even look and started scolding, "What the hell? Are you blind or do you not know how to get out of the way?" When he opened his mouth, Xie Lian and Feng Xian both facepalmed and thought, he hasn't changed. He's still the same. Perhaps it was because he had lived with his father until he was 5 years old, so he couldn't help but be infected with the temperament of the marketplace and his father's violent temper. Even if the empress patiently taught Qi Rong, once he got agitated, using the words of the state preceptor, he would reveal his true colors. The one who blocked Qi Rong was a young man in ragged clothes. He was about 24 or 25 years old, and he carried a simple bag on his back. His straw sandals were so worn out that they seemed to have no edges. However, although this young man's face was haggard, his lips were dry, and his cheekbones were slightly sunken, his facial features were very upright. He was thin, but not weak. His eyes were bright as he asked, "What is this place?" Qi Rong replied, "This is Xian Lo Palace, the Crown Prince's palace." That person muttered, "Crown Prince's palace? Crown Prince? Is this really the imperial palace?" He looked at the statue of a deity inside the palace. His face was reflected by the glistening gold, and he asked, "Is this gold?" He saw that this temple was too luxurious, and thought that the temple was the imperial palace. An attendant came forward to chase him away, and said, "Of course it's gold. The Crown Prince's palace is the Crown Prince's temple, not the Crown Prince's palace in the imperial palace. You don't even know where this place is. Where did this savage come from?" That person said, "Then where is the imperial palace?" Qi Rong squinted his eyes, "Why are you asking this?" The other person said seriously, "I want to go to the imperial palace to see the monarch. I have something to say to him." Qi Rong and a few other attendants laughed, and their faces were full of contempt, and said, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? What do you want to go to the imperial palace for? And to see the monarch? Do you think I'll let you see him just because you say so? When you reach the imperial palace, I'm afraid you won't even be able to enter the main gate." That person was not moved by the mockery, and said, "I'll try. Maybe I can." Qi Rong laughed, and said, "Then go and try." As he said this, he raised his hand, and purposely pointed in the opposite direction. That person said, "Many thanks." He carried his bag, and turned to walk out of the temple. When he walked to the stone bridge, he suddenly stopped and looked down. Through the clear water of the pond, he could see layers upon layers of coins at the bottom of the pond. This youth seemed to think for a moment, and in the next moment, he flipped over the railing of the bridge, and jumped into the pond. He was very agile, and after jumping into the pond, he bent down to scoop up the coins from the bottom of the pond, and stuffed them into his chest and bag. Because they had never seen someone who dared to steal even the money of a god, Xie Lian and Feng Xian were stunned. Qi Rong was also stunned, and immediately flew into a rage. He rushed over and slammed the railing, and shouted, "Fuck! What are you doing? Quickly pull him up. I'm really fucked." A few attendants also hurriedly jumped into the water to pull that person, but who knew that this youth's skills were very good, and no one could do anything to him. Qi Rong flew into a rage from above, and the group of Taoists in the temple were helpless. That youth scooped up a body full of coins, and with his bag on his back, he prepared to climb ashore. Who knew that he would step on some moss, and with a splash, he fell into the water, and fell face up. Only then did the attendants take the opportunity to capture him, and drag him ashore. Qi Rong raised his leg and gave him a kick, and scolded, "You dare to steal this money. When Qi Rong raised his leg, Feng Xian was standing at the side, and when he saw the opportunity, he used his hand to block. Although Qi Rong's kick was fierce, in reality, it didn't land on the other party's body very hard. Although Qi Rong couldn't see him playing tricks on the side, he still felt that something was wrong. It was as if a ghost was pressing on his leg, and it still felt like this even after being kicked 7 or 8 times. It was very gloomy. That youth might have choked on the water, and coughed a few times, and said, "This money is just sitting in the pond, why can't I take it to save someone?" Qi Rong kicked to his heart's content, and finally became annoyed, and said, "Save who? Who are you? Where did you come from?" He asked this because he wanted to frame this youth with a crime and throw him in jail. That youth was honest, and answered, "I'm Lang Ying, and I live in Yongpan. There's a drought there, and there's no water, so the crops can't grow. Everyone has nothing to eat, and there's no money. There's water here, there's food, and there's money. They use gold to make statues, and throw the money into the water. Why can't they share some with us?" Yongpan was a large city within the borders of Xianlu country. Xiao Yan stood up, and with a grave expression, he said, "Feng Xian, there's been a drought in Yongpan recently. Why haven't I heard about it?" Chapter 70. Xiao Yan said, "Call him over immediately." Feng Xian closed the index and middle fingers of his right hand. "Press against the temples." He went to communicate with Mu Qing. On the other side, Qi Rong Roa said, "So you came from that small corner of Yongpan. Truly unruly people come from barren hills and unruly rivers. You think you can rob a deity's money just because you're poor? Then I won't rob you," Lang Ying said. "I am now worshipping the deity you worship. I am kneeling and kowtowing to him, begging him to give me money to save the lives of my people. Will he save us?" Qi Rong choked. He muttered to himself that if he said yes, this person wouldn't just take advantage of the situation and run away with the money, right? Thereupon he said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince is an immortal. Even immortals are extremely busy. Who has the time to pay attention to unruly people like you?" Hearing this, Lang Ying nodded slowly and said, "I don't think so either. It's not like we haven't prayed before. Wasn't it useless? Those who deserve to die will still die." Xiao Yan's heart trembled. A Taoist shouted, "How dare you say such disrespectful words in the deity hall? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the deities?" But Lang Ying said, "It doesn't matter. So be it. We're already not afraid that he won't save us, so why should we be afraid that he'll punish us?" Qi Rong waved his hand. A group of servants, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed forward and surrounded the young man, punching and kicking him. Feng Xian made use of every opportunity he had, reducing the strength of their punches and kicks. Therefore, although Lang Ying looked like he was being pressed down and beaten, he had a blank look on his face and did not dodge. Occasionally, he would raise his hand to protect the luggage on his back. Qi Rong, on the other hand, grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and as he ate, he shook his leg and said, beat him ruthlessly for this prince. He was truly behaving like an evil person." Hearing the way he addressed himself, Lang Ying suddenly raised her head and said, "You are the king?" "What king? Do you live in the palace? Can you see the king?" Qi Rong blurted out, "I'm your grandfather. Are you still hoping to see His Majesty? His Majesty is very busy every day, who has time to care about you?" Lang Ying twisted her neck and stubbornly asked, "Why don't you have time for me? The immortals don't have time to care about me. His Majesty doesn't have time to care about me either. Then who has time to care about me? Who am I supposed to go to? Does the monarch know that many people have died in Yongnan? Did the people of the imperial city know? If you knew, why would you rather throw the money into the water than give it to us?" Qi Rong sneered and said, "We can spend our money however we want. Even if we throw it away, it won't be anyone's business. Why should we share it with you? You're in the right even if you're poor. Although there was some truth to this, it was really not appropriate to say it at this time. Just as Xiao Yan was thinking of a way to seal Qi Rong's mouth, a black-clothed youth hurriedly came out from the back of the hall and said, "Your Highness, why have you summoned me?" Xiao Yan beckoned, "Mu Qing, come quickly. Have you heard any news about the Yangon drought in the prayers you've received these days?" Mu Qing was also startled and said, "I haven't heard of it." Feng Xian blurted out, "How could there not be? The refugees over there have all fled here." His tone was too certain, causing Mu Qing's face to stiffen. He stiffly said, "I'm telling the truth, there really isn't." "Are you saying that I purposely didn't report it? Then did you receive it or not? If there really were people from Yangon who prayed for a drought, the Crown Prince Palace would have me on duty during the odd month and you on duty during the double month. It's not like all the drought-related prayers were gathered during the odd month and you didn't know about it at all." Feng Xian stared blankly for a moment. After thinking about it, he felt that this was indeed the case. He said, "I didn't say you did it on purpose. You're thinking too much." Hearing that they were about to start arguing again, Xiao Yan made a pause gesture and said, "All right, that's not what Feng Xian meant. Both of you stop immediately." The two immediately stopped arguing. Coincidentally, Qi Rong was finally tired of watching his subordinates beat Lang Ying. He took a small bag and put the melon seed shells inside before saying, "Drag this thief to the prison and lock him up." All the attendants said, "Understood." Several of them picked up Lang Ying. Xiao Yan said, "Let's first solve the problem at hand. Save this person, then I'll properly ask him about Yangon." Mu Qing's expression softened and he cautiously said, "How does your Highness want to solve this? You can't casually manifest your spirit." After ascending, Xiao Yan couldn't understand this rule at all. The heavenly officials said that they wanted to help the common people, yet they had to put on airs and place themselves above all living beings. They couldn't casually manifest their spirit, causing him to often feel his hands and feet bound, which made him extremely vexed. Fortunately, Xiao Yan also had many countermeasures. He didn't hesitate and didn't turn his head as he pushed. The people in front of him felt the shadow on the ground faintly sway and turned around in confusion. In the next moment, Qi Rong screamed, "Cousin Crown Prince!" With this push, Xiao Yan had actually pushed down his own statue of God. That gentle and handsome golden statue wielding a sword and holding a flower couldn't help but slowly tilt to one side. Qi Rong's face looked as if he had seen his own mother being hung and kicked. He completely couldn't care about Lang Ying anymore as he madly ran over and tightly hugged the statue's thigh. Tenaciously holding it up, he cried out in a heart-wrenching voice, "What are you bunch of trash waiting for? Quickly help me hold him up. Don't let cousin Crown Prince fall. He can't fall." He tore his heart out, yet Xiao Yan had a calm and composed expression as he brushed past him and walked out of the Crown Prince's palace. Feng Xian and Mu Qing's faces were practically splitting apart. After a long while, Feng Xian finally spoke up, "Your Highness. That's your statue of God. For this kind of matter, the omen wasn't good. More or less, it would be a bit of a taboo. This kind of heavenly official who pushed his own statue of God was truly unheard of. What a weirdo of the three realms." Xiao Yan said, "It's just a big lump of gold. No, this way, their attention won't be diverted. You guys go and hold down that golden statue. Don't let them free themselves. I'll go meet this person." Although Feng Xian and Mu Qing were speechless, they could only obey. Standing next to the statue of God, they each stretched out a finger and pressed down on the statue. They only needed to use this bit of strength, and it would be enough. Even if several people used up all their strength, they still wouldn't be able to lift the statue up. They could only forcefully hold it in a deadlock. Gnashing their teeth, they said, "Worthy of being called real gold." Lang Ying, who had fallen outside, saw that the group of people no longer paid attention to him and instead stared at the resplendent golden statue of God for a while. Then, he stood up from the ground, patted the dust off his body, and ran out with his luggage on his back. Xiao Yan followed behind him and waited for him to run for a while before entering a lush and verdant forest. After looking around, he finally sat down under a tree and rested. Xiao Yan hid behind the tree and casually formed a hand seal, transforming into the figure of a small Taoist clothed in white. After transforming, he looked up and down to make sure there were no flaws. With a flick of his horsetail whisk, he was just thinking about how to appear in a less obtrusive manner when he saw Lang Ying crouched down beside a puddle next to the tree. Then, he buried his head and used both hands to dig a hole in the ground. This young man's palms were wide and large. When he used his palms to shovel down, the hole was wide and deep. When he dug the hole, dirt flew up, making him look like a lean black wolf dog. Just as Xiao Yan was wondering why he was suddenly digging a hole, he saw the young man wipe the dirt on his pants. Then, he used his hands to scoop up a handful of water from the puddle and brought it to his mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Yan couldn't hide anymore. He hastily walked out and blocked the young man's hand. Then, he took out a water bottle from his sleeve and handed it to the young man. Lang Ying had already taken a mouthful of water from the puddle and swallowed it with puffed cheeks. Looking at this young Taoist who had suddenly appeared, Lang Ying didn't find it strange nor did he refuse. He took the water bottle and drank it all in one gulp. Only after he finished drinking did he say, "Many thanks." Since he had already abruptly appeared, Xiao Yan didn't pay attention to any natural opening remarks. He swung his horsetail whisk as much as possible, making it seem as if he was immortal and trustworthy as he said, "Friend, where did you come from and where are you going?" Lang Ying replied, "We came from Yangon City's Lang Bay. Originally, we were going to the Imperial Palace. But now, I've changed my mind. I'm not going." Xiao Yan was startled. "We?" Lang Ying nodded his head and said, "We. Me and my son." Xiao Yan became more and more confused, but a faint chill emerged in his heart. He watched as Lang Ying untied the backpack on his back and opened it. He said, "My son." What was wrapped in the backpack on his back was actually the corpse of a child. That child's stature was extremely small, and he looked to be no more than 2 or 3 years old. His complexion was yellow, and his cheeks were sunken. A few sparse yellow hairs stuck to his forehead, and there were even a few rashes. His small face was squeezed into a strange expression. It looked as if he wanted to cry, but he couldn't. His eyes were already closed, but his mouth was open. However, he could no longer make a sound. Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. His mind was greatly shaken, and he couldn't speak. No wonder he had always felt that there was something wrong with this young man's demeanor. He couldn't say what was strange about him, but he felt that he wasn't like an ordinary person. When he spoke and did things, it was as if he didn't consider the consequences at all. He was reckless, and he didn't care about the consequences. Now, it seemed that this person didn't even need to consider the consequences. After Lang Ying finished showing him his son, he once again wrapped the child up and carefully tucked in the corners. Looking at his focused expression and movements, Xiao Yan felt a burst of pain in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a small child's corpse. He stammered, "You. How did your son die?" Lang Ying finished carrying the backpack and said in a daze, "How did he die? I don't know how he died either. He was thirsty, hungry, and sick. I think a little of all of them." He scratched his head and said, "When I carried him out of Yongpan, he would still cough a few times and call me daddy, daddy, daddy from the back. After that, he slowly stopped coughing. After that, he stopped coughing, and I thought he had fallen asleep. When I found something to eat and wanted to wake him up, he wouldn't get up. This child had actually died on the way to escape." Lang Ying shook his head and said, "I don't know how to take care of children. If my wife knew that my son was dead, she would scold me to death. After a moment of silence, he said again, I really think my wife can scold me. His expression was calm from beginning to end, like a section of a withered tree or a blackened pond. There wasn't the slightest bit of vitality or ripples. Xiao Lian's throat tightened. After a while, he said in a small voice, You, bury him. Lang Ying nodded and said, Yes. I want to pick a better place. This place is not bad. There are trees to block the sun, and there's water. I'll go back after burying him. Thank you for the water. He coughed a few times and bent down again, continuing to use his hands to dig the pit. However, Xiao Lian muttered, No. Don't thank me, don't. At this time, Feng Xian and Mu Qing also rushed over. When the two of them saw one digging the pit and the other in a daze, they were both baffled. Xiao Lian wasn't in the mood to say much, so he muddle-headedly repeated a few words. After a long time, he finally remembered that just giving him water wasn't enough. This person still had to return to Yong'an. Thus, he reached into his sleeves and fumbled around for a long time. Finally, he pulled out an item and handed it to Xiao Lian. You can take this. Lang Ying stopped his movements and carefully looked at the item in his hands. It was a deep red bead that wasn't even the size of a fingernail. Its color was lustrous, smooth, and breathtakingly beautiful. Even if he didn't know what it was, he only needed to glance at it to know that this little thing was definitely priceless. This was the only remaining one of the red coral pearl earrings that Xiao Lian had worn 3 years ago during the Upper Yuan sacrifice. Mu Qing had a deep impression of this bead. When he saw it, his expression changed slightly. Lang Ying didn't refuse. As if he didn't have any of the etiquette and apprehensions that a normal person should have, he reached out and received it. Many thanks. He carefully put the bead into his belt and took off the luggage on his back. Gently placing it in the pit, he said, Father will come back to see you soon. After he finished speaking, he used his hands to solemnly push the soil away, covering the cloth bag. Xiao Lian covered his forehead and closed his eyes. After a while, that youth walked in with large strides. Feng Xian asked in astonishment, Your Highness, what did he bury? He said, Father. Did he bury a person? Mu Qing, on the other hand, was concerned about other matters. Your Highness, I just went to investigate a bit and clarified the matter. Yong'an wasn't rich in the first place, so there weren't many temples built there. Furthermore, the temple there seems to have a local rule that those who aren't worshippers can't enter the temple to pay their respects. Thus, those who go to the Crown Prince's palace are all wealthy people. As for the poor who suffered from the disaster, they simply won't go. Xiao Lian didn't answer. Instead, he lowered his voice and said, You guys, go to Yong'an and take a look at the situation. I'll go see the state preceptor and ask him clearly what's going on. His expression was unprecedentedly unsightly. The two maids didn't dare to be careless. They responded in unison and immediately set off. Meanwhile, Xiao Lian turned around and rushed in the direction of Mount Taicang. Chapter 71. Mount Taicang. Crown Prince's Peak. At this hour, the tourists on the mountain were not allowed to stay any longer. All of them had been asked to leave the mountain and leave the Huangji temple. In the Xianlu Palace, the chanting of sutras could be heard. More than 1,000 Taoists were performing their evening classes, while the 4 imperial advisors were presiding over the Taoist affairs at the foot of the 50-foot-tall golden statue. Inside the Crown Prince's palace. On both sides, there were prayer lamps arranged from the ground to the ceiling. Xiao Lian descended from the sky. He landed lightly on the divine altar. He happened to be sitting in front of his statue. With a wave of his hand, a cool breeze rose from the ground. Countless lanterns began to spin slowly. The lights were blurry. All the Taoists raised their heads and were amazed. Faint whispers could be heard. The imperial tutor was slumped on the chair with his eyes closed. He suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Let's call it a day. Let's all go back." The Taoist stood up. He retreated. Although the other 3 deputy state advisors couldn't see Xia Lian's real body, they could still guess that something had descended. They retreated together and closed the doors of the temple. As soon as the gate closed, Xia Lian impatiently opened his mouth. He said, "State Preceptor. Do you know about the drought in Yongpan? There didn't seem to be any movements from father's side. Did something happen in court? Or is he not clear about the specific situation?" A divine priest was not allowed to appear in front of mortals. There was only one exception. That was in front of the imperial preceptor, the sect master, and other high-level cultivators. Such a highly skilled cultivator. As the spokesperson of the heavenly officials in the mortal world, Xia Lian could directly talk to the imperial tutor. The rule of no kneeling in the crown prince's palace was passed down by Xia Lian through the mouth of the state preceptor. He originally thought that there was some special situation that caused the monarch to be too busy to deal with the disaster of Yongnan. He had no choice, or the monarch did not know that the situation was so serious that people were dying. Unexpectedly, the imperial advisor said, "His Majesty the monarch is still fine. Nothing major happened, and he is also very clear about the situation of Yongnan." Xia Lian was startled and asked, "Then why is it that every time imperial father comes to Huangji Monastery, I never hear him pray for Yongnan? Why didn't you even mention it?" Although he didn't get along with his father, he knew that the king wasn't a muddle-headed ruler. Although he was proud of his status as the son of heaven, he was not indifferent to the disaster victims. The imperial advisor said, "This has nothing to do with His Majesty. I was the one who suggested for him and the empress not to mention Yongnan when they pray." Xia Lian asked, "Why?" Imperial advisor replied, "Because it's useless." Xia Lian was stunned. "What do you mean by useless?" He paused for a moment, then his mind turned and he said, "You're saying that because I'm a martial god, I can't manage the drought, so it's useless to mention it to me? However, have you forgotten that not only am I a martial god, I am also the Xian Lu crown prince? My people are now in deep trouble, how can I sit back and do nothing?" After thinking for a moment, he said, "The most important thing now is to save the victims of Yongnan. I'll have to trouble you to speak to my father on my behalf. Tell him not to build any more temples or shrines. There are already too many crown prince palaces in the country. I don't need them. As for those golden statues, they could all be melted down and used for disaster relief. There's a drought in Yong and in the west, so we'll dig a river and divert the water from the east to irrigate the crops and nourish the land." As he spoke, imperial advisor shook his head and muttered, "It's too early. Too early." Xia Lian was puzzled. "What do you mean it's too early?" Imperial advisor said, "Why did I say you shouldn't ascend so early? Do you understand now? It's because your people haven't died yet." Xia Lian's eyes widened as he angrily said, "Imperial advisor. You. What are you saying? What do you mean? What do you mean my people haven't died yet?" Imperial advisor said, "You're already a god, but you can't forget your identity as a mortal. Even when the lotus root is broken, you can't separate yourself from the mortal world. However, you're in it, yet you're powerless. In the end, you'll only end up in a mess." Xia Lian sat on the altar while imperial advisor stood below. It was clear that Xia Lian was looking down at him, but when imperial advisor said this, it was as if he was the one high above. Xia Lian said, "How can I be powerless? As long as I do it, there will be rewards. Even if I can only save one person, it's still better than not caring. If you're not willing to pass on my message to Imperial Father, then I'll go find him myself." Xia Lian suddenly stood up. Imperial advisor grabbed his sleeves and shouted, "Come back. Do you know why heavenly officials can't casually appear in front of mortals? It's a rule that's been set for thousands of years. Naturally, there's a reason for it. Don't do stupid things. Xiao Yan suddenly turned his head and said, then what can I do? I can't do this, I can't do that. Imperial advisor, right now, many people on my land are about to die. Isn't it because gods can save the common people that they're called gods? If I can't appear at this time, then when can I appear? Then what's the meaning of my ascension? Imperial advisor grabbed him and sighed, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Do you know what I see? Xiao Yan calmed himself down. After a moment, he sat down again and said, Please speak. Imperial advisor stared at him and said, I see your future. It's a field of darkness. Xiao Yan looked straight ahead and said, You might be mistaken. I only like to wear white. Imperial advisor said, I'm afraid that you won't be able to save your people. Instead, you'll be pulled down from the altar by your people. Xiao Yan said, My people aren't like that. They can clearly distinguish between right and wrong. If I can't save them, then there's no meaning in me staying on the altar. After a long time, Imperial advisor sighed and said, Although what your Imperial father did can't be said to be right, it can't be said to be wrong either. You said you want to allocate funds for disaster relief. In fact, it's not like your Imperial father didn't allocate funds before. You can see how the results are. You said you want to dig a river to draw water. Take a look at that river yourself and see if it works. Xiao Yan nodded and said, I understand. Many thanks, Imperial advisor. After leaving Mount Taicang, he headed west and arrived at Xianlu country's Yong'an city. In the past 20 years, Xiao Yan had never felt that the sun was so unbearably hot and deadly. The first time he set foot on this land, he felt the heat was unbearable. Everything in the air seemed to be distorted. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and the earth cracked into pieces of broken earth. It was old and terrifying. There was a deep ditch at the side of the road. It seemed to have originally been a river, but because of the drought, the bottom could be seen. The black riverbed emitted a strange stench. After walking for a long time, he actually didn't see a single piece of land. Maybe there was, but it was definitely impossible to tell that it was originally a piece of land. Xiao Yan looked around as he walked. The hot and dry wind blew his long hair into a mess, but he didn't have the mood to tidy it up. At this moment, he suddenly heard someone call out from behind him, Your Highness. Xiao Yan turned around and saw two black silhouettes rushing over. It was Feng Xian and Mu Qing. Xiao Yan straightforwardly asked, Do you have any information? Feng Xian shook the clothes in front of his chest and said, Yes. For the past 2 years, the entire western region has been short of water. This year, it has exploded. Yong'an City is the most severely affected. The river has dried up, and there's no rain, so they can't plant crops. The rich people are better off. As long as they have money, they can also get water and food from afar. However, most of the rich people have long moved their families to the east. The rest are either poor or can't run. Xiao Yan furrowed his brows and said, The state preceptor said that it's not like my imperial father didn't do anything. He also ordered disaster relief, so why is it still so serious? Mu Qing coldly said, Take out 100%. Peel off a layer. In the end, not a single bit is left. Naturally, it's still this serious. In my opinion, rather than sending it down to feed the moths, it's better not to take it out. Holding his breath for a moment, Xiao Yan suppressed his anger and said, I want those moths to spit out everything they ate. However, Mu Qing reminded him, Your Highness, you've forgotten again. This isn't something you should care about. Heavenly officials can't meddle in the affairs of the mortal world. Rome wasn't built in a single day. His Majesty the King is specialized in managing the affairs of the mortal world. This is his responsibility. If even he can't manage it, then how are you going to manage it while bearing the prayers of countless believers? If you want to manage this and manage that, in the end, you'll only bring trouble to yourself. Moreover, this is only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Feng Xian used his hand to block the sun and said, if we want to treat the root cause, we still need water. How about your highness let the state preceptor tell his majesty the king to transfer the water from the east to the west? Xia Lian shook his head and said, I just mentioned this idea to the state preceptor. Feng Xian asked, what did the state preceptor say? Xia Lian choked for a moment and said, he probably said it's impossible. However, I now realize that this is indeed not feasible. If we want to transfer water, we must first dig a river. However, digging a river requires the labor of the people. I don't know how many years it will take. Moreover, it's a waste of manpower and money. We can't afford to waste it. Feng Xian nodded and said, that's true. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. After muttering to himself for a moment, Xia Lian said, however, if the mortals can't solve it, maybe we can try the heaven realms method. I heard that a few years ago, a new rain master ascended. This person is very eccentric. I'll see if I can pay him a visit and ask if he can use rain to divert water from the east to the west. Ever since Xia Lian ascended, aside from going to see Jun Wu, he hadn't taken the initiative to visit any other heavenly officials. He also hadn't deliberately tried to get closer to any of them. In the spiritual communication array, everyone was treated equally. If he wanted to visit a heavenly official, that would be a very strange thing. However, Mu Qing said, that won't do. Xia Lian turned his head and asked, how? Mu Qing said, Your Highness, just now I carefully investigated everything. In fact, in these 2 years, it wasn't just Yong'an or the West that lacked water. Rather, it was the entire Xianlu country that lacked water. It's just that the east of Xianlu is by the sea, the lake, and the river, so it's not too obvious. Thus, it currently isn't a disaster. However, the overall amount of water and rainfall has decreased by a large margin compared to the past. Xia Lian's eyes widened. Mu Qing continued, if we really dig a river, or use the method of rain to divert the water from the east to the west, then Yong'an can most likely alleviate the situation. However, it won't be able to save them completely. It can only be said that they're hanging on to their last breath and prolonging their lives. At the same time, the east of Xianlu will most likely experience a drought. Xia Lian's heart tightened as he said, Xianli's flourishing area and the vast majority of its population are gathered in the east. It's more than 3 times that of the west. Especially the imperial city. Once a drought occurs here, Feng Xian also immediately reacted. The consequences will definitely be more severe than Yong'an. The number of people who will die will be even more. Mu Qing nodded his head. With a grave expression, he said, the unrest that will arise from this will also be even greater. Taking a deep breath, Xia Lian said, so, this is the reason why the state preceptor said that what my imperial father did wasn't determined to be right, but it wasn't determined to be wrong either. He merely made a choice, that's all. Mu Qing said, therefore, Your Highness, it's a good thing that no one is going to your palace hall to pray for Yong'an. You can just leave it to His Majesty to make the choice. Xia Lian didn't answer and turned his head around. Along the way, every single person he saw had dark skin and bones. The men and children were all bare-chested, and the rows of ribs in front of their chests were extremely clear. The women all had dead skin on their faces, and their eyes were lifeless. Everyone didn't want to move, and they also didn't have the strength to move. Everything emitted the stench of death, making people want to scream and escape from this dying land. They wanted to immediately return to the flourishing capital city where singing and dancing was like gold. After a long time, he said, You guys stay here and help me. Bring as much water as you can. I'll think about it. Feng Xian said, All right. You take your time to think about it. When you're done, just tell me what to do. Chapter 72. Hearing this, Xia Lian's footsteps paused slightly. In the end, he didn't look back. He waved his hand and continued on his way. Returning to Xianlu Imperial City, Xia Lian first went to the palace. He didn't know why he wanted to go. It wasn't to see his parents. It wasn't just because he couldn't show his spirit in front of mortals. More importantly, the older he was, the longer he was away from home, the more he didn't know how to talk to his parents. On this point was probably the same for all children in the world. Thus, he hid his figure. He wandered around the imperial palace, which he was extremely familiar with. He didn't see the king anywhere else. Finally, he came to the phoenix perching palace. Only then did he see his father and mother. The two of them dismissed the palace servants and were talking. The empress sat by the couch. In her hand, she was fiddling with a golden mask. It was the one Xia Lian wore during the heaven traveling ceremony 3 years ago. The face and facial features of this golden mask were carefully carved according to Xia Lian's face. Thus, when Xia Lian wore it, it was very close to his face. However, when he saw it in someone else's hands, it was a bit frightening. The king said, "Don't play with that. Quickly put it down and massage my head." Although the king and empress made the rules in front of others, Xia Lian had seen it most clearly since he was young. His parents were just a normal couple who chattered away when they were alive. As expected, the empress put down the mask and sat down to help the king rub his temples. Suddenly, she brushed his hair and said, "Your hair has turned white again." Xia Lian looked closely. Sure enough, his father's temples were slightly white. For no reason, he looked a bit older. He thought to himself, didn't father just go to Huangji temple to pray a while ago? At that time, his hair was still black. How did it suddenly turn white? The empress took a bronze mirror and wanted to show it to the king. However, the king said, "I won't look. If I dye it before going to Mount Taicang next time, it will be black." Xia Lian finally reacted. His hair didn't just turn white recently. It had long turned white. It was just that every time he went to see me, it was dyed black. As for me, I listen to the prayers of my believers all day and am tired of running around. I rarely take the initiative to come back to see them, so I didn't notice. Thinking about this, he felt extremely ashamed. At this moment, he was very glad that his parents could not see him. As the empress massaged the king's head, she scolded, "I tell you to rest early every day, but you don't listen to me. You even say that I miss you all day. Look at how ugly you've become. When the Pope sees you, he'll want to ignore you even more." The king snorted, "Ever since your son has grown up, his wings have hardened and he no longer cares about me." Although he said that, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at the bronze mirror beside the bed and mumbled, "It's not that ugly, isn't it the same face?" Xia Lian was startled. He really didn't expect his father to have such a side to him behind his back. He actually said bad things about him in a sour tone. He couldn't help but laugh. The empress held back her laughter and said, "Good, good, good. Your body is bigger than the sky. You should rest early today." The king shook his head. "We can't rest." This time, quite a few yeoman people came to the imperial city. "It's fine if you want to come, but you just have to go around making a ruckus and making everyone anxious." How troublesome. So it turned out that his father's hair turned white because of the yeoman drought. Xia Lian felt an indescribable pain in his heart. The empress nodded. "I heard from Rome that he also met a yeoman person today. It was said that he wanted to rob money in the temple. It was so scary." The king focused and said, "Yes, it's scary. It's fine if it's only a few dozen or a few hundred, but if all of them come, and these people are all wandering in the imperial city, the consequences will be unimaginable." The empress hesitated for a moment and said, that might not be the case. If they follow the rules, then so be it. The king said, as the ruler of a country, how can I risk something like, might not be the case? Moreover, they definitely can't come over. Raising a few more people isn't as simple as placing a few more chopsticks. It's very complicated. You don't understand, so let's not talk about it. The empress said, all right, let's not talk about it. I don't understand what you're talking about. If only my son was still here, at least he could share your worries. The king snorted again. Him. What can he do here? It's already good enough that he doesn't add to my worries. When Xiao Yan was mentioned, he seemed to be energized and said, I won't talk about your son anymore. He's already a teenager, but he's raised like a princess. It's useless for him to know, it'll only add to his worries. He should just fly in the sky, it's best if he doesn't know anything and do his own things. He's not the crown prince anymore, the world has nothing to do with him. If he wants to fly, let him fly all he wants. Xiao Yan silently listened to his father scolding him. The empress smiled and pushed the king, now you know that he's a princess. Isn't a princess raised by you since young? Are you still trying to blame me? She sighed and said, this child is good at everything, but he doesn't miss home. He was like this when he was learning in Huangji Monastery, he would not return for months. Now that he has ascended, he's even more powerful. I can't even see him once in 3 years. I don't know when I can see him again. She started to complain, but the king helped Xiao Yan, what do you know? Imperial preceptor said that the rules of heaven realm are like this, how can you treat him as a mortal? Aren't you dragging him down by calling your son back? The empress hurriedly said, I'm just saying. I won't make such a request in front of him. She then muttered to herself, it's not bad to look at the god statues, they're all over the place. After looking for a long time, Xiao Yan's chest ached. His throat felt like it was stuffed with something, it was extremely uncomfortable. He felt like he couldn't stay any longer. But he couldn't appear. It wasn't that he was afraid of breaking the heavenly rules, but if he appeared, he wouldn't know what to say. As for the matter of Yong'an, he couldn't give a good solution at the moment. If he suddenly appeared, it would only make his parents flustered. He quickly left the palace and went outside. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He calmed himself down and pulled himself together. Instead of sighing, he formed a hand seal and transformed into a plain-clothed Taoist. He ran one round around the imperial city, measuring and recording. After running all over the place for a whole day, he finally got a definite answer. The water levels of all the rivers and lakes in Xianlu Imperial City were lower than before. When he was at Huangji Temple, he had slipped down the mountain several times to play and went boating on the largest river that ran through Xianlu country. Lu River. At that time, the water level was only slightly lower than the embankment, but now it was several feet lower. Moreover, the residents of the city all said that it had been like this for a long time and not recently. Xiao Yan didn't pay attention before, but now that he did, he felt that all the signs were shocking. He originally hoped that Mu Qing's information was wrong, so he personally came to verify it. But now, he had to admit that Mu Qing didn't disappoint him. After confirming this fact, Xiao Yan stood at the riverbank in a daze, deep in thought. From time to time, pedestrians would pass by him, smiling and nodding, or curiously looking at him. Most of them were happily minding their own business. After standing there for an unknown amount of time, the clouds gathered in the sky and it started to drizzle. The pedestrians on the road all covered their heads and said, "How unlucky. It's raining, let's hurry back." Yeah, so annoying. Raindrops dripped down, hitting Xiao Yan's face and body. Only then did he react, muttering to himself, "It's raining." When the people of the imperial city saw rain, they couldn't do anything to avoid it. Only God knew how many people on the other side of Xianlu country were thirsting for this kind of heavy rain. Several people ran past with umbrellas. Seeing Xiao Yan still drenched in the rain, they pulled him and urged, "This little Taoist priest, why aren't you running? The rain is getting heavier and heavier." Confused, Xiao Yan also began to run. Together, they ran to the bottom of a long house. Those people closed their umbrellas and laughed at each other. "Fortunately, we brought an umbrella when we went out to see the clouds. Otherwise, we would have become drenched. It hasn't rained for a long time. I'm afraid this rain has been held back for too long. It's getting heavier. Aya, look, it's getting heavier again. It's about to become a rainstorm." Raindrops fell to the ground and splashed in all directions. These people's accents were all extremely intimate. This made Xiao Yan feel even more deeply that this was the place where he was born and grew up. These were the people he was familiar with. As they chatted, the rain gradually became lighter. Several people said, "Let's take advantage of the fact that it's getting lighter. Let's hurry and leave." After saying that, they all opened their umbrellas and left the house. Xiao Yan, however, remained standing in the same place. Several people turned their heads to look at him. After discussing a few words, one of them walked over and handed him an old umbrella. Politely, he said, "This little Taoist priest can't go back, right? I see that the rain is still a bit heavy. Why don't you take this umbrella and use it?" Only then did Xiao Yan return to his senses. "Many thanks. What about you?" In the rain in front of him, several people said, "We still have umbrellas, we can squeeze together. Let's go, let's go." Hearing his companions urging, that person stuffed the umbrella into Xiao Yan's hands and ran away. Several people trod the water far away. Xiao Yan held on to the umbrella and stood there for a while. Suddenly, he saw an inconspicuous little temple not far in front of him. He opened the umbrella and walked forward in the rain. As he neared the temple, he saw two couplets on the left and right sides of the little temple door. They were written with the words, "The body is in the void," and "The heart is in the land of peach blossoms." He finally confirmed that this was a crown prince's palace. In 3 years, 8,000 temples were built. Naturally, not all of them could be as extravagant and magnificent as the one on Mount Taizong. Many of them were built by the commoners just to make up the numbers. There was no merit box, no temple. There was only a clay statue with a few plates and some snacks and fruits. If someone wanted to come and clean it occasionally, it could be a hall of its own. Hidden in this inconspicuous corner was such an inconspicuous crown prince's palace. Before he even entered, Xiao Yan saw the almost charmingly naive statue of the crown prince. Garish clothes, a big and white face, a big silly smile. It was like a big baby. If he wasn't so preoccupied, he would definitely have laughed out loud. In these 3 years, Xiao Yan had seen at least 3,000 crown prince statues. However, he had never seen a crown prince statue that looked exactly like him. The one that looked the most like him was only about 70%. The rest were either too ugly or too beautiful. Most of the other heavenly official statues were too ugly. His was the exact opposite. Some were so beautiful that they were deformed, so beautiful that he himself felt embarrassed. He originally didn't look at the clay statue carefully. He only glanced at it. Who knew that in this glance, he would catch a glimpse of Snow White? Thus, he glanced back. In the left hand of this crude clay statue of the crown prince, there was a bouquet of snow white flowers. The petals were pure white and had a bit of sparkling dew on them. They were extremely delicate and a faint fragrance floated in the air. It was extremely cute. The Xianlu crown prince statue's standard posture was one hand holding a sword, the other holding a flower. However, the flowers in the left hand were obviously exquisite gold flowers, gemstone flowers, and jade flowers. This was the first time Xiao Yan saw a statue of the crown prince holding a real flower in its hand. He couldn't help but move closer. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the left hand of this clay statue of the crown prince was originally holding a clay flower. However, he didn't know if the craftsmanship of the statue master was bad and the flower branch fell off, or if it was plucked by someone as a prank. Today, there was only a small hole left in the left hand. That bunch of small white flowers happened to be inserted into this small hole. If someone had purposely plucked it to fill the hole in the left hand of this clay statue, then that person was truly thoughtful. Just as he thought of this, Xiao Yan heard the sound of hurried footsteps. He didn't turn his head. First, he hid his body and lightly swept onto the altar with the umbrella. Only then did he turn around and look down. Outside the temple, in the heavy rain, a young man rushed in. This young man was only 12 or 13 years old. His entire body was soaked and he wore dirty old clothes. His face was covered in dirty bandages. His right hand was tightly wrapped around his left fist, as if he was protecting something. After rushing into the temple, he slowly opened his hands. Chapter 73. Xiao Yan thought of something. He let out a soft eh. The face that was wrapped in layers of bandages inevitably reminded him of the child he met 3 years ago. But he could not be sure. Pessimistically, after that child escaped from Mount Taicang alone, could he really live for another 3 years? At this moment, the young man walked over and stood on his tiptoes. He removed the flowers from the clay statue's hand and replaced them with the bouquet in his hand. Xiao Yan sat on the divine platform. He could clearly see that the newly replaced bouquet of flowers. The petals were more delicate, plump, and watery. The fragrance was also more fragrant. It must have been picked just now. Could it be? He came to this inconspicuous temple every day to replace the left hand of this clay statue with a newly picked bouquet of flowers. Moreover, after offering the flowers, the young man stood under the clay statue of the crown prince and put his palms together. He prayed silently. He did not kneel down indiscriminately like the others. He really listened to Xiao Yan's words. It had been 3 years. There were so many believers who had worshipped Xiao Yan. There were high officials and nobles, there were famous people, and there were shocking geniuses. However, what made Xiao Yan really feel attentive was actually a child who was only 12 or 13 years old. Moreover, it was a child who was dressed shabbily. Those luxurious golden halls would not let him in, so he could only come to this grassroots temple to worship. He really did not know what it felt like. At this moment, the sound of water splashing could be heard from the entrance of the temple. A group of children held umbrellas and ran past. Originally, Xiao Yan thought that they were just passing by. Who knew that after this group of youths ran past, they ran back as if they had discovered something extraordinary. They clapped their hands and said, "Wow, wow, wow, the ugly monster has been chased out again." This group of youths was about the same age as the young believer in the temple, but they were all taller than him. It seemed that they had been raised well by their parents. Probably because the festival was approaching, they were all wearing new clothes and shoes. They stepped on the water at the entrance of the temple and played around. Their smiles were innocent and lively, without a trace of malice. It was as if they did not think that ugly monster was a bad word, nor did they think that their words were hurtful. They just thought that it was fun to shout like this. The young man clenched his fists, but his fists were too small and had no deterrent power. Outside the door, he shouted again, "Ugly monster, you're going to sleep in the temple again today. Be careful that your mother will beat you to death when you get home." Xiao Yan frowned. One of the eyes under the bandages was bloodshot. He raised his fist and roared, "I don't have a home. I have no mother. She's not my mother. Get lost. Get lost. Shout again and I'll beat you to death." The group of children were fearless. They stuck out their tongues and said, "If you dare hit us, we'll tell your father and let him teach you a lesson." Some of them winked and said, "That's right, you don't have a mother because your mother doesn't want you anymore. You don't have a family either, and your family all dislikes you. So you can only stay in this broken temple. At this point, the young man suddenly shouted and pounced forward. Although he was small in stature, his aura was strong. With a shout, the children were frightened and wanted to run away. However, the young man who was wrestling with him shouted, "What are you afraid of? We are many." So they all came back again, and hurriedly pulled and beat him. Xiao Yan couldn't bear to watch any longer. With a wave of his hand, a strange force suddenly appeared in the air and separated the two groups of children. Immediately after, an extremely strong splash of water flew up from the ground, causing the group of young men to tumble. After all, they were children. After being mysteriously tumbled and drunk a mouthful of dirty water, their new clothes were also completely soaked. They became dirtier and uglier than the object of their ridicule. Immediately, their laughter turned into loud wails. They crawled up from the ground, grabbed their umbrellas, and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Xiao Yan shook his head. He was a dignified martial god who beheaded evil and demons and ensured the safety of traveling. This was the first time he had intervened in this kind of dispute between children. Even though he had driven away the bad party, he didn't feel the slightest sense of accomplishment. He turned his head to look at the young man and was slightly startled. In the chaos, the bandage on the young man's head had been torn off. The half of his face that was exposed was bruised and swollen. It was obvious that he hadn't been beaten just now. Xiao Yan didn't have time to take a closer look. Without saying a word, the young man wrapped the bandage around his head, hugged his knees, and sat at the feet of the clay statue. Xiao Yan's original intention in coming to this Crown Prince temple was to gather Feng Xian and Mu Qin here to pass down orders to discuss important matters. Who would have thought that he would run into this little kid? He couldn't help but care about him. After issuing the summons, he squatted on the side and stared at the young man. After squatting for a while, the young man's stomach began to rumble. There were a few fruit snacks on the plate. Although they looked shriveled and not very tasty, it was better than nothing. Xiao Yan chose one and lightly threw it on the young man's body. When the fruit hit the young man, he immediately covered his head with his hands and curled up into a ball, assuming a defensive posture. It was as if the thing that had hit him was a stone, and that more stones would hit him soon. After a long time, he looked around and found that it was only a fruit. There was no one else present. After a moment of hesitation, he picked up the fruit, wiped it on his clothes, and put it back on the plate. He would rather go hungry than eat the offerings on the plate. Then, he walked to the door and looked at the heavy rain outside the temple. It seemed that he wanted to go out and find something to eat. However, the rain was too heavy. He didn't want to get soaked anymore, so he came back and curled up at the feet of the clay statue. At this time, Feng Xian and Mu Qin rushed over. The two of them came out from the back of the temple. Feng Xian said gloomily, "Your Highness, where did you find such a small crown prince temple? Why are you passing down orders here?" When he looked down, he suddenly saw a group of people curled up on the ground. He almost stepped on them. He blurted out, "Damn, why is there a child here?" Mu Qin also lowered his head and looked carefully. He immediately asked, "Your Highness, is this the child who ran away from Mount Taicang 3 years ago?" Xiao Yan shook his head. "I can't be sure. I don't know what his name is, and I don't know what his face looks like." The three of them surrounded the unconscious child and said a few words. The young man tossed and turned on the ground and wiped his face. Unexpectedly, blood came out of his mouth, nose, and mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Yan felt that he couldn't let him continue lying down. He said, "Let this child leave first. The sky is getting dark. This temple isn't a good place to spend the night." Feng Xian asked, "Does he have nowhere to go?" "If that's the case, I'm afraid he can only spend the night here." Xiao Yan said, "He has a family, but his family might not be too good. However, this temple isn't good either. Let's leave first before we can find food for him." This child still has injuries on his body. However, Mu Qing said, Your Highness, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but I don't have the time to care about this kind of small matter. Since you summoned us here, did you make a decision? Among the heavenly officials in the heavenly court, there had never been a single one who would accept all the prayers of their believers. One must know that there were millions of believers in the world. If every single one of them cared about their prayers, wouldn't that be too annoying? Thus, sometimes they would turn a blind eye and pretend not to hear some trivial or subtle prayers. This could save them a lot of trouble. However, Xie Lian was probably too young and full of energy. He still hadn't reached the age where he recognized this kind of flexibility. He thought for a moment, then took the umbrella given to him by a passerby and walked out of the small temple. Xie Lian slowly opened the umbrella. Raindrops pattered against the surface of the umbrella. When the youngster on the ground heard this sound, he thought someone was approaching and slightly moved. However, he probably thought that it wasn't his business if someone came, so he lay back down. Xie Lian placed the opened umbrella at the door. When the youngster heard that the sound hadn't disappeared, he finally felt it was strange. He got up and walked out to take a look. Then, he saw a red umbrella slanted on the ground in the rain. It looked like a lonely, blooming red flower. He was immediately stunned. Seeing the youngster rush over and pick up the umbrella, Mu Qing said, Your Highness, this step should be enough. If it's too obvious and he finds out, it will cause more problems. Who knew that before Xie Lian could answer, the youngster would rush back and loudly shout from behind them, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The three of them jumped in fright and turned around to look. They only saw the youngster holding the umbrella. His eyes were scarlet red, and he was extremely excited. He raised his head and shouted towards the clay statue, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Is that you? Feng Xian didn't know that Xie Lian had already helped him drive away a group of children and even threw away the fruit. He said in surprise, This child is quite clever. He actually found out. Mu Qing seemed to have guessed the future and glanced at Xie Lian. The youngster said, If you are here, please answer a question of mine. When he sat on the high and aloof altar, Xie Lian would hear countless, Please show yourself, every day. Hearing any voice too many times would make him numb. However, every time he heard this voice, he still couldn't help but pay attention and stop in his tracks. Mu Qing reminded him from the side, Your Highness, there's no need to pay attention to it. Xie Lian didn't say anything. The youngster tightly hugged the umbrella with both hands. Gritting his teeth, he said, I'm in great pain. Every day, I wish I could die. Every day, I want to kill everyone in this world, and then kill myself. I'm living in great pain. A 12 or 13-year-old child shouting out these words. This scene was truly laughable and pitiful. However, within that small body, there was something exploding that supported his anger and roar. Feng Xian frowned and said, What's wrong with him? Killing everyone in this world, is this something a child would say? Mu Qing indifferently said, He's just too young. When he grows up a bit, he'll know that what he's experiencing now doesn't count for anything. After a pause, he looked at Xie Lian and said, There are too many people in this world who are in pain. Just look at the drought in Yong'an, which Yong'an person did not suffer more than him. Your Highness doesn't have to worry about it. Just do what you have to do. Xie Lian softly said, Perhaps. One person's pain, to another person, is probably some insignificant little annoyance. The young man raised his head to look at him. One of his eyes was extremely red, but he did not shed any tears. He held the umbrella with one hand and reached out with the other to grab the clothes of the clay statue. He questioned, Why am I still alive in this world? What's the point of living? After a long silence, no one answered. The young man seemed to have expected this result and slowly lowered his head. Unexpectedly, a voice suddenly broke the silence and sounded above him, If you don't know how to continue living, then continue living for me. Besides Xiao Yan, Feng Xian and Mu Qing didn't expect that he would actually answer, and it was even this kind of answer. Both of them widened their eyes and said, "Your Highness." The young man suddenly raised his head, but he did not see anyone. He only heard a soft and ethereal voice coming from the clay statue. "The question you asked, I also don't know how to answer it. However, if you don't know what's the point of living, then, why don't you take me as the point for now?" Feng Xian and Mu Qing's faces cracked. Both of them reached out to cover Xiao Yan's mouth and shouted, "Don't say any more, Your Highness. You broke the rules. Broke the rules." Chapter 74. That youth was completely dumbfounded. Feng Xian and Mu Qing wished they could make a flurry of hands and feet to stop him. With great difficulty, they managed to drag Xiao Yan down. Xiao Yan waved the two of them away and said, "I know. I won't say any more. I know it's against the rules. You can just pretend you didn't hear it. As long as you don't say anything, no one will know. Just this once. You're not allowed to say anything. Do you hear me?" Mu Qing had an expression as if he had been forced to eat socks. He shook his head and muttered, "How could there be someone like you, who confidently said something like, 'Live on for me'? Really?" At first, Xiao Yan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Now that he said it, he actually felt something was wrong. His face turned red. Feng Xian immediately said with a straight face, "All right, Your Highness has already said that you won't say anything. Why are you still bringing it up?" The corner of his mouth twitched. Xiao Yan couldn't continue watching. "What am I doing, what am I doing? My words are clearly very useful. Look." That youth sat in a daze for a good while. When he didn't hear Xiao Yan's voice again, he rubbed his face a few times. He took down the offering plate from the table and held it in his arms. He began to eat the shriveled fruits and pastries inside. He chewed and chewed with all his might, eating with the pitiful and fierce vigor of a small animal. Xiao Yan bent down to look at him. He revealed a smile and said to the other two, "Look, it's useful." He didn't eat before, but now he's eating. Mu Qing said, all right, it's useful. You're a god." Feng Xian also said, yes, it's useful. You're a god." Xiao Yan sternly said, "Yes, I'm a god. I called you guys over because I've made a decision." At this point, the atmosphere that had just relaxed for less than a moment became heavy again. Feng Xian asked, "What do we do?" Mu Qing asked, "Do we still care?" Xiao Yan said, "Care. It's very simple. If there isn't enough water in Xianlu, then we'll go to a country outside of Xianlu." Mu Qing hesitated, "Go to another country? Wouldn't that be too far? I'm afraid we'll have to borrow some of the water divine officials' treasures. Furthermore, the divine officials stationed in other countries might not be willing." Xiao Yan naturally thought of this and said, "I'll try first. It was better than doing nothing. You guys continue to stay in Yong'an and focus on providing disaster relief to the more serious areas. I'm going back to the heavenly court. Is there a problem?" Feng Xian, "No problem. I'll hold the rear." Mu Qing thought for a moment and asked, "Your Highness, what about the prayers of the Crown Prince's followers?" Xiao Yan said, "This is also what I wanted to say. Just pick the important ones first and deal with them for me. You can suppress the ones that aren't so important." Although Mu Qing didn't look too optimistic, he still said, "You are the Crown Prince, I will listen to you. However, I suggest not suppressing it for too long." Xiao Yan patted the shoulders of the two. Feng Xian and Mu Qing saluted and retreated. Only Xiao Yan and the child were left in the small temple. Xiao Yan walked out of the temple and glanced back. He didn't stay any longer and headed straight for the immortal capital. He had originally planned to visit a few water law divine officials, but strangely, the first few weren't in the immortal capital mansion. Only the Rain Master didn't live in the immortal capital. Xia Lian hurriedly walked on the streets of the immortal capital. When he walked past a female civil official dressed in black carrying a few files, she smiled and said, "Your Highness, you finally returned." Xia Lian hurriedly said, "Nangong, you came at the right time. Do you know where the Rain Master's mansion is?" This woman dressed in black was called Nangong Jie. She was a low-level civil official in the heavenly court. After Xia Lian ascended, a lot of miscellaneous things were handed over and handled by her. Because this person was well informed and did things properly, Xia Lian had a good impression of her. Nangong Jie said, "The Rain Master hasn't finished building his mansion yet. He is temporarily living in the Rain Master country in the south." She pointed to the location of the Rain Master's residence and said, "Why are you looking for that master?" Xia Lian said, "It's an urgent matter." "Thank you." Just as he was about to leave, he turned around and lightly coughed. Embarrassed, he said, "Nangong, you're familiar with the heavenly court's heavenly officials. Can you tell me if the Rain Master has anything that he especially likes?" Usually, after a new heavenly official ascended, the smarter ones would visit the temples of all the heavenly officials in the same heavenly court and give them gifts. This was giving them face. This was practically an unwritten rule. However, because Xia Lian ascended suddenly, there was no one to guide him and teach him when he first ascended. Later on, the state preceptor reminded him. Firstly, he had already missed the best opportunity, so it would be awkward to send gifts again. Secondly, this kind of thing would inevitably make people think of corrupt officials entering the mortal world through the back door. As the crown prince, Xia Lian didn't have a good impression of this. In the end, he decided to let nature take its course. There would always be a chance to use a sincere and proper method to get closer to the immortal officials. At first, his posture was beautiful, but now he took the initiative to ask a heavenly official what he liked. It was as if he was preparing to bribe them. It was hard to avoid being embarrassed. However, if he didn't do this, there was no other way. At the very least, the few people who lived in Immortal Capital had spoken at the Spirit Communication Array. If there were any conditions or favors, they could be discussed. On the other hand, the Rain Master didn't have any dealings with him. This was the first time he paid a visit, so Xia Lian didn't want people to mistakenly think that he wanted to borrow a transcendent artifact for free. Nangong Jie immediately understood and said, "I'm ashamed. I'm afraid I won't be able to help your highness. The Rain Master is a low-key person. Let alone me, I'm afraid no one in the entire heaven realm knows about his personal preferences. I'm sorry." Xia Lian's face turned a little red as he said, "It's nothing. Don't take it to heart. Many thanks." Nangong Jie then said, "However, if you have something important to look for, there's no harm in directly paying a visit. According to the Rain Master's temperament, he might not see you." Xia Lian thanked her again. Following her directions, he went all the way south and arrived at the place where the Rain Master temporarily lived. It was a small village with green mountains and clear waters. The scenery was beautiful, but he was completely in no mood to appreciate it. Passing through the ridge of fields, he finally saw a stone tablet with the word "Rain" engraved on it. Logically speaking, after passing this stone tablet, it would be the temporary residence of the Rain Master. Those who were active here should be the Rain Master's subordinates. However, as Xia Lian walked, he saw lush green fields all around him. There were cows mooing in the fields, rolling water wheels, and diligent farmers transplanting seedlings. There was also a crooked thatched hut by the side of the field. It didn't have any sage-like image, which made Xia Lian suspect that he had come to the wrong place. Wasn't this a dilapidated and isolated farmer's village? Just as he was doubting it, the black cow that was plowing the field suddenly mooed a few times. It stood up like a human, stretched out its two front hooves, and took down the plow for itself. Its sturdy body became narrower and narrower, and its long bull nose became shorter and shorter. In the blink of an eye, it turned from a glossy black cow into a bare-armed farmer. The farmer was tall and strong. His muscles were distinct, and his face was rigid. His nose was wearing a shiny iron nose ring like the cow's, and he was holding a blade of grass in his mouth. The rest of the farmers saw this shocking change with their own eyes, but continued to work as if it was normal. Only then did Xiao Yan confirm that the people here weren't mortals. He walked forward, cupped his fists, and said, "Fellow Taoist, may I ask if the Rain Master is temporarily staying here?" The farmer that the black cow had transformed into pointed to the shore, and said, "There. The Rain Master is staying there." Xiao Yan looked at it a few times, and finally confirmed that the direction he was pointing at was only that thatched hut that seemed as if it would collapse with the wind, and would definitely leak when it rained. Even his most shabby grassroot crown prince temple, compared to this hut, was much more dignified and well-off. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel strange. People said that before the Rain Master ascended, he was the same as him, a descendant of the Rain Master country's imperial family. It was because of this that he didn't directly bring his rare gems as a gift. Presumably, the Rain Master felt the same as him, and didn't care for these things. Why would he be in such dire straits after ascending? Perhaps it was also a method of cultivation. Xiao Yan's etiquette was not lacking in the slightest. After thanking the farmer, he walked closer to the small house and said in a clear voice, "Darren Rain Master, Xian Lu Crown Prince Xiao Yan took the liberty to pay a visit and did not inform you in advance. Please forgive me." There was no sound from inside the house. The farmer dragged his plow over and said, "Oh. Are you the crown prince who ascended at the age of 17? Xiao Yan said, "I'm ashamed." "There's nothing to be ashamed of," the farmer said, "it's the truth. However, the Lord Rain Master doesn't like to see people, and he's been injured recently. I'm afraid he can't come out to see you." When Xiao Yan heard this, he felt slightly disappointed. However, he still harbored the thought of giving it a try. "Could I ask you to pass the message on my behalf? I have something to ask of you. If Lord Rain Master hears it and finds it inconvenient, I won't force you." The farmer chuckled and said, "There's no need for me to pass the message, we all know what you're here for. There's no water in Xian Lu country, isn't that a bad feeling?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan stared blankly for a moment before asking, "You know what happened in Xian Lu country?" "Of course I know," the farmer said. "Not only do people like us, who are holed up in a remote corner of a mountain ravine, know about it. Your Xian Lu country is facing a great calamity, who doesn't know about it? You don't know about your matters, but other people keep an eye on you all day, so they know more than you do. Maybe they're even happy in their hearts, You're here to ask the Lord Rain to lend you a talisman to help with disaster relief, right?" Only now did Xiao Yan realize that those heavenly officials of the heavenly court weren't all coincidentally absent. Rather, they were all very clear about his intentions for coming here and had either deliberately shut themselves in and not come out, or they had long since avoided him, not wanting to get involved in this muddy water. He sighed and thought to himself, "Could it be that I really should have paid a visit to every big temple in the first place, so that it would be easier to handle matters in the future?" As he thought about it, he felt a bit depressed. In a low voice, he said, "Exactly. If it's inconvenient for the Lord Rain Master, I definitely won't pester you." That farmer said, "Why don't you pester me? Do you want face? This is an important matter for your nation's survival, shouldn't you be pestering me? You can't bear it just because I want you to lower yourself a bit. Young people can't be this impatient. To put it bluntly, the great Rain Master helping you is a favor, but not helping you is his duty. Lending it to you is because he's in a good mood, but if he doesn't lend it to you, you can't complain later." Xiao Yan knew that what the farmer said was reasonable, but he was already badly battered. In addition, the farmer's tone wasn't very friendly, causing his anger to rise slightly. Raising his head, he sternly said, "I understand everything you've said, and I definitely won't complain behind your back. Why do you have to think this way about me in advance? I said I won't pester you because I don't want to make things difficult for the Great Rain Master. However, if the Great Rain Master doesn't make things difficult for me and only needs me to pester him, then how hard would it be for me to kneel and kowtow to you 100 times? That farmer laughed out loud and said, angry. You have the temper of a child. Catch! The moment he threw it, Xiao Yan raised his hand and caught a cyan bamboo hat. It was the same one that the farmer had been carrying on his back. Xiao Yan asked, this is? That farmer said, the thing you wanted to borrow. Before you came, the Great Rain Master told me to give it to you. Be careful, if you mess it up, we won't forgive you. Xiao Yan widened his eyes and asked, why? That farmer said, didn't I already say why? Lending it to you means I'm in a good mood. Other heavenly officials didn't lend it to you, but the Great Rain Master insisted on lending it to you. The Great Rain Master can do whatever he wants. Xiao Yan repeatedly said, many thanks. Many thanks. However, that farmer said, don't be happy too early, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Although the Great Rain Master ascended longer than you, he doesn't have as many followers as you. His mana is also far from yours. In addition, he's injured. Other than lending this thing to you, you can only rely on yourself for the rest. Distant water can't quench present thirst. This Great Rain Master's hat can only move rain, but it can't create water. Your Xianlu country doesn't have enough water, so you can only borrow it from other countries. Other countries might not be willing, but only Rain Master country has surplus all year round. However, the mountains are long and the rivers are far. Every time you use it, it will consume a large amount of your mana. No matter how much mana you have, there will be a time when it's exhausted. Xiao Yan couldn't be more clear on how difficult it was to lend his own talisman to an unrelated person. He deeply bowed towards the thatched cottage and said, for the Great Rain Master to be willing to lend a helping hand, this one is already extremely grateful. Words cannot express my gratitude for your great kindness. In the future, if there's anything I can help with, I ask the Great Rain Master to do as you please. Farewell. After he borrowed the talisman, he immediately found a lake and river in the south. Using the Great Rain Master's hat, he carried a large amount of lake water and crossed 1,000 miles to return to Xianluyongan. He found the village with the most severe drought, Lang Bay, and flipped the bamboo hat over. Immediately, a light rain started to fall from the sky. Xiao Yan jumped down from the clouds and both his feet touched the ground. Those half-dead villagers didn't dare to believe it. Some rushed out of the house to get drenched in the rain and cheered. Some hurriedly pushed out the big and small basins used to wash their faces and feet from home to receive the rain. Seeing this, Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief and finally revealed a smile. At this moment, he suddenly heard a voice shout from afar, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Chapter 75. Mu Qing said, Your Highness. Why have you been gone for so many days? Xiao Yan was startled. Have I been gone for a long time? Coming and going, up to the heavens and down to the earth, he scooped up the lake water, ascended the clouds and turned it into rain. Day and night were inseparable. He had already wasted a lot of time. But he was completely unaware of it. Mu Qing said, It's been a few days. The prayers of the believers in the Crown Prince Palace have piled up into a mountain. At this time, Xiao Yan felt that the rain had weakened, so he stretched out his hand. He said, Didn't I tell you before? Should I let you deal with it first? Mu Qing said, We have naturally taken care of everything that we can, but there are still many wishes. We don't have the qualifications to skip ranks and do it for you. That's why I told your highness not to suppress it for too long. Come back quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the rain stopped. The duration of this rain was even shorter than Xiao Yan had imagined. He couldn't help but feel solemn. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, and a green bamboo hat slowly fell down. Xiao Yan stretched out both hands to receive it. But look at the situation. I can't leave here either. Mu Qing frowned, Your Highness. You borrowed the Rain Master's magic treasure. Where did you get this water from? Xiao Yan replied, The Southern Rain Master country. Mu Qing said, So far. How much magic power does it take to move it once? Moreover, the area of the rain each time was small, and it did not last. How are you going to deal with the prayers of the Crown Prince's followers? Xiao Yan didn't need him to say it. He was the war god, and the followers of the Crown Prince Palace were the foundation of his palace and the source of his magic power. This was tantamount to abandoning one's roots to pursue another. If he wasn't careful, he might not be able to take care of both sides. But other than this, what else could he do? Xiao Yan replied, I know. But if this goes on, the Crown Prince's palace will be affected sooner or later if chaos breaks out in Yong'an. Mu Qing said, It's about to explode. Xiao Yan was startled. What? After hearing Mu Qing's report, he quickly returned to Xianlu Imperial City. When he arrived at Divine Marshal Street, he happened to run into a group of royal soldiers. They were armed to the teeth and holding sharp weapons. They were escorting a group of ragged men with shackles on their heads and hands. Both sides of the street were lined with commoners, all of them looking enraged. Feng Xian held the black bow in his hand, ready for battle, as if he was guarding against the rioting of the citizens on both sides. Xiao Yan shouted, Feng Xian. Who were they betting on? What crime did he commit? Where are you going? When Feng Xian heard his voice, he strode over and said, Your Highness. These are all yeoman people. The row of men was tall and thin, their skin was slightly dark, there were several dozen of them. The soldiers escorting them were followed by a few old men, as well as some frightened women and children. Xiao Yan asked, Everything behind this is also the same? Mu Qing said, All of them. It turned out that in the past few months, due to the drought in Yong'an, the people who originally settled in Yong'an had fled to the east. It wasn't obvious when they were in groups of a few dozen, but now there were more than 500 people here. With more than 500 people gathered together, it was a very impressive sight to behold. This group of people from Yong'an were unfamiliar with the place and had nothing to their name. When they opened their mouths, they revealed their foreign accent. Now that they had come to a strange and bustling city, they naturally wanted to hug each other for warmth. Thus, they searched everywhere in Xianlu Imperial City and finally found an uninhabited piece of green land. Overjoyed at the unexpected good news, they set up a hut here as a place to rest. Unfortunately, although this piece of green land was indeed uninhabited, it was a piece of white moonlight in the hearts of the people of the Imperial City. The people of Xianlu were used to enjoying and appreciating, and the people of the Imperial City were especially so. Many of the common people would go to that piece of green land to take a walk, dance, practice swordsmanship, recite poems, paint, and have gatherings. As for Yong'an, it was situated in the west of Xianlu. The land was barren and poor, and the temperament and customs of the common people were as different as heaven and earth compared to the east of Xianlu. Compared to them, the common people of the imperial city were more aware that they were the orthodox people of Xianlu. Today, the once elegant place was occupied by a large group of refugees. All day long, they brewed medicine, cried for funerals, washed their clothes, and lit fires. The stench was so bad that it was filled with the smell of sweat and leftover food. Many of the common people nearby could not bear it and complained. A few of the older and elders who were leading the group understood and wanted to move elsewhere. However, the imperial city had a large population and no matter where they moved, it would be filled with people. There was no other place that could accommodate so many people. Moreover, among the 500 people, there were injured, sick, elderly, women, and children. It was not suitable for them to move frequently, so they could only be careful and thick-skinned, staying here and not leaving. Although the common people of the imperial city were dissatisfied, they were after all citizens of the same country. Since they were in trouble, they could only endure it for the time being. Hearing this, the row of soldiers escorted the men of Yong to the entrance of the market and ordered, "Kneel." Every single one of those Yong men had faces full of unwillingness. However, with a knife at their necks, even if they didn't want to kneel, they still had to. When the common people of the imperial city who were watching saw them kneel in an uneven fashion, some sighed, and some vented their anger. Xiao Yan said, "According to what you said, both sides are enduring. Then what's going on today?" Before Feng Xian and Mu Qin could answer, a woman in the crowd cried out, "You bunch of barbaric thieves! You stole chickens and dogs, and you even beat my husband to that state. He can't even get up. If anything happens to him, I'll fight you to the death." Beside her, several people hurriedly comforted her. There were even some people who criticized, "You've left your homes and arrived in someone else's territory, yet you don't know how to behave yourselves. That's right, when you're in someone else's house, you're not the slightest bit polite. You're stealing." A young man wearing a pillory couldn't keep his cool and explained, "I've already said it long ago, we weren't the ones who stole it. We weren't the ones who made the first move either. Furthermore, we also have people injured on our side." An old man shouted, "Don't say any more." That young man angrily shut his mouth. Feng Xian said, "Someone in the imperial city lost a dog. In the past, there was a child from Yong who was extremely hungry and stole a duck to cook and eat. So, he suspected that this time, the dog was also caught by Yong people to be cooked and eaten. So, he ran over to their side to ask. Xiao Yan only felt that this was unreasonable. Just because of a dog, they caused such a big commotion and arrested so many people. Feng Xian said, "Yes, just because of a dog, they caused such a big commotion." Both sides endured for a long time, and a small matter became a big matter. Both sides swore that the other side started the fight first, and that it was their fault. So, they started a messy fight, and for some reason, the fight became bigger and bigger. The leader of the soldiers said, "Gathering people to cause trouble, they will be severely punished. Wear shackles as an example to the public, and do not do it again." After he finished speaking, he retreated. In the next moment, many people began to throw vegetable leaves and rotten eggs at this group of Yong men. Several older people bowed in all directions and said, "We're sorry, everyone, we're sorry. Please be lenient, be lenient." Although Xiao Yan felt that they were making a mountain out of a molehill and extremely ridiculous, he could more or less understand. He said, "So, did they steal it? Did they find the dog?" Feng Xian shook his head and said, "Who knows? After eating the bones and dumping them, who would be able to find it? But looking at their expressions, I don't think they stole it." However, they were soldiers of the imperial city, and the judgment was naturally biased towards the people of the imperial city. Regardless of whether it was stolen or not, if a fight broke out, the people of Yong would definitely be in the wrong. Especially since the men of the imperial city loved to have fun and were not as good at fighting as the men of Yong. It seemed that they had been beaten up badly by outsiders this time, and they had lost a lot of face. Xiao Yan shook his head and swept his eyes across. Suddenly, he discovered that among the row of Yong men, there was a youth with his head lowered in the middle. He looked very familiar. It was the youth who buried his child in the small forest, Lang Ying. Xiao Yan was immediately startled. At this moment, someone nearby complained, "Why do I feel that there are more and more people of Yong in the imperial city these few months? They even dared to beat people up today. Don't tell me all of them are coming over." A man who looked like a merchant waved his hands randomly and said, "His Majesty the King will not allow it. My house was stolen by Yong people a few days ago. If they all come over, what would happen?" Hearing this, Lang Ying, who had been letting the leaves rain down on his head, suddenly raised his head and said, "Did you see that?" That merchant didn't expect this person to actually talk to him, so he casually replied, "What?" Lang Ying said, "Yong and people stole things from your house. Did you see it with your own eyes?" That merchant said, "I didn't see it with my own eyes, but everything was fine before. It was only after you guys came that it was suddenly stolen. Don't tell me you guys have nothing to do with it." Lang Ying nodded and said, "So that's how it is. I understand now. Before we came, you guys were the ones who stole things. After we came, the ones who stole things were all us." Before he finished speaking, a rotten persimmon flew over and smashed into the side of his mouth. It was as if he had vomited a large flower of blood. That merchant burst out laughing. Lang Ying's gaze was indifferent, so he shut his mouth and didn't say anything else. Xia Lian melted the sharp stones that were thrown at them, so that this group of Yong and youths wouldn't have their heads broken and bleeding. This public display continued until the evening. The surrounding commoners gradually dispersed, and the soldiers felt that it was enough. Only then did they arrogantly open the shackles and warn them not to cause trouble in the future. Otherwise, they wouldn't let them off lightly and so on. Several of the older people kept bowing and nodding, smiling apologetically as they promised that they wouldn't do it again. However, Lang Ying's expression was calm as he walked away, minding his own business. Xia Lian saw that he was walking alone, so he seized the opportunity and flashed out from behind a tree, blocking the youth's path. The moment he flashed out, the youth's gaze turned cold. In an instant, it seemed as if he wanted to reach out and grab Xia Lian's throat. In a split second, after he clearly saw who it was, he retracted his hand that had yet to reach out and said, "It's you." Xia Lian had transformed into the form of that little Taoist priest. He was slightly startled by Lang Ying's hand that hadn't reached out and thought to himself, "This person's skills are quite amazing." He then said, "I gave you that bead, so why didn't you take it back to Yongpan?" Lang Ying looked at him and said, "My son is here. I'm also here." Pausing, he took out the coral bead from his belt and said, "Do you want to take this back? I'll give it to you." The hand that he used to hand over the bead still had a bruise from wearing the shackles. After a moment of silence, Xia Lian didn't take it and said, "Let's go back. It's raining in the Bay of Children today." He pointed to the sky and said, "Tomorrow. It will also rain. I promise, it will definitely rain." However, Lang Ying shook his head and said, "Regardless of whether it rains or not, we can't go back." Looking at his departing back, Xia Lian stared blankly for a moment, only feeling endless worries. Before he ascended, it seemed like he didn't have any worries at all. Whatever he wanted to do, he would be able to accomplish it. Who knew that after he ascended, it was as if he was suddenly surrounded by endless worries. He had other people's worries, and he also had his own worries. To do one thing, it was so difficult. He was stretched too thin, and he didn't have the strength to do it. Xia Lian sighed and also turned around to leave. He returned to the Crown Prince's palace to deal with those believers' wishes that had accumulated for many days. However, he wasn't the most worried person. The king was. The Xianlu Emperor's worries had become reality. These 500 or so yeoman people were just the beginning. Xia Lian borrowed the Rain Master's hat and frequently traveled between the north and south, relying on his own strength to make the rain fall. Every time it rained, it would consume at least 5 to 6 days of time and a large amount of magical power. If it wasn't for him, perhaps no one else would be able to endure this kind of running back and forth. Of course, Junwu was an exception. However, the Divine Martial Heavenly Emperor's territory was much larger than his. The amount of believers and territory he needed to expend energy on was far greater than the Xianlu Emperor's. How could he ask Junwu to be distracted by this? Moreover, he could only nourish a small part of Yong-en's land at a time. Moreover, it wouldn't last long. Although it could alleviate the problem, it couldn't be cured. Thus, after a month, the people of Yong'an officially began to migrate to the east. Originally, it was a few dozen people in a group. Now, it was hundreds, thousands, and large groups of people, converging into a river. After another month, the Xianlu emperor issued an order, in view of the continuous disputes and frequent fights, in order to maintain the stability of the imperial city. From today onwards, the people of Yong'an who were scattered in the Xianlu capital must all withdraw from the imperial city. Each person was given a certain amount of travel expenses to settle in other towns. Chapter 76. Open the gate. Let us in. The soldiers retreated into the city, the heavy gate closed. The people who had been expelled by the soldiers surged back like a black tide, slapping against the gate. The soldiers on the city gate tower roared, "Retreat! Retreat! Those who have received their travel expenses can go on the road. Go east, don't stay." However, these Yong'an people left their hometown and fled the wilderness, to the imperial city closest to them. The gates of the imperial city were closed to them. If they wanted to live, they had to go around the imperial city and take a longer way to the city further east. But all the way here it was already extremely difficult and dangerous, with countless casualties. How could they still have the strength to continue forward? Even if everyone was given some travel expenses, water and dry rations, how many days could they last on the road? They were all covered in dust, some dragging pots and pans, some carrying dolls, some carrying stretchers, some supporting, some lying down. They could no longer walk, sitting on the ground in front of the city wall. The young men still had the strength to be angry. They hammered the city gate and shouted, "You can't do this. You want us to die. We are all Xianlu people, do you have to be so ruthless?" A man shouted until his voice was hoarse, "It's fine if you chase us out, I won't go in, but let my wife and children stay, okay?" Like an ant trying to shake a tree, the city gate did not move at all. Xiao Lian stood on top of the city tower. His white clothes fluttered as he crossed the parapet and looked down. Outside the imperial city, all he could see were slowly squirming human heads. They were black and dense, very much like the ant swarms he saw when he was playing in the imperial garden when he was a child. At that time, out of curiosity, he took a few more glances and stretched out a finger, wanting to secretly poke it. Immediately, a palace servant shouted, "Your Highness, this thing is so dirty, you can't touch it, you can't touch it." She lifted her skirt and rushed over, crushing the ants with a few steps. When the ants were alive, other than being densely packed, there was nothing to see. When they were trampled to death and turned into a pile of mud, there was nothing to see. Inside the imperial city, tens of thousands of homes were brightly lit and music could be heard. A city wall separated two completely different worlds. It was one thing for the Yong'an people who came later to not be able to enter, but those who were originally inside had to be chased out. Although they were cold and hard, Xiao Lian roughly knew that this was because in the past few months, there had been more and more friction between the people of the imperial city and the people of Yong'an. Leaving a group of such men in the city, they were afraid that if they worked together, they would cause trouble. However, there was one point that he felt could still be discussed. He asked absent-mindedly, "Why do women and children have to be evacuated as well? Some of them won't be able to go far." Feng Xian and Mu Qing stood behind him. Mu Qing said, "If we want to retreat, we must retreat together. One should not worry about scarcity, but about unevenness. One should not discriminate, otherwise it would be hard to avoid provoking others." "Why can they stay, but I can't?" Feng Xian said, "You think too much." Mu Qing said indifferently, "There will always be people who think that way. Moreover, if his wife and children hadn't left, those men wouldn't be willing to go too far away. They would come back sooner or later. Leaving people in the city is akin to leaving behind future troubles." These Yong'an people weren't willing to leave, and the soldiers in the city tower couldn't leave either. They all said, "Let's just waste time like this." Since His Majesty had given the order, did they think that sitting here and wasting time would be of any use? If it took a day or two, could it take a month or 2 years? The soldiers and commoners of the imperial city all thought so. Some of the yeoman people accepted their fate in despair and decided to gamble and continue eastward. However, there weren't many of them. Most of them were still sitting at the city gates, hoping that the imperial city would open the gates to let them in. At least, they would be given a place to rest before continuing on their journey. More and more yeoman people came. Although they were very disappointed to see that the city gates were tightly shut, seeing that there were so many people guarding, they also joined the main group with anticipation. Thus, after 3 or 4 days, more and more people gathered at the city gates. Tens of thousands of people practically set up camp here, forming a spectacular spectacle. They relied on the water and dry rations distributed by the emperor to barely hold on, but they were almost at their limit. This limit was reached on the 5th day. In these 5 days, Xie Lian divided his food into 3 portions every day. 1 portion was used for the followers of the Crown Prince Hall, 1 portion was used to arrange for the water and rain, and 1 portion was used to take care of the commoners of Yong and outside the city. Even with Feng Xian and Mu Qing's help, there were times when he felt overwhelmed and powerless. On this day, when he wasn't guarding outside the city, under the scorching sun, a scream suddenly rang out in front of the city gates. The scream came from a husband and wife who were carrying a child. Everyone surrounded them and asked, "What's wrong with this child? Is he hungry or thirsty?" After a moment, they exclaimed, "Everyone, bring some water over, this child's face can't be looked at." The wife cried as she fed water to the red-faced child, but all the water was spat out. His father said, "I don't know what's going on, he's sick, doctor, we need a doctor." He carried his son and rushed to the city gates, banging on the gates, open the gates and save someone. Someone is going to die, my son is going to die." The soldiers inside the gates naturally didn't dare to open the gates. Regardless of whether someone was really going to die or not, there were tens of thousands of people outside the gates. Once the gates were opened, they wouldn't be able to close it again, so they could only report to their superiors. The weather was hot, and the soldiers who had been guarding for a few days were a little impatient. They perfunctorily said, "Give him water and food." Thus, they used a rope to hang some water and food down. The man said, thank you all, but we don't need water and food. Can you help us find a doctor?" This made things difficult for them. They couldn't let him in to find a doctor, nor could they hang a doctor down for him. God knows what this group of starving people who had been starving for 4 to 5 days would do outside the door. Thus, a few generals said, "Forget it, don't worry about it, just ignore it, no one will die. If you ask again, just say that we've already reported to His Majesty." The monarch had been extremely vexed over the matter of Yongnan for the past few days, frequently getting angry. Naturally, no one dared to disturb him over such a small matter. A few soldiers answered accordingly, and the man felt at ease. He thanked the monarch profusely and knelt down to kowtow. However, hour after hour passed, and the shadow under the scorching sun moved from one side to the other. The doctor didn't appear for a long time, and the child in his arms was getting hotter and hotter. The couple's hands kept trembling as they carried the child. The man's head was covered in cold sweat as he muttered, "Is there anyone else coming? Are they still going to open the gates for me?" He finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted towards the top of the gate tower, "Generals, I'm sorry, I want to ask, where's the doctor?" The soldier replied, "We've already reported to His Majesty, please wait a little longer." A commoner below couldn't hold it in any longer, he said he went 4 hours ago, why isn't he back yet? The soldiers obeyed their superiors' instructions and ignored them after answering. The people below the walls were angry, helpless, and heartbroken. They surrounded the child and began to doubt, did they really report to His Majesty? Could they be lying to us? The child's father couldn't wait any longer. He made up his mind and tied the child on his back, giving a few instructions to his wife. The woman took off an amulet from her neck and wore it around her husband's neck. The man ran towards the city wall and tried to climb up. The outside of the city wall was extremely difficult to climb. He grabbed a few times but couldn't climb up. The rest of the men said, "Let me help you," and went over to help him. Dozens of people piled up like a human pyramid and sent him up to a height of about 10 feet. At this point, the man was barely able to grab the rope used to carry water and food and continued to climb. The tens of thousands of people below looked at him nervously and didn't dare to cheer for him for fear of being discovered. The soldiers on the gate tower had been guarding for a few days, and this group of Yong'an refugees didn't cause any big trouble, so they inevitably became a little relaxed. When the man had almost climbed halfway up the wall, they suddenly realized that there was a person on the wall and shouted, "What are you doing? Don't climb the wall. Those who climb the wall will be killed without mercy. Do you hear me? Those who climb the wall will be killed without mercy." They threatened. The man also said loudly, "I have no ill intentions. I just want to take the child to see a doctor, I won't do anything else." He shouted as he continued to climb. A general was originally eating, but when he heard about this, he became extremely angry. If this person climbed up safely and set a precedent, wouldn't there be countless Yong'an people who followed suit? He had to be stopped. Thus, he took large strides and shouted down from the wall, "Do you want to die? Go down immediately, if you don't go down, I won't forgive you." The man had already climbed to a very high place and was already halfway up. If he put in a bit more effort, he would be able to climb back up, so he naturally wouldn't stop. That general had always been a man of his word in the military camp. No one dared to disobey his orders. It was also very simple for anyone to disobey him. He came to the side of the wall and pulled out his sword. The rope was cut. The man held the broken rope and fell from midair. Amidst the screams of countless people, he fell heavily onto the hard ground outside the city gate. Xiao Yan appeared at this time. The man was carrying a child on his back. With a pa-ji sound, the child was crushed into a ball of exploding meat paste. A flower of blood sprayed several zhang. His neck was also broken. His eyes were wide open and a protective talisman fell from his twisted neck. In the middle were two words, Xian Lu, embroidered with golden thread. It was the blessed light protective talisman from the Crown Prince's palace. The moment before he climbed up, this man and his wife held on to the protective talisman and silently prayed for the Crown Prince's protection. Thus, Xiao Yan heard their prayers and rushed here. However, he wasn't the main character of those legendary novels. Every time, he would appear just before his sword was about to fall, saving people in the nick of time. The woman didn't have the courage to flip over her husband's corpse to see what had become of her son. She covered her face and screamed. Without even looking, she ran forward and hit the wall. With a dong sound, she fell down and stopped moving. Right in front of Xiao Yan, there were 3 more corpses at the bottom of the imperial city walls. Before he could react, the commoners outside the city gates couldn't take it anymore. Someone cursed, "Dead, a family of 3, all dead. Look, this is the good general who works for our king. He didn't save us and instead forced us onto the road to death. You don't let us in and you don't send us out. What do you want us to do? 3 bloody lives are waiting for you. They say that the people of Yong'an are leaving the imperial city. Why don't the rich people leave as well? Do we deserve to die because we don't have money or power? I've seen through it. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. The taxes that should have been collected every year are still there. Where did the disaster relief go? He would rather use the money to feed the worms to repair his son's temple than to help the victims. He only gives us some water and dry rations. Who do he think we are? A fatuous ruler, a fatuous ruler. The soldiers on the city walls shouted for him to stop. That general had seen all kinds of situations and didn't take it to heart. However, the situation was slowly getting out of control. Thousands of angry hands pushed against the city gates. Some people even used their heads and bodies to slam against the gates. This time, it wasn't an ant trying to shake a tree. The city gates moved. Even the entire city walls were faintly trembling. Xie Lian had never seen such a situation since he was born. All the people he had seen were friendly, happy, prosperous, and loving. These people with distorted faces and crying and shouting made him feel like he had come to a completely unfamiliar world. He couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Even when he faced the most terrifying demons and evil spirits, he had never felt this way. At this moment, an angry roar came from above the city walls. He suddenly turned around and saw a tall and thin figure grabbing the general who had cut the rope and caused the death of the 3 people below the city walls. With a crisp crack, the general's neck was broken. The soldiers didn't know how this person suddenly appeared. They turned pale with fright and shouted, "Who are you? How did you get up here?" Xie Lian quickly noticed the general's hands. They were already badly mutilated. This person had actually used a pair of bare hands to grab the city walls that didn't have a single crack and climbed up. And that figure turned around. It was indeed Lang Ying. Lang Ying, who was surrounded by the soldiers, didn't panic at all. He flipped over the parapet wall and threw the general's body down the city walls. He also stepped on the body, using it as a cushion, and jumped down. The moment before he jumped down, he looked straight at Xie Lian. But he wasn't looking at Xie Lian. Instead, he looked past him and saw the imperial palace in the center of the imperial city. Chapter 77. With the displaced people of Yong'an City. Wanting to fight against the army of Xianlu Imperial City. Was no different from hitting a stone with an egg, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, people who had no way out had the courage to hit a stone with an egg and a mantis trying to stop a chariot. After a commotion, tens of thousands of Yong'an people finally left the city gate, retreating a distance. Changing a place to set up camp. They just refused to leave. Walking on the road, they might die. Wasting time here would probably mean death. What was the difference? Relying on the food and water that the king had previously distributed. The bark, weeds, vegetable roots, insects, snakes, rats, and ants in the wild. As well as the resentment and unwillingness that had accumulated for many days. These people had an unimaginably tenacious vitality. They stubbornly endured it. A few days later, more than 1,000 people hurriedly gathered together with some hoes, rakes, stones, and branches, came back to fight. Although this battle was a mess, it was a crushing defeat. More than half of the more than 1,000 people were dead or injured. But it was not for nothing. Lang Ying rushed into the city tower alone, carrying a few large bags of rice and a few bundles of weapons back. Although he was heavily injured. On the contrary, it aroused the fighting spirit of a group of desperados. At this time, their nature was closer to that of bandits. Once, twice, 3 times. The soldiers of Xianlu discovered that this group of bandits were rapidly improving. The scattered attackers, who had no experience before, gradually found their way. The people who came were more and more difficult to deal with, and the number of people who went back increased. There was also a new wave of disaster victims who heard the news and joined them, strengthening their team. The Xianlu nation was in an uproar over how to deal with these bandits. After 5 or 6 such absurd battles, Xie Lian could no longer watch from the sidelines. He hadn't gone to the heavenly court to report for many days. This time, when he returned to the immortal capital, he silently went straight to the divine martial palace. When he rushed in, Junwu was sitting at the head. A group of heavenly officials were bowing their heads and listening to orders, as if they were discussing important matters. If it was in the past, Xie Lian would have chosen another day to visit, but now, he couldn't wait any longer. He went straight to the point and said, "Emperor, I want to return to the human world." All the heavenly officials were startled and immediately covered their mouths, not wanting to reveal too much of their emotions. Junwu pondered for a moment before standing up from his throne. In a warm voice, he said, "Xian Lu, I roughly know what happened. However, you must first calm down." Xiao Yan said, "Di Jun, I didn't come here to inquire, but to inform. My people are in dire straits, please forgive me for not being able to remain calm." Junwu said, "Everything in the world has its own destiny. Do you know that if you go down there, you will be breaking the rules?" Xiao Yan said, "If it's against the rules, then it's against the rules." Hearing this, the expressions of all the heavenly officials changed. There had never been a divine priest who dared to say these words in such a righteous and powerful manner. Even if Junwu favored this Xian Lu crown prince who had ascended at such a young age, he was still too bold. Then, Xiao Yan bowed and said, "Please give me a way out and give me some time. Since the war has already started, casualties are unavoidable. However, if I can pacify this war, let the least number of people die, and control the situation to the smallest extent possible, after the war is over, I will definitely voluntarily come back to ask for forgiveness. At that time, I will be at your disposal. Whether it is to suppress me under the mountain for 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years. I will absolutely not regret it." After saying this, he maintained his bowed posture and retreated out of the palace hall. Junwu said, "Xian Lu." Xiao Yan's footsteps paused. Junwu looked at him and sighed, "You can't save everyone." Xiao Yan slowly straightened his body and said, "Whether or not I can save everyone, I will only know the answer after I try. Even if the heavens say that I must die, as long as that sword doesn't pierce through my heart, nailing me to the ground and making me unable to move, I will still be alive. I will still struggle to the end with my last breath." This time, when he returned to the human world, it was different from the previous times. Xiao Yan felt that something had been left behind. It was a little relaxed, but also a little heavy. His first step was to impatiently return to the imperial palace. The king and empress were in the imperial study, their expressions heavy and tired as they whispered to each other. Xiao Yan arrived outside the door. He was slightly nervous for a moment before he calmed down. Lifting the curtain, he walked in and said, "Imperial father." The king and empress both turned their heads, both stunned. After a short while, the empress was the first to stand up. Overjoyed, she said, "My son." She stretched out her hands and came over to greet him. Xiao Yan supported her. But before his smile faded, he suddenly saw the king's face sink. He said, "Why did you come down?" The smile on Xiao Yan's face stiffened. Previously in the imperial palace, when he heard his parents talking behind his back, Xiao Yan felt that his father still missed him. He didn't seem to have many opinions about him like he did on the surface. Originally, he thought that with his return, the king would at least show some happiness. If that was the case, his attitude would definitely soften. Who knew that the king would have such a reaction? Xiao Yan's anger rose as he solemnly said, "Why did I come down? Isn't it all because of you? For Yong and to have today's chaos, you should ask yourself honestly, don't you also have a certain degree of responsibility?" The king's expression greatly changed as he sternly said, "My responsibility? Is this what you should be saying to me?" He was actually so angry that he didn't even pay attention to how he called himself. The empress said with tears in her eyes, "It's already like this, why are you still arguing?" Xiao Yan said, "I'm not arguing, I'm being reasonable. Even if you are the king, even if you are my imperial father, if you have a responsibility, why can't I say it? Why don't you do your best to provide disaster relief? Even if the disaster relief funds were swallowed layer by layer, why don't you punish the corrupt officials? If you acted swiftly and decisively, catching and dealing with one by one, who would dare to be greedy? Wouldn't the situation be better than it is now?" The veins on the king's forehead bulged. He slammed the table and said, "Shut up. Do you think the national treasury is a bottomless pit? Fill whatever gap there is. Catching and dealing with one by one. If it was that easy, then with a single order from the king, you could immediately see results and act swiftly and decisively. Then why haven't corrupt officials been eradicated? What do you know, ignorant child? Talk to me about governing the country." Xiao Yan said, "Fine, I don't understand. Then even if the imperial city has no place for the victims, it is inevitable that they will withdraw. But why don't you give these victims some travel expenses? Why didn't you pacify them and send troops to escort them to the east?" The king glared angrily at the sky and said, "Scram. Get lost. Go back to the sky. Just looking at you annoys me. Do not appear again." Xiao Yan's heart was filled with hot blood. When he saw his parents for the first time, he heard his father telling him to scram back to the sky. Without saying a word, he bowed to him and retreated. The empress chased after him and pulled him back. "My son." Xiao Yan warmly said, "Imperial mother, don't worry. I'm just going to the capital to take a look at the current situation." The empress shook her head and said, "My son, I don't understand these national affairs, but I understand your father. Over the years, I've seen how he's become a monarch. You can think that he didn't do a good job. Sometimes I feel the same way too. I just don't want to say it. But don't say that in front of him. He is your father after all. If you say that he doesn't have a good heart to his face, it will really hurt his feelings." Xiao Yan wanted to say something but hesitated. The empress said, "Although you are the crown prince, you have never been a king. Governing a country is different from cultivating the Tao. When you first entered the Emperor Polarity Temple, the imperial preceptor said that cultivating the Tao is only about one's heart. Is that what he said?" Xiao Yan slowly nodded. The empress held his hand and said, "But, there are many things in this world. It is useless to put your heart into it. You also need to be capable. Not only you, but your subordinates also need to be capable. Not only do they need to be capable, but they also need to be of the same mind as you." Xiao Yan was silent. After a long time, he said, "Isn't the national treasury very deflated? I don't need temples. Tell him not to build so many temples for me. Those golden statues, destroy them all." The empress said helplessly, "You child. Of course, your father has his own selfish motives in building temples. He wants to give you good things and wants you to be glorious in the sky. But do you know how many of the 8,000 monasteries were truly built by your father? You don't know, right?" Xiao Yan really didn't know. He thought for a while and said, "Half." The empress said, "If your father really used the money in the national treasury to build over 4,000 crown prince palaces, before the people of Yongnan could make a ruckus, the imperial city would first. Since the national treasury is empty, where did all the money come from? Your father only built around 20 temples. Others followed his wind and also built a nest of them. They wanted to curry favor with him, to curry favor with you. Do these things also count on him?" Xiao Yan said, The empress said in a low voice, "Your father didn't do well enough, but he did his best. However, in this world, just doing one's best isn't enough." Pausing, she then said, "Right now, you feel pity for those people of Yongnan, so you blame your father. But they are all his people. Don't tell me we are the ones bullying them. Actually." Halfway through, the king angrily shouted from inside the imperial study, "Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Tell him to hurry up and scram back to the sky." The empress turned her head and sighed, "My son, you, don't come down. You should go back." After leaving the imperial palace, Xiao Yan walked along an alley on the side of Shenwu Street. Coincidentally, Feng Xian and Mu Qing rushed over. When Mu Qing arrived, he said in disbelief, "Your Highness. You invited yourself to descend to the mortal world. You went to Shenwu Palace Hall and told the emperor. Xia Lian said, yes. Mu Qing asked, why didn't you tell me first? Feng Xian felt strange. What do you mean? Does your highness need to tell others what he wants to do? Mu Qing, on the other hand, somewhat forgot himself and said, why not? We are his people. Right now, we are bound together with him. His every move and action is closely related to our situation. What's wrong with me wanting to know what he plans to do? Feng Xian said, whatever his highness does, don't we have to follow? Whatever he wants to do, whether it's up in the sky or down on the ground, he has his own ideas. What are you afraid of? You. Mu Qing said, I'm not afraid. I'm just. Xia Lian waved his hand. Enough. Don't quarrel. Feng Xian and Mu Qing immediately shut up. At this moment, a procession passed through the main street. Thousands of commoners loudly shouted, if Yong'an is not eliminated, there will be no peaceful days in the country. Chaotic country's malignant tumor, bullying people intolerably. The people of Xianlu had never been so aggressive towards anything before. Furthermore, they were even carrying out such a grand and spectacular procession. Xia Lian couldn't help but feel strange. On the other hand, Feng Xian frowned and said, why is there a woman among them? Sure enough, within the procession, there was a young girl charging at the very front. That young girl's figure was slender and elegant. Her skin was snow white, and her eyes were bright black. Her cheeks were crimson red, but it wasn't from embarrassment. Rather, it was from anger. Mu Qing had already adjusted his mood and coldly said, does your highness not recognize her? Xia Lian replied, I don't. However, Feng Xian frowned and said, she seems a bit familiar. Mu Qing replied, that's one of the sources. Xia Lian asked, what source? Mu Qing replied, the source of irreconcilable hostility. Previously, because there were more and more people from Yong'an in the imperial city, some of them didn't stay together and wandered around causing trouble. The imperial court was discussing the matter of banishment, and the news had long since spread out. There was a person from Yong'an who wanted to stay. He didn't want to leave, so he took a risk out of desperation. One night, he snuck into a rich family and kidnapped their daughter. When he said this, Xia Lian still hadn't reacted yet. If he didn't want to leave, why would he kidnap a rich family's daughter? Mu Qing glanced at him and said, he wanted to marry her. However, if he didn't rely on kidnapping, there wouldn't be a daughter from a rich family in the imperial city willing to marry a person from Yong'an. He didn't say it clearly, but Xia Lian understood. He had never thought that it could actually be like this, that there would actually be such a person in this world, that such a thing would actually happen. He suddenly felt an urge to vomit. Feng Xian cursed on the spot and said, disgusting. At this moment, a group of ants and old women hurriedly rushed over. They bent their waists like monkeys, wanting to pull that young girl down. It seemed like she had taken advantage of the fact that her family wasn't paying attention to her and ran out on her own. That young girl didn't comply and said, what are you afraid of? What do I have to be ashamed of? It's not like it's my fault. Feng Xian curiously said, this girl's temper is actually quite fierce. Mu Qing said, yes. Unfortunately, her family isn't just any ordinary family. Her father is an important official in the court and her mother's family is a wealthy merchant in the imperial city. She wasn't willing to suffer such a loss, and it was even more impossible for her to marry someone just for the sake of face. She first killed that person from Yong'an. Not long after, all the wealthy merchants and famous people in the city jointly submitted a petition, listing the crimes that the people from Yong'an had committed since they entered the city. They earnestly requested His Majesty to imprison all of these people and punish them severely. Not to mention the stance of the officials. After a pause, he lightly said, I heard that this girl's father had once wanted to send her into the palace to fight for the position of crown princess. Your Highness should have seen her a few times in the past, but you actually didn't recognize her. Xiao Yan finally discovered that everything was much more complicated than he had imagined. The people outside and inside the city had long since become irreconcilable. The subjects and people were all enraged and hated that they couldn't wipe them all out in one fell swoop. If the king's decision was still biased towards the people from Yong'an, wouldn't that be slapping his own people's faces? In the end, he decided to allocate a sum of money from the dried-up national treasury to give them travel expenses. Although it looked quite shabby, it would probably still cause a large number of people to be dissatisfied. What was more terrifying than the dissatisfaction of the enemy was the dissatisfaction of one's own subjects. Although they were originally all the subjects of Xian Lu, now, there were probably not many people who thought so. He was high and aloof and didn't know about the affairs of the human world for a long time, but his father was still in the human world. As the ruler of a country, he had to use money, he had to use people, his position, the pressure he had to endure, and the people and matters he had to balance. How could he be the same as him? Just like how the people from Yong'an occupied land in the imperial city, made noise, stole, and so on, to a martial god who lived in a temple, these were probably all small matters. They weren't worth getting angry over, so he could endure it and it would pass. However, to the people of the imperial city, it was a real, unforgettable, unbearable torture, and a crisis that could erupt at any time. Xiao Yan couldn't help but think that the king's sideburns were even whiter than before. Xiao Yan couldn't help but think that the king's sideburns were even whiter than before. The last time he said he wanted to dye it, he probably didn't have the energy to do so anymore. When he was young, he firmly believed that his father was the greatest ruler in the world. The older he grew, the more he realized that this wasn't the case. Although his father was the king, he couldn't be said to be incomparably wise. Sometimes, he was a little inflexible and often made mistakes. Taking away his incomparably noble identity, he was just a normal person. The more he understood, the more disappointed he became. The king sensed his disappointment, so he couldn't tolerate every disapproving look from him, words that he didn't approve of. What he couldn't tolerate the most was being seen by him as a failure. There wasn't a father in the world that would want his son to see his failure. Fathers all hoped that in front of their sons, they would always be tall and strong. Yet, he appeared at this time and reprimanded his father, "You did so badly. So badly that I could only come down and help you save the situation," whether it was as the king or as a father. How could he feel good after hearing this? In the end, that young girl was dragged back by her family's servants in a flurry. The rest of the people continued to march, waving flags and shouting war cries. There was only one thing they were shouting: kill. Start the war. Let the people of Yong'an outside the city get it. After a long while, Mu Qing said, "Your Highness, you should apologize to the king and go back. Now that things have reached this stage, you have lost the right time, the right place, and the right people." Just like what Jun Wu said to Xiao Yan in the Divine Martial Hall, everything in the world has its own destiny. This sentence, wasn't it telling him, your Xian Lu country's fate has come to an end, so let it be? Even the Empress and his mother yearned day and night to see him. But when they really saw him, they tearfully told him to go back and not care about it anymore. How could Xiao Yan not know that they didn't want him to face this crisis? They would rather him be a bystander and live his own life. But, how could this be possible? Xiao Yan said in a low voice, "It won't happen." Chapter 78. Behind him, Feng Xian and Mu Qing were both shocked, "Your Highness." He immediately rushed out. They immediately rushed out to protect him. However, all the commoners on Shenwu Street had already seen the white-clothed youth in the middle of the street in front of them. After a moment of chaos, the procession regrouped. Thousands of people surrounded Xiao Yan. The first person asked uncertainly, Are you His Highness the Crown Prince?" The second person hesitated, "Didn't they say that His Highness the Crown Prince has ascended and is no longer immortal? Why is he here?" The third person shouted, "It's him. 3 years ago, during the heaven traveling ceremony, I saw it with my own eyes. It's His Highness the Crown Prince." More and more people recognized the martial god they worshipped day and night. Xiao Yan slowly said, "It's me. I'm back." Thus, the people went crazy. A deity has descended. This is a living deity descending. A deity has descended. It must be because he can't bear to see us being bullied by thieves. His Highness came down. Immediately, someone asked with hope, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, will you lead us to defeat the Yong'an people?" "Definitely, right? It must be like this." After a pause, Xiao Yan calmly said, "I'm back. To protect Xianlu country, to protect my people." Feng Xian and Mu Qing, who were beside him, heard these words. They didn't dare to confirm what it meant. However, the hot-blooded citizens understood the meaning of this sentence wishfully. Xiao Yan had his own thoughts, and his heart beat faster and faster. He gritted his teeth. "Believe me." He clenched his fists and said, "Your faith will give me even more power. With this power I will protect Xianlu and protect the common people with my life. Please believe me." The people were waiting for this moment, for his guarantee. They immediately cheered and worshipped the crown prince in the center, saying, "We pledge our lives to follow you. Follow His Highness. Protect Xianlu." When the people of the imperial city heard of the god descending to the mortal world, they all rushed out from the streets and alleys just to witness this miracle that had not been seen in 1,000 years. Even the imperial city guards who had rushed over after hearing the news did not dare to be presumptuous and joined in the ranks of the worshippers. The three of them were stuck in the middle of the main street, unable to move even an inch. Feng Xian and Mu Qing had no choice but to try their best to maintain order. They shouted, "Don't push, don't push." However, it didn't have much effect. Everyone wanted to squeeze to the place closest to the crown prince and touch the corner of the clothes of this god who had come from the heavens. It was as if they had been blessed. In the end, the monarch in the palace was alerted, and he sent out a few generals and fully armed soldiers to drive away the fanatical crowd. After everyone had dispersed, Xiao Yan saw something on the dusty ground. He walked over and bent down to pick it up. It was a flower. After being trampled by so many people, it was almost ground into the color of mud. There were only a few remaining petals that showed a bit of their original whiteness. That faint fragrance didn't stay the same, and after a while, it dissipated. After thinking things through, when Xiao Yan returned to the palace this time, his attitude towards the monarch was much softer. As a result, the monarch's expression towards him also eased a lot. The father and son both took a step back, and it could be considered a temporary peace. As for the state preceptor, he seemed to have long expected that Xiao Yan would come down, so he didn't say anything. Xiao Yan used to think that when the country was of one heart, everyone would listen to the monarch in the face of a major event. This was a matter of course. However, when he truly sat down and participated, he personally experienced how troublesome the position of monarch was. The ministers of a single dynasty would unexpectedly be divided into many small factions. Each faction had their own plans, and when it came to deciding on a major event, they could argue endlessly for 7 days. Every person and faction claimed that they were doing this for the country and the people, but in reality, they might not necessarily think this way. As for the people of Yong'an who were stationed outside the city and officially planned to oppose the monarch, their opinions were slow to reach a consensus. Some people advocated directly sending troops to annihilate them. If there weren't enough reasons, then they could make up a few more charges. Some people didn't. The chaos of Yong'an began with a natural disaster and erupted with a man-made disaster. That family of 3 who fell to their death at the gates of the imperial city was truly a bad prelude. If it weren't for the fact that the general who cut the rope had his neck broken by Lang Ying, he would have been heavily punished when he returned. To put it bluntly, no matter how complicated the inside was, no matter how many reasons there were, on the surface, this matter appeared to be an official forcing the people to rebel. Since the matter had already reached this point and caused an uproar, forcefully pinning charges on them would only arouse more disgust. No matter what reason they made up, it wouldn't be able to hide it from the people. If they sent troops to annihilate them, it would clearly show that they were a tyrannical monarch and couldn't be called a benevolent and righteous teacher. Preventing the people's mouths was more important than preventing a river. Once a cruel reputation was left behind, not only would it not be able to convince the people, it would also cause trouble in the nearby countries under the banner of enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Thinking about it from another perspective, what did these people of Yongnan have to be afraid of? They were holed up in the wilderness, without food or weapons. How long could they cause trouble? Thus, in the end, the one who held the upper hand was the latter opinion. If the people of Yongnan dared to invade, they would kill them every time they came. If they didn't, then they would be left to fend for themselves. There was no need for Xian Lu to waste a single soldier. As they fought, they would exhaust themselves. As a martial god, Xiao Yan naturally had to display his usefulness on the battlefield. Thus, the army vigorously advocated, the side with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is the side of justice. The army with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is the army of the gods. In a short period of time, a large number of young men enthusiastically joined the army. In a short few months, the number of people in Xian Li's army increased dramatically. With such a large movement, Yong'an's side also seemed to have received the news. Originally, their activities could still be considered frequent. Small groups of people suddenly became silent, as if they were afraid of something. They were secretly accumulating strength, causing the officers and soldiers of Xian Lu to become extremely nervous. They spared no effort in describing to Xiao Yan how frightening Lang Ying, who always charged at the forefront, was. Hearing this name, Xiao Yan would always feel slightly complicated when he thought of his child's corpse that day. 2 months later, the people of Yongnan, who had calmed down for a period of time, finally launched another attack. For this battle, Xiao Yan only brought a light sword into battle. He didn't even wear any armor. In less than an hour, the battle was over. Amidst the overwhelming stench of blood, the remaining soldiers of Yongnan threw away their armor and madly retreated. The soldiers of Xian Lu didn't even have time to react before they saw bodies lying all around them. Not a single enemy was still standing. As for their Royal Highness the Crown Prince, he slowly sheathed his sword. Not even a corner of his clothes was dirted. After a long time, they finally confirmed their side's overwhelming victory. They jumped up, raised their swords to the sky, and shouted to their heart's content. That night, the officers and soldiers of Xian Lu held a celebratory feast on the city walls. It had been a long time since the soldiers had felt so proud and elated. They cheered and jumped for joy, raising their cups to praise His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Xiao Yan, however, pushed away all the wine and went to a corner of the city wall to sober up. He clearly hadn't drunk a single cup of wine, yet he could feel his face heating up. His face was flushed red, and his fingertips were still trembling slightly. This was the first time in Xiao Yan's life that he had killed someone. The first time, he had killed over 1,000 people. Ants. In his mind, these 2 words repeatedly appeared. In front of his strength, mortals couldn't even withstand a single blow. No one could even withstand a light grip of his. Taking away other people's lives was so easy. It was just like how the palace maids had trampled those ants to death. This caused him to lose all reverence in his heart when he brandished his sword. Xiao Yan leaned against the parapet wall and took a few deep breaths. He shook his head to get rid of those noises, and then he stared at the sparks of fire in the distance. Not long after, the sound of 2 footsteps approached. He didn't need to turn his head to know who was coming. Xiao Yan said, "Aren't you guys going to drink some wine to celebrate?" Mu Qing snorted and said, "What's there to drink? The situation isn't looking good." Hearing this, Xiao Yan turned around and said, "You guys can see it too. It really wasn't looking good." Although they had won this battle, in reality, the attack this time was stronger than any previous attack by the people of Yong'an. Not only did they have more people, but their formation, weapons, and dispatch had all made a qualitative leap. There were even quite a few people who were equipped with armor. Although they were crude and shabby, they were already at the scale of a regular army. It was hard to imagine that this was actually a group of grassroots bumpkins. Mu Qing folded his arms and frowned. An extremely difficult environment can indeed cause people to grow rapidly. However, no matter how difficult it is, resources won't appear out of thin air. Something isn't right. Feng Xian was even more direct and succinctly said, "They definitely have external help." Xiao Yan nodded his head. Mu Qing said, "I don't believe that these officers and soldiers didn't see it. However, they still celebrated all the same. It's all because you are here, and they feel that victory is certain." Xiao Yan didn't think much of this and said, "I won my first battle. It's good for them to be happy. I'll just treat it as a morale boost." Feng Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Highness, your complexion doesn't look too good. Are you still reigning on Yong'an's side?" Xiao Yan replied, Mu Qing's expression was one of unsurprised disapproval as he said, "Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but right now, reigning is already useless. That is a bottomless pit. Your Highness, even if Yong'an's drought could truly be alleviated, I'm afraid that the group of people outside the city won't retreat." Xiao Yan replied, "I know. However, the reason I'm reigning isn't to make this group of people retreat. It's just to prevent those people who are still in Yong'an from dying of thirst. This was my original goal, and it won't change because of anything." Feng Xian still wasn't completely at ease and asked, "Can you hold on?" Xiao Yan patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry. I have 8,000 temples, and I also have enough believers. Of course, there won't be any problems. However." His other hand wrapped around Mu Qing's shoulder and sighed. "Fortunately, I had the two of you to help me today. Thank you for accompanying me." On the battlefield today, his two attendants had suffered much more than him. They had killed until their bodies were covered in bloodstains. Feng Xian said, "There's no need to say these words again." Mu Qing made a vague "oh" sound. Xiao Yan used a bit of strength in his hand and pulled the relationship between the three of them closer. He sincerely said, "Not only today, I've always had to thank the two of you. I hope that the image of the three of us fighting side by side can be immortalized for generations to come." After a short while, Feng Xian burst into laughter. On the other hand, Mu Qing said in disbelief, "I find that you can always say some very righteously and confidently. This really is." He shook his head and said, "Forget it." The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth rose with great difficulty. He didn't laugh for long before his expression suddenly turned cold. "Who?" With a clang, Xiao Yan unsheathed his long sword. With a light flick, he picked out a black shadow from the corner of the parapet wall. That person had been hiding in this corner for a long time, holding his breath in concentration. Unexpectedly, he hadn't been discovered the entire time. Xiao Yan originally only wanted to use the tip of his sword to hang him up and scare him. Who would have thought that after killing so many people on the battlefield today, Xiao Yan's arm had been faintly trembling all this time, causing him to lose some of his strength. This one flick wasn't steady and he used too much strength, directly throwing that person out of the wall. Under the moonlight, in midair, the three of them could clearly see that this person was wearing the uniform of their own soldiers. His figure seemed to be that of a 15 or 16-year-old teenager. In the blink of an eye, he fell down and disappeared without a trace. Seeing that one of them was about to fall off the city gate tower, Xiao Yan thought in his heart that this wasn't good. Chapter 79. This leap of Xiao Yan's was indeed somewhat frightening. However, the two attendants naturally knew that this was nothing to him. Therefore, Mu Qing did not move, but Feng Xian still went to pull him. Xiao Yan used a bit of strength and lifted the little soldier up. The two of them landed on top of the city gate tower. Xiao Yan asked, "Whose soldier are you? Why are you hiding here?" The soldier's hands and head were wrapped in bandages. There were still some bloodstains on the bandages. It seemed that he had suffered many injuries. This was not surprising. Today's great battle. Many of the soldiers were injured and wrapped up like this. But he had been hiding in the shadows without making a sound, which was very suspicious. Mu Qing said, "Don't let it be Yong'an people's spy. Arrest them and interrogate them." Xiao Yan also had this suspicion. However, the imperial city was heavily guarded, so it was unlikely that the enemy would be able to sneak in. Unless it was Lang Ying alone, but this soldier was clearly still a half-grown child. At this time, Feng Xian asked curiously, "Your Highness, you don't remember this kid? He was always ahead of you during the day, the one at the front of the formation." Xiao Yan was startled. "Is that so?" In the middle of the day, he had no time to pay attention to anything else. He only knew that someone was raising a sword to kill him. He waved his sword and counterattacked. He didn't even pay attention to Feng Xian and Mu Qing, so why would he pay attention to the other soldiers? Feng Xian affirmed, "That's right. I remember this kid. His charge was quite fierce, as if he didn't care about his life." Hearing this, Xiao Yan carefully sized up the young soldier. The young man inexplicably stood up straight. He raised his head and puffed out his chest. He seemed to be a little stiff, but at the same time, he seemed to be standing in a military posture. Mu Qing said, "Even so, he shouldn't be hiding here sneakily. Who knows if he's here to peep or eavesdrop?" Although he said that, he had actually let down his guard. Because of the Xianlu army's vigorous promotion of the Army of Gods, the Mandate of Heaven, many youths had joined the army in order to follow Xiao Yan. Among them, there was no lack of youths of this age. Moreover, many of these youths were Xiao Yan's loyal worshippers. Ever since they were young, they had worshipped his divine statue and listened to His Highness the Crown Prince's good name. Wanting to stealthily approach His Highness the Crown Prince wasn't a rare occurrence. Xiao Yan said, "All right, it was just a false alarm." Towards the young soldier, he warmly said, "I must have scared you just now, I'm sorry." The young man showed no fear. He only stood up straighter and said, "Your Highness," unexpectedly. Before he could finish his words, a strange change occurred. Before the young soldier finished his sentence, he suddenly pounced towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan thought he wanted to launch a sneak attack, so he sidestepped and raised his hand to chop down. With his strength, this saber strike would undoubtedly kill the youth on the spot. Unexpectedly, he suddenly felt a chill crawling up his back. His hand suddenly changed direction halfway, and with a backhand movement, he intercepted an arrow that was shot at him from behind. It turned out that the young man had pounced on him because he had seen the cold light of the flying arrow in the air. Xiao Yan was originally standing with his back against the parapet wall. Now that he was attacked from behind, he was not the least bit afraid. Instead, he leaped onto the top of the parapet wall and looked down. In front of the city gate, there was a person standing alone in the distance. Because he was wearing dark clothes, he blended in with the night and was hard to detect. Feng Xian quickly arrived at Xiao Yan's side, drew his bow, and shot an arrow. However, that person had already calculated the distance and deliberately stood far away. When the arrow shot out, it attracted Xiao Yan's attention. Xiao Yan waved his hand, and without saying a word, he turned around and walked away. His retreat was extremely fast, and by that time, Feng Xian's arrow had already reached its limit. It was only a few inches behind Xiao Yan's foot. Feng Xian angrily hammered the city wall, causing dust and stones to rustle down. He said, "Who is that? Who else could it be?" Xiao Yan said, "Lang Ying." The Xianlu soldiers also discovered the abnormality. They loudly shouted and ran in all directions. However, out of vigilance, they didn't immediately give the order to open the city gates and give chase. Instead, they went to ask for instructions from their superiors. After Lang Ying finished shooting an arrow, he waved his hand and left. It was as if he had specifically come to say hello to Xiao Yan. Mu Qing frowned and said, "What did he come here for? To demonstrate his strength?" Feng Xian angrily said, "Today, Yong'an was utterly defeated. He only barely managed to escape from your highness. What's there to demonstrate?" However, Xiao Yan felt something else tied to the arrow. He removed it and brought it to the firelight to take a look. It was a piece of cloth that seemed to have been torn from a cyan-colored brocade robe. There were still traces of blood on the cloth. When he unfolded it to take a look, the character, Qi, was actually crookedly written on it. Xiao Yan immediately pinched the cloth and said, "Where's Qi Rong? Isn't Qi Rong in the imperial palace?" Feng Xian said to the soldiers beside him, "Quickly enter the city to confirm." All the soldiers hurriedly left. This was indeed the corner of the robe that Qi Rong loved to wear. Lang Ying was also famous for appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The possibility that Qi Rong had really been kidnapped by him wasn't small. Without further ado, Xiao Yan said, "I'll follow and take a look." Seeing that Feng Xian had also come over, he said, "You guys guard the city gates and don't move. Be careful of luring the tiger away from the mountain." Feng Xian slung his bow over his back and said, "You guys aren't bringing anyone." If Yong'an's side didn't launch a large-scale invasion first, Xiao Yan wasn't willing to let Xianlu take the initiative to send out troops. If Qi Rong fell into the enemy's hands, he could bring him back by himself. However, if he were to bring an entire army, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. There definitely wouldn't be just one or two people who would die. Right now, Xiao Yan still wanted to control this matter to the smallest extent possible. He said, "I won't. They still can't do anything to me." After he finished speaking, he lightly pressed his hand against the wall and jumped off the city gate tower. Lightly landing on the ground, he hurriedly chased in the direction that Lang Ying had retreated. After running for a while, he heard the sound of footsteps catching up from behind him. Turning around to look, he saw that it was actually that young soldier. Xiao Yan rushed towards him and said, "I don't need help. You can go back." That young man shook his head. Xiao Yan then said, "Go back." His footsteps quickened, and in an instant, he left that young man far behind. After running for 5 or 6 miles, he entered a mountaintop. This mountain wasn't steep and was more like a slope. Therefore, it was also called the back slope. According to reports, after Yong'an's people retreated, the majority of the troops and civilians had holed up here. The vegetation on the back slope was dense. At night, strange sounds could be heard from all directions in the pitch-black forest. It was as if there were countless living creatures lying in ambush, eyeing them covetously. Xiao Yan went deep into the mountain and held his breath as he searched for a long time. Suddenly, he saw a long human figure hanging from a tree in front of him. Focusing his eyes, he said, "Qi Rong." It was Qi Rong. He was hanging upside down from the tree. It seemed that he had been beaten up by someone and had fainted. Blood flowed from his nose, and one of his eyes was even bruised. Xiao Yan unsheathed his sword and cut the rope. Then, he caught the falling Qi Rong and patted his face. Qi Rong slowly woke up. As soon as he saw Xiao Yan, he shouted, "Cousin Crown Prince." Xiao Yan was just about to untie him when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Turning around, he saw Lang Ying holding a heavy sword with both hands and hacking towards him. The two of them exchanged a few moves before Xiao Yan knocked Lang Ying's sword out of his hand. Xiao Yan kicked Lang Ying's calf, tripping Lang Ying. Then, he pressed the tip of his sword against Lang Ying's throat, ending the fight. Xia Lian said, "You know you're not my opponent. Stop fighting." Today, they had fought on the battlefield. Anyone who rushed towards Xia Lian had been killed by Xia Lian. Only Lang Ying had survived after receiving a direct hit from Xia Lian's sword. Now, he had dragged his injured body back. Anyone could see that Lang Ying was the leader of this group of Yong'an's people. Xia Lian telling him to stop fighting naturally meant more than one thing. Xia Lian said, "As long as you don't take the initiative to invade, I guarantee that the soldiers of the imperial city will never attack you. Take water and food and leave." Lang Ying lay on the ground, staring straight at him. That gaze made people's hair stand on end. He said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, do you think what you did was right?" Xia Lian's expression stiffened. On the side, Qi Rong scolded, "Nonsense. Do you know what kind of person Cousin Crown Prince is? He's a god in heaven. If he's not right, then could it be that you, this group of traitorous dog thieves, are right?" Xia Lian shouted, "Qi Rong, shut up." He couldn't answer Lang Ying's question. In his heart, he actually felt that what he did was wrong. However, this was the best method he could think of. If he didn't protect Xian Lu and resist the invasion, could he let the Yong'an's rebels attack again and again? Could he even let them kill their way into the imperial city? If one or two people raised their swords and rushed at him, he could stop when the time was right and knock them out. However, on the battlefield, swords were merciless. He couldn't possibly have the energy to knock them out one by one. He could only stop thinking about it and swing his sword. Lang Ying's question just so happened to evoke that voice in his heart, "Do you think what you did was right?" Qi Rong wasn't as conflicted as him. He said, "What did I say wrong? Cousin, since you've come, then hurry up and kill this group of dog thieves. There are dozens of them against me." Normally, he was arrogant and domineering in the imperial city. Naturally, there were many Yong'an's people who hated him. Taking advantage of this opportunity to retaliate was nothing difficult. Of course, there were also many Xian Li's people who hated him. Xia Lian didn't have the time to pay attention to him right now. He said to Lang Ying, "What do you want? If it rains, Yong'an will still reign. If you want gold, I'll give you the gold statue. If you want food, I'll think of a way. However, don't provoke another war. Let's find a solution together. Let's go find a third option, okay?" Xia Lian couldn't help but blurt out these words. Lang Ying might not understand what a third option was, but he answered without hesitation, "I don't want anything. I also don't need anything. The only thing I want is for Xian Lu country to no longer exist in this world. I want it to disappear." His tone was flat, but his words made people tremble. After a while, Xia Lian said in a low voice, "If you want to bring people to attack, I can't just stand by and watch. You have no chance of winning. Even if the Yong'an's people who follow you die, you still want to do this?" Lang Ying said, "Yes." He answered so calmly, so resolutely. Xia Lian's joints cracked, but he had nothing to say. Lang Ying said word by word, "I know you're a god. It doesn't matter. Even if you're a god, don't think you can make me stop." Xia Lian knew that what Lang Ying said was true. Because the thing in his tone was something that Xia Lian couldn't be more familiar with. It was a person's determination to not look back. When he said to Jun Wu, "Even if the heavens want me to die," the determination in his words was exactly the same as Lang Ying's determination at this moment. Lang Ying's words were tantamount to an announcement that he would continue to call on the countless Yong'an's people to continue to attack without rest. Then, what Xia Lian should do now couldn't be any clearer. Xia Lian had always held his sword with one hand, but now he used both hands. Just as his hands trembled and was about to stab Lang Ying's throat, a strange crunch-crunch sound suddenly came from behind him, followed by a sudden sneer. A person had actually appeared behind him without a sound. Xie Lian was quite shocked. When he turned around to look, his eyes widened. The most likely person to appear at this time was the enemy's officers and soldiers. Perhaps countless swords were already aimed at him. But he didn't expect that the person behind him would be such a strange person. That person was wearing a deathly white mourning robe and had a deathly white mask on his face. Half of the mask's face was crying while the other half was smiling. It was extremely strange. He sat on a hanging vine between two large trees. The crunch-crunch sound came from him swinging the vine back and forth. It looked as if he was swinging on a swing. When he saw Xie Lian turn around, he raised both his hands and slowly clapped, "Pa, pa." At the same time, a sneer came from his mouth. Xie Lian inexplicably felt his blood run cold. He sternly asked, "What are you?" He used the word thing because his intuition told him that this person definitely wasn't a person. At this moment, Xie Lian suddenly felt something wrong with the sword in his hand. Qi Rong also shouted. When he turned his head to look, he saw that the ground in front of him had split open into a long pit. Lang Ying, who was originally lying on the ground, was actually swallowed by this crack. The surface of the earth quickly closed up. Xie Lian subconsciously stabbed his sword into the earth's core. When he felt that the tip of the sword only touched the earth and didn't pierce flesh, he finally reacted. He didn't know if he was regretful or happy that his sword didn't kill Lang Ying. At this time, that person in white once again let out a strange laugh. Xie Lian raised his hand and threw his sword at him. This sword flew like lightning. The long sword pierced through that person's body and nailed him to a tree. That person didn't make a sound and fell to the ground. Xie Lian rushed forward to check, but he only saw a pile of white clothes on the ground. The person wearing the clothes had disappeared into thin air. This person's appearance and disappearance were extremely strange. Xie Lian was shocked and didn't dare to be careless. He lifted Qi Rong with one hand and said, "Go." Qi Rong shouted, "Don't go. Cousin, set the mountain on fire, cousin. There are a lot of Yong'an people on this mountain. Those wicked people who are sitting at the city gate and refusing to leave are all hiding on the mountain. Quickly burn them all down." Xie Lian dragged him with one hand and walked for a while. He felt the yin energy around them getting heavier and heavier. It was as if countless eyes were watching the two of them. He said, "Didn't you see how strange that person was? It's not good to stay here for long." Qi Rong said, "So what if he was strange? You're a god. Are you still afraid of these little demons? If they dare come and get in the way, just kill them." Xie Lian said, "Let's go back first and talk." Seeing that he was being perfunctory and unwilling to burn the mountain, Qi Rong's eyes widened. He said, "Why? This group of people beat me to this state and want to oppose us. You heard it just now. He said he wanted to destroy Xianlu. He wants to destroy our country. Why don't you kill them all? Just like what you did on the battlefield today." Xie Lian's breathing stagnated. He angrily said, "Why do you always think about killing them all? Kill them all. Can civilians and soldiers be the same?" Qi Rong asked back, "What's the difference? Aren't we all people? Isn't it the same who we kill?" As if he had been poked at a sore spot, Xie Lian's blood surged up. "You." At this moment, he suddenly felt something tighten around his ankle. Looking down, he saw a fat hand stretching out from the dense shrubs to the side and suddenly grabbing his boot. At the same time, several thumping sounds could be heard in front of him. 7 or 8 figures fell from the trees like rain. They were paralyzed on the ground, unable to get up. Although they were in human form, they weren't wearing a single piece of clothing. They were like countless large flesh worms, slowly wriggling towards them. Qi Rong involuntarily cried out, "Who are you?" Xie Lian chopped off that hand with his sword and said in a deep voice, "They're not people, their lowly slaves. In the past, Xiao Yan had never heard of this kind of thing appearing on any of the mountains near the imperial city. Even if there were any demons or ghosts, they would be quickly wiped out by the Taoists of Huangji Monastery. Then, this group of lowly slaves could only have been deliberately placed here by someone. Xiao Yan had never expected that non-human beings would actually get involved in this battle. Thinking back on the various clues just now, he increasingly felt that the other party was in cahoots with Lang Ying. They kidnapped Qi Rong just to lure him out, but at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it. Every time he swung his sword, he could cut 7 or 8 slaves neatly in half at the waist. However, once the slaves appeared, they always came in groups. Sure enough, the trees and shrubs around him rustled and shook more and more violently. More and more human figures with blurred faces crawled out of the bushes and swarmed towards Xiao Yan in an endless stream. Moreover, they only swarmed towards Xiao Yan. He killed 10 with a swing of his sword, and immediately another 20 charged towards him. Just as Xiao Yan was waving his sword, a lowly slave on the tree aimed at Xiao Yan's back and pounced down from midair. Unexpectedly, before it could even get close, it was cut off by a ray of cold light. Qi Rong didn't bring any weapons, so naturally, he couldn't have cut it off. Xiao Yan turned around and saw that the one who waved his sword was actually the young soldier. He had been left behind by Xiao Yan in front of the city gates, but he actually still followed him and found them. That young soldier was holding a broken sword, and with a few swings, he beheaded several lowly slaves. It was very useful. As these things crawled, they secreted extremely sticky bodily fluids. Qi Rong cried out in disgust. He ruthlessly stomped on the head of a slightly weaker lowly slave a few times, but discovered that this thing wasn't that scary. Puzzled, he said, "It's not that powerful." What he didn't know was that lowly slaves often appeared in cooperation with other vicious evil beings. Xiao Yan bit his lip and dipped 2 of his right hand's fingers in blood. Then, he wiped them across the blade of his sword. In the end, he stuffed the sword into Qi Rong's hands and said, "You two take this sword and leave first. Nothing will dare approach you. On the way, if you hear anything, don't turn your head. Remember, you absolutely must not turn your head." Qi Rong said, "Cousin. Xiao Yan interrupted him, "The powerful ones will come later. In a moment, when they come, I won't be able to take care of you. It's better to go back and report." Qi Rong didn't say anything else. He took the sword and madly ran. The treasured sword in his hand, Xiao Yan, had already activated a spell to illuminate it. Along the way, none of the lowly slaves or other evil beings dared to approach him. Unimpeded, they quickly disappeared. However, that young soldier still hadn't left. Since Qi Rong had already taken the lead and left, Xiao Yan didn't have a second treasured sword to give him. Thus, he could only change the sword into a palm and repeatedly kill them. In addition, that young soldier also spared no effort to cooperate. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, all of the lowly slaves were finally cleared out. The ground was covered with mucus and corpses, and the stench of blood lingered. After confirming that not a single lowly slave was left behind, Xiao Yan calmed his breathing. Turning around, he said to that young soldier, "Your sword skills aren't bad." That young soldier tightly gripped the sword. Originally, he was still slightly gasping for breath, but all of a sudden, he stood up straight and said, "Yes, yes." Xiao Yan said, "I wasn't giving an order, so why did you say, yes, to me? When I ordered you to go back just now, why didn't you say, yes?" Chapter 80. The youth was startled. He asked, "Why?" In Xiao Yan's mind, he replayed the moves he had just used to kill the lowly slave. He casually made a few moves and said, "You've never tried using a knife before, right? When you use a sword, the wind of the sword is treacherous. Although it's fast and ruthless, it seems to be somewhat restrictive. You can't use it properly. If you've never used a knife before, why don't you try it next time? I think the power might be even stronger. Every time he saw someone make a move, there was something wonderful about it. He couldn't help but want to exchange a few words. He wasn't pointing fingers, but rather, he was full of interest and wanted to actively discuss with the other party. Because his combat experience was too rich, he often didn't even need to think about it to know at a glance. However, for a moment, he couldn't say why. He just felt that it must be like that. Most people respected his status and listened. In their hearts, they rarely thought about whether or not what he said made sense. However, this youth listened seriously, as if he was thinking. From time to time, he would also look at the blade in his hand. After saying a few words, suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the pitch-black forest all around him, as if something was quickly crawling past. Xiao Yan immediately remembered that he was still in a dangerous situation. His interest came at an untimely time. He immediately collected his thoughts and said, "I don't know if there are any other evil creatures on this mountain. We need to thoroughly clean them up." The youth nodded his head vigorously and offered the iron sword in his hands. Xiao Yan shook his head and said, "You just need to protect yourself. You didn't leave just now, and now you can't leave. I'll do my best to protect you. You must also be vigilant." At this time, he saw the grass tremble again. Something quickly leaped over. Xiao Yan swung his hand and struck it. That thing let out a blood-curdling screech and stopped moving. Xiao Yan smelled a bloody smell and couldn't help but feel strange. If it was a lowly slave, what flowed out after being beaten would be sticky bodily fluids that were extremely sticky. It wouldn't emit this kind of bloody smell. Thus, he went forward to investigate. Pushing aside the grass, there was indeed a big-headed lowly slave inside. It had already been smashed into pieces by his palm. However, it wasn't the creature that emitted the bloody smell. Instead, it was the thing in its mouth. A piece of scalp with long hair. Lowly slaves lived by eating scraps. It seemed that a living person had already been killed. As it crawled over, drops of blood dripped onto the grass. Xiao Yan immediately followed the trail of blood and walked forward. The young soldier followed closely behind him. The further he went, the thicker the bloodstains became, and the stronger the stench of blood became. Soon, he heard a weak cry. The soldier raised his sword and stood in front of Xiao Yan, but Xiao Yan pulled him behind him. After turning around a flowering shrub, a half-sized cave appeared in front of them. This cave was probably a temporary resting place for some people, but now, it was littered with corpses. 20 to 30 slaves were happily gnawing on the corpses on the ground. There were 5 or 6 of them surrounding a young girl on the ground. That young lady had a pained expression on her face. Her chest had been cut open, and her internal organs were scattered all over the ground. However, she was still alive. She seemed to have been putting on a simple makeup just now. She wore many bright red flowers on her temples. The bright red blood contrasted with the bright red flowers on her temples, making her look particularly cruel. As for the group of slaves, they were licking her steaming internal organs and were about to take a bite. Suddenly hearing someone approaching, they all turned around and pounced over. Xiao Yan didn't even bat an eye. With a single palm strike, he killed all of them and immediately examined their corpses. There were men and women, old and young among the corpses. They were all covered in dirt and wore simple clothes. They were undoubtedly the commoners of Yong, and Xiao Yan couldn't help but be shocked. He thought that the demons and ghosts that suddenly appeared in the mountains were all summoned by the strange man in white. That man in white saved Lang Ying, so he was most likely in cahoots with him. But why would these slaves feed on the commoners of Yongnan? Non-human beings would not form an alliance with humans for no reason. Could it be that this was Lang Ying's condition of exchange? Using the lives of those who followed him as a bargaining chip? The young lady was in pain and fear. She vomited blood and whimpered, "Don't kill me. I have never done anything bad. Don't kill me." Xiao Yan couldn't help but think of the family of 3 that died under the city walls that day. When did they ever do anything bad? He leaned over and said in a softer tone, "Don't be afraid. It's okay. I'm here to save you." The soldier pulled out his sword and pointed it at the young lady. "Your Highness, be careful. It's a demon deep in the mountains." Xiao Yan naturally knew that there was such a possibility. Moreover, the possibility was extremely high. But after thinking about it, he still felt that he couldn't ignore it. It was better to be cautious. He took the young lady's pulse for a moment and looked at her palm lines and fingerprints. He quickly determined that she was a living person and had never practiced martial arts before. She didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Thus, he immediately began to treat her. He took out a medicine bottle from his sleeve and unscrewed the stopper. A wisp of light white smoke filled the air, giving off a fragrant smell. This medicine could not only alleviate the temporary symptoms of various poisons, but it also had a miraculous effect on wounds. Xiao Yan was not stingy with the spiritual medicine and used up the entire bottle for her. He asked, "Are you feeling better?" The young lady's injuries were extremely heavy and tragic. After inhaling the smoke, her face recovered a bit of color and she weakly nodded her head. Xiao Yan asked, "Are you people from Yong'an? How did this happen?" The young lady cried. "Yes, I am. I don't know why either. Originally, everything was fine. But suddenly, my father died, and my older brother also died." Xiao Yan gently patted her shoulder and asked, "Who was the murderer who killed them? Or was it something else?" The young lady choked with sobs and said, "The murderer who killed them was you." When she said the last sentence, her face suddenly revealed a sinister expression. Her 2 eyes brightened as she opened her arms and hugged Xiao Yan. That young soldier had been vigilant from the side the whole time. His reaction was surprisingly fast as he stabbed his sword towards her back. That young lady was already seriously injured. Now that she was stabbed, she definitely wouldn't be able to live. However, she still laughed cheerfully and tightly hugged Xiao Yan, not letting go. She maintained this position until she breathed her last. She hugged him too tightly, so that young soldier had to struggle to drag her corpse out. He said, "Your Highness. How are you?" Xiao Yan also thought that this young lady wanted to sneak attack him in the end. However, she didn't have any sharp weapons on her body. She didn't even try to bite him. She only tightly hugged him as if this was enough to satisfy her. Even in death, she didn't let go. He said in a daze, "I'm fine, Before he could finish his sentence, as if she was mocking him, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him. That young soldier's bright black eyes widened as he said, "Your Highness." Xiao Yan only felt a burning pain in his heart and liver. He couldn't speak, he didn't want to speak, and he didn't want to listen to anyone speak. He shook his head and raised his hand without saying a word. At this time, there was a burst of women's laughter coming from all around. He, the 2 of them were shocked to find that there was no third person around. The ones who were laughing turned out to be those bright red flowers. Xiao Yan instantly understood what kind of trap he had fallen into. Land of tenderness. This land of tenderness was not the land of tenderness. The land of tenderness was a kind of flower demon that liked to live together. They lived by sucking men's essence and blood. Their fragrance was not something good. Xiao Yan immediately said, "Cover your mouth and nose tightly, don't breathe in the fragrance of those flowers." That young soldier's face was originally firmly blocked by bandages and filtered by a layer, so he didn't breathe in the fragrance. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, he tightened the bandages. Then, he realized that Xiao Yan had nothing to cover himself with, so he tore off the cleanest sleeve on his body and vigorously rubbed it. Then, he patted it clean and handed it to Xiao Yan with both hands. However, Xiao Yan said, "No need. It's useless." When he treated that young girl, although he was on guard, he wasn't on guard against the smell. He was extremely close to her, but he didn't know that the flower she wore on her temple was a land of tenderness. Before she died, she had also tightly hugged Xiao Yan, ensuring that nothing would go wrong. In other words, Xiao Yan had long since unconsciously inhaled a few breaths of the gentle fragrance. This time, it could be considered as genuinely refreshing. After the gentle fragrance entered the body, a man's blood would become impetuous. First powerless, then manic. Now, his whole body was soft as if it had been cramped. In a moment, when the numbness passed, he would turn into a barrel of dynamite. If that strange white-clothed man appeared again at this time, Xiao Yan really didn't know how confident he was in dealing with him. Originally, he didn't know how much ability the other party had, so his first reaction was to touch the medicine bottle. However, only after touching it did he remember that the medicine had already been used up in order to save that young girl. However, in the end, that person didn't survive. He glanced at the corpse beside him. That young girl still had a faint smile on her face, as if she was sincerely happy that she could finally see her loved ones after tricking the enemy before her death. He could only blame the bloody scene for diluting the dangerous beauty of the flower, and the smell of blood diluting the strange fragrance of the flower. He also never thought that a girl who wasn't more than 15 or 16 years old would have such an extremely resentful expression on her face, and that she would be able to do such a ruthless thing. On the other side, the flower demons were extremely excited as they muttered, "He took the bait. He caught it. It really is that His Highness the Crown Prince. It's him. So handsome. My roots are about to go out of control, they're about to climb out of the soil." That young soldier brandished his sword and chopped down, flattening a patch of flowers. However, this flower's stem was unexpectedly very flexible, so after that broken sword chopped down once, it became somewhat blunt. The flower demons swayed and cried out in alarm, "Io! This little brother who hasn't even grown his hair yet is actually quite fierce. With great difficulty, I'm about to bloom, how are you going to compensate me?" That young soldier was so angry that his eyes burned with fire. "You're courting death. I'll burn you all with a fire." The flower demons stuck their green leaves on the stem and shouted, "So fierce. We didn't provoke you, why are you so angry?" Xiao Yan also said, "Don't burn them. They are demons, if you burn them, they will produce poisonous miasma. You can't pull them out either." That young soldier immediately stopped his hand that was about to pull them out. Xiao Yan weakly said, "The stem is full of poisonous thorns." The flower demons sweetly said, "Io, Your Highness the Crown Prince is so gentle, thank you for protecting us. Just wait, we're about to get the results. We'll definitely love you dearly, he 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 he." There aren't many men who practice the virgin technique from a young age. Although you'll lose your virginity and your magic power will drop by 1 realm, but you'll have to suffer, he 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 he. The tender flowers rubbed against each other and giggled, revealing traces of lasciviousness. That young soldier was stunned for a long time. What virgin, lost virginity, realm, he didn't seem to understand, but he could tell that it wasn't something good. While brandishing his sword with all his might to chop the flowers, he angrily shouted, wanting to drown out the sound of teasing, not letting Xiao Yan hear it. Xiao Yan's knuckles on both of his hands were cracking. So that's how it is. So the series of events tonight was a trap specially set up to deal with him. They only kidnapped Qi Rong because they knew that with his pride and consideration, Xian the martial god would definitely choose to chase after him alone, reducing the big problem into a small one. As for that heavily injured girl, she wanted to use up all of his elixirs, causing him to be unable to relax even after inhaling the gentle fragrance. The demons, ghosts, and the living cooperated with each other, just to wait for him at this step. The Tao that Xiao Yan cultivated indeed had a requirement that he must have a virgin body. After the Taoists of this line ascended, the people who came to worship also firmly believed that the god they worshipped was definitely extraordinary, free from human desires. Thus, if he didn't protect his virginity, it would undoubtedly cause the worshippers to collapse, and his magic power would be greatly reduced. Although it wouldn't be so serious that he would directly fall from a heavenly officer to a mortal, and after cultivating for a few years, he would still have the chance to cultivate back. However, at this juncture, how could he have the time to cultivate for a few more years? The Emperor Pol Temple's rules were strict, and as the most outstanding person, Xiao Lian had never broken the rules before. He thought that he had already cultivated to the point that he was as hard as iron, and that even a strong wind wouldn't be able to cause a ripple in his heart. He had also experienced many such tests, and every time, he would pass them perfectly. However, even though his heart was as calm as water, he was still young and shy. At this moment, there was still a small soldier at the side, listening to those flower demons pouring obscene words on him, which couldn't even be considered as a hint. In addition to the lingering fragrance of the flowers, his blood and qi surged, and his heart was restless. Xiao Lian couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and a hint of redness appeared on his face. However, the most hateful thing was that he couldn't stand up. Chapter 81. Hearing this, the young soldier's back suddenly stiffened. He slowly turned around, but he didn't dare to come over. The current situation was urgent. Seeing him hesitate, Xiao Lian felt a wave of anxiety rush up in his heart. He resisted the impatience and said, "Don't be afraid. I won't do anything to you. Come here quickly." Finally, the young man took a step forward. He ran 2 feet in front of Xiao Lian, then suddenly stopped. Xiao Lian silently took a light breath and reached out a hand to him. "Help me up, take me away." The young soldier carefully held this hand. As if a dying person had finally found someone to rely on, Xiao Lian instantly relaxed. He fell onto the young man's body. Because he was immersed in the land of warmth, his body temperature rose, and his whole body was already burning hot. However, this young man's palm was unexpectedly as hot as his and was still slightly trembling. Xiao Lian only leaned for a while and gathered some strength. He took a breath. He managed to stand up straight. He didn't want a person shorter than him to support him with all his strength, so he slowly walked a few steps with the support of the other party. Unexpectedly, he heard the flower demons say, "Don't, Your Highness Crown Prince, don't leave. He is waiting for you on the road. If you leave here, you will meet him." "He?" Xiao Lian asked, "Who is he?" When this person was mentioned, the people in the land of warmth seemed to be slightly frightened. They froze for a moment, then muttered, "He is he." The flowers nodded at each other and said, "He is he. He's the person who brought us here." Although they didn't dare to say that person's name or identity, the half-crying, half-smiling mask immediately appeared in Xiao Lian's mind. He said, "What you mean is that if I go back now, the person who dug you here will kill me on the road. And if I stay here, he won't come to find me, right?" The flower demons were very satisfied and nodded their heads while chattering. Xiao Lian's heart was suddenly filled with anger. Not killing him, only trapping him here and limiting him to this embarrassing situation, was this deliberately playing with him or what? It was better to just come out and fight to the death. After calming down a little, he suppressed his anger. It seemed like the other party had no intention of defeating him head-on. It seemed like they only wanted him to damage his mana, drop his cultivation level, and lose his followers. These flower demons might not be telling the truth, but even if they weren't, thinking about it carefully, even if this young man supported or carried him all the way, they might not be able to return safely. If the other party had deliberately thrown a few women down halfway, the situation would have been even worse and more awkward. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Xiao Lian spat out a scorching hot breath. He closed his eyes and said, "Take me to the cave over there." The young soldier followed his instructions and helped him pass through the corpses strewn all over the ground until they arrived in front of the cave. Xiao Yan said in a low voice, "Stop." The soldier stopped. Xiao Yan's hand trembled as he asked, "Where's your sword?" The lad supported him with his left hand and lifted his sword with his right. Xiao Yan stretched out a hand and rolled up his sleeves, revealing a small part of his arm. Under the lustrous moonlight, it was like a cold jade. The young man's breathing stagnated, but Xiao Yan didn't notice. He said in a low voice, "Stab me." The hand holding the broken sword immediately dropped. Xiao Yan said, "Don't be afraid. Just stab me. Stab me a bit deeper. I need to set up an array. Right now, I don't have any other treasures on hand, so I must see blood." The young soldier said, "Your Highness, please use my blood." After he finished speaking, he raised his own arm and slashed with the sword, not holding back at all. Xiao Yan said, "No need. Your blood." However, he didn't make it in time. A deep cut had already appeared on the young man's arm, and in a split second, blood flowed out. Xiao Yan sighed, You, forget it. His blood was a priceless treasure that could open the light. How could a mortal's blood compare to it? However, seeing the soldier's sincerity, Xiao Yan didn't have the heart to say that what he was doing was useless. He only said, "Thank you very much. However, I still need a bit of my blood as a primer." Thus, he took the sword himself. His hands trembled, and after several cuts, he managed to accurately stab the center of his forearm. Dark red divine blood flowed down his white arm, dripping in 2 arcs in front of the cave. Like 2 barriers, it could be said to be a reckless waste of natural resources. Xiao Yan also specially mixed in a bit of that young man's blood. After he finished drawing, he felt even more dizzy. He said, "Go in." The cave was pitch black. That young man took out a fire starter from his bosom and rubbed it. The light of the fire illuminated the surroundings to an extreme degree. That young soldier's face was firmly covered by bandages, but at this moment, Xiao Yan's sorry state was completely exposed. Cold sweat dripped down, his hair was slightly messy, and the corner of his lips was stained with blood, swollen and slightly red. That was the wound left behind when he bit his lip and opened the light for the treasured sword. The light of the fire stung Xiao Yan's eyes, and the heat wave also burned him, making him feel exceptionally uncomfortable. Xiao Yan immediately said, "Don't light it, extinguish it." That young man immediately threw the fire starter and stepped on it to extinguish it. The surroundings once again fell into darkness. Xiao Yan was supported into the cave by him. He sat on the ground in a meditative position for a moment before slowly saying, "Right now, I have a task for you. Can you complete it?" That young man half knelt on the ground and said to him, "I'm willing to die 10,000 times." Xiao Yan endured his hurried breathing and forced himself to calm down. "In front of this cave, I set up a barrier. There are 2 in total. The one on the outside doesn't let anything from the outside in. The one on the inside doesn't let the people inside out." After silently breathing a few times, he continued, "In between the 2 barriers, there is a space for 1 person. You will stay there and guard the cave entrance. No matter what you hear outside, don't go out. Similarly, no matter what you hear inside, don't come in." That young man was slightly stunned. "Your Highness, you're alone inside?" Xiao Yan replied, "Yes. I don't know what I'll do. In short, no matter what, you can't come in." With the current situation, he had no way of going back. As for waiting for reinforcements, Chi Rong reckoned that he would still be stumbling on the road. Just running back to the imperial city would take a long time. By the time he called for reinforcements, who knew how long that would take? He could only first lock down a territory, firmly defend it, and think of a way to dissolve the gentle fragrance. He lowered his voice and said, "The flower demons bear fruit, and their charm is extremely strong. They are most likely about to mature soon. At this moment, the fragrance in the air suddenly soared, interrupting his words. That warm, soft, and ambiguous scent blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The flower demons let out carefree giggles and said one after another, "My roots. My roots have hardened. The fruits have ripened." Smelling that extremely fragrant fragrance, Xiao Yan felt his heartbeat speed up and his blood rushed to his head. Clenching his teeth, he said, "Quickly get out. You absolutely cannot breathe in the fragrance. If they come near, don't be afraid. Nothing can cross the bloodline, but as long as your feet are still inside the array, you can use your sword to kill them." That young soldier glanced outside, nodded his head, and rushed out with his sword in hand. He then stuck himself between the two bloodlines at the entrance of the cave. Outside the cave, among the corpses lying on the ground, the clusters of flowers were even more gorgeous. And that entire cluster of flowers was faintly trembling, as if the roots underneath were about to break out of the ground. Not long after, sure enough, something broke out of the ground. It was a woman's head. That woman's head grew out of the ground, breathing the fresh air on the surface of the soil. She seemed to be extremely carefree and intoxicated, her eyes narrowed into slits. Following that, half a perfectly round shoulder and an arm also climbed out of the ground. The gentle and fragrant fruits were born under the roots. And after they ripened, the fruits that grew out were all kinds of women of all shapes and colors. It was already time to ripen. Countless naked women broke out of the ground. They raised their hands and plucked off the bright red flowers on their heads, bathing in the moonlight, stretching their limbs to their heart's content. Originally, it was those small flowers that were emitting the fragrance, but now, it was these seductive women that were emitting the fragrance. They patted the soil off their plump bodies, tidied up their long hair, and walked towards this side of the cave entrance, saying with a charming smile, "Your Highness, we are here." The inside of the cave was also filled with a strong fragrance that was suffocating. Xiao Yan closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the cave, silently reciting the Tao Te Ching in his heart. However, it didn't have much effect. When those flower demons spoke, they didn't have the slightest sense of shame. Countless voices whispered outside the cave, saying things like, "Sweetheart, big brother, little brother, 5 colors make people blind, 5 sounds make people deaf, galloping and hunting make people crazy, rare goods make people walk uneasily. Calmness is better than impatience, cold is better than heat, tranquility is the way of the world, those who are good I am good, those who are not good I am also good." He didn't notice that the scripture that he usually recited backwards was now recited incoherently. Outside the cave, the female demons clapped their hands and laughed, "Good crown prince, good sweetheart, my good highness, you're not a monk, why are you reciting scripture?" "I-oh." Screams could be heard everywhere. It seemed that the young soldier didn't say a word, but his hands were ruthless, slashing and slashing madly, causing the group of female demons to flee, saying, "Kill demons." Some cursed from afar, "You goddamn little brat, a little monster who ruthlessly destroys flowers. You don't know how to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex at all. I'm scared to death, I'm scared to death, he's so young, yet his attacks are so ruthless. What will happen when he grows up?" The group of flower demons eagerly squeezed into the cave, yet they just couldn't squeeze in. For a moment, they didn't see the blood formation on the ground, so they thought it was because someone was blocking the entrance of the cave. After discussing for a while, they gathered not far away and said, "Little big brother, why do you have to block here and not let us pass? It's not like we want to do bad things, we just want to have some fun with His Highness the Crown Prince. Be good little general, don't disturb us when we're looking for His Highness the Crown Prince to do something good. This little brother is fierce and domineering, it's a pity that he's a little too young, a little too tender. He probably doesn't even know what good it is." Amidst the group of flower demons' laughter and ridicule, Xiao Yan slightly opened his eyes, only to see a pitch-black silhouette standing at the entrance of the cave. It was a youth who was holding a sword with both hands, looking like he wouldn't give way even if he died. Suddenly, one of the female demons said, I say, little big brother, don't just stand here like a wooden club. What are you plotting? Why don't you follow me to the side and have some fun? What do you like? How about me? That young soldier still didn't utter a single word. The group of female demons thought that if they wanted to enter the cave, they would have to go through him. One after another, they used all of their skills and jeered, what about me? What about me? Do you think I look good? Look at me, do you like me? However, from the initial teasing, to the later complaints, to the final curses, that youth remained the same from start to finish. When they were far away, he would ignore them, and when they were near, he would chop them. Xia Lian knew that before a woman was unearthed, one could casually fabricate their appearance in the soil. He wanted to remind the youth, but for some reason, he didn't dare to open his mouth. With great difficulty, he endured the waves of heat. Then, he said, don't look at them, just resisting the blood rushing to his brain had already made him exhausted. Therefore, even though his voice was extremely light and low, that young soldier heard it in an instant. He immediately said in a loud voice, yes. Your Highness, how are you? Xia Lian said, I'm fine. If it's too hard to endure, I'll seal your eyes, mouth, and nose. That young soldier hadn't even replied when at this moment, a female demon suddenly burst into laughter and said, I know. Little friend, I'm guessing that this must be your favorite, right? It seemed that there was another new woman that had broken through the soil. Outside the cave, there was suddenly a deathly silence. And that young soldier also seemed to have held his breath. In the next moment, the crowd of female demons' earth-shattering laughter almost overturned Xia Lian's entire body. They clapped their hands and screamed, "Io! This time, you're incredible, incredible! My God! How did you think of this? Truly amazing, ha 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 ha! Quickly look! This brat's entire body is stunned. I think there's an 80% chance that it's like this. That's right. I thought this damn brat was a rock, but who would have thought that I was wrong? He's so young, yet his courage is so big. I concede defeat, I concede defeat. How about it, little friend? With such a beautiful scenery, why don't you hurry over and enjoy yourself? If you miss this village, you won't have this shop anymore. If you don't come now, even if you want to eat it for 800 years, you won't be able to eat it. Or, do you want us to help you? Right now, isn't it? He. That young soldier was thoroughly enraged. His voice carried a chilling intent as he said, You are courting death. At the same time, Xia Lian, who was inside the cave, was also reaching his limit. Chapter 82. After this sound was leaked out, Xia Lian suddenly covered his mouth. The young soldier suddenly turned around and said, Your Highness. Xia Lian supported himself with one hand and covered his mouth with the other. His breathing was chaotic and his shoulders were twitching. Just listening to this voice and looking at this back, most people would think that he was sobbing. In Xia Lian's entire life, whether it was before or after ascending, he had never experienced such a torturous moment. It was much more difficult than the harshest cultivation in the Emperor Polarity Temple. His hand that was supporting himself on the ground lost its strength and his entire body fell to the side, lying on the ground in a daze. He saw that the young man seemed to want to come in. Xia Lian shouted, Don't come over. I said, no matter what you hear, don't come over. The young man stopped. Xia Lian turned his body over with great difficulty and faced upwards. His breathing was barely smooth, however, the heat flowing through his limbs and bones was getting higher and higher. The demonesses outside the cave heard him tossing and turning. The fire was burning, they all clapped their hands and laughed. Good Your Highness, why did you come? Today, you are afraid of losing your believers. If you don't come and enjoy this pleasure, tomorrow, you are afraid of losing your believers, so you don't dare to do anything else. How is this a priest? Isn't this a convict whose hands and feet are tied down by your believers? Such a God, it's fine if you don't do it. You have to lose it anyway, why don't you do it for your own pleasure? Come and go, why bother with him? A few shallow veins appeared on Xiao Lian's forehead. His emotions were a little out of control as he said angrily, "Shut up." The demonesses were naturally not afraid of him at this time. They teased the soldier again, "Little brother, do you think what we said makes sense?" "Ha ha ha ha. He he he. You're standing here, don't you feel uncomfortable?" Cold sweat had already soaked his entire body. Xiao Lian was extremely irritated. He reached out and tore the clothes in front of his chest, only hoping for a trace of coolness. Hearing a chi-chi sound, he suddenly reacted, why did this hand suddenly have a little strength? Although that strength was fleeting and quickly disappeared, he carefully felt it. As expected, the numbness had passed and his strength was gradually surging. However, Xiao Lian's heart sank. Falling into this gentle land, it was first numb, then manic. Now that the numbness had passed, in a little while more, she would go berserk. Although he had specially set up 2 barriers in front of the cave, the inner one was to prevent him from losing his mind and rushing out, but if he lost his temper, he didn't know if it would be able to stop him. This moment of clarity was not easy to come by. Xiao Lian seized the opportunity, his mind turning at lightning speed as he quickly thought of a countermeasure. Suddenly, he thought of something. The onset of the dream of tenderness was very fast. It could be said that the blood went to the brain and he lost control. Why did he hold on until now? Was there no other reason other than his willpower? Thinking of this, Xiao Lian took a deep breath, slightly tilted his head, and said to the silhouette of the youth at the cave entrance, "You, come in." Hearing this, the young soldier seemed to want to immediately rush over to Xiao Lian's side. However, after a few steps, he seemed to recall Xiao Lian's angry shout, "No matter what you hear, don't come in." Thus, he didn't know whether he should go in or not. Xiao Lian had no choice but to change his words. He said, "Come in first and we'll talk." That youth no longer hesitated, and rushed in. The walls of the cave were long and narrow, and the inside of the cave was warm and damp. It was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Relying on Xiao Lian's suppressed breathing, that youth groped his way over to him. Xiao Lian said, "Put down your sword. Put it on the ground. Stay by my side, don't go too far." That young soldier said, "Yes." Then, he cupped his hands and handed over his only self-defense weapon, placing it at Xiao Lian's side, within easy reach. Xiao Lian then said, "Please help me up." That youth half knelt beside him and stretched out his hands to help Xiao Lian up. Who would have thought that when his hands touched, his fingertips wouldn't touch cloth, but rather warm skin? That pair of hands immediately retracted. Xiao Lian was also caught off guard by the youth's scorching hot hands. Only now did he remember that when he was struggling on the ground, he had torn off his shirt. Originally, it wasn't a big deal for a man to be half naked. However, in this situation, it was a bit awkward. However, this awkwardness didn't need to be pointed out. What needed to be done would be done. That youth probably also understood. Without waiting for Xiao Lian to open his mouth, he once again reached out his hands, pulling Xiao Lian's bare shoulders and quickly helped him up. Then, he immediately withdrew his hands. Xiao Lian leaned against the cave wall, his back pressed against the slightly cool rock. Slowly, he felt the other party retreat 2 steps, so he hurriedly said, "Wait, don't go out." No matter what he said, this young soldier would immediately do as he was told. Xiao Lian said, "Cut off a small strand of my hair. It's useful to me." That youth complied and stretched out his hand. However, it was hard to see clearly in the darkness, and Xiao Lian's long hair was neatly tied behind his back. He couldn't touch Xiao Lian's hair, but instead, he accidentally touched a piece of skin on Xie Lian's chest. It was smooth and supple, with a thin layer of sweat on it. Xie Lian was already having a hard time tolerating it, but this youth's touch was too inappropriate. His chest immediately felt as if an electric current had run through it, and a numb feeling spread throughout his entire body. He let out a low moan. In that instant, the two people inside the cave both stiffened. As for the group of flower demons outside the cave, they couldn't help but perk up their ears to listen, so how could they miss this? They all giggled and said, "Io, what's going on inside? It's so embarrassing. I don't dare to listen anymore." While they were laughing at how hard it was for him to endure, Xie Lian clenched his teeth and said, "You guys." Hearing him get angry, that young soldier also hurriedly withdrew his hand, not daring to touch again. Xie Lian naturally wasn't clenching his teeth at him. In his eyes, this little soldier was nothing more than a child. Thinking that he was probably afraid of offending him, Xie Lian softened his tone and said, "Don't panic, you can continue. Don't pay attention to them." The other side hoarsely said, "Yes." However, it seemed like he was also panicking. For a long time, he couldn't touch the place he should touch. After touching for a while, he realized that it was wrong and withdrew his hand. In the end, he could only randomly touch along Xie Lian's chest. This made Xie Lian feel unspeakably numb. He wished he could fiercely smash the back of his head against the cave wall and just pass out. Finally, that youth touched Xie Lian's trembling Adam's apple. Reaching behind him, he grabbed a strand of Xie Lian's hair. He only grasped an extremely thin strand. Cautiously, he picked up his sword and cut it. Then, he immediately said, "Your Highness, it's done." At this time, Xie Lian regained some strength and was able to raise his hand. He said, "Give me your hand." That youth raised his hand. Xie Lian took that thin strand of hair from his hand and carelessly tied a knot on one of the youth's fingers. That youth stared blankly for a while. Then, with a trembling voice, he said, "Your Highness, this is..." Xie Lian sighed and said, "The flower demon's fragrance is about to enter the second stage. I need to borrow your sword. In a moment, if anything wants to hurt you, just raise this hand. It can protect your body and save your life. Now, hurry up and get out." After a while, that young soldier withdrew from the cave. That group of flower demons jeered, "You're out. Finally out. You blocked us outside, but you went in yourself. Little friend, this matter of yours isn't very kind." At the same time, Xie Lian felt even more strength surging into his limbs. He took a deep breath. His right hand grabbed the broken sword left behind by that young soldier. Calming his mind, he raised the sword and made a cut on his left arm. In a split second, as if the fog in front of him had been pushed aside, his five senses became slightly clearer. Sure enough, Xie Lian's left arm was bleeding profusely. However, in his heart, it was as if he had grasped a thread of hope amidst the chaos of war. The fragrance of the warm and gentle home made people impatient and impatient. It aroused the desire deep in the bottom of people's hearts. In the past, the more serious the suppression was, the more powerful the rebound would be after inhaling the fragrance. But in the past, what Xie Lian had suppressed, other than the lust, was the desire to kill. This desire to kill couldn't be used to kill demons and ghosts. Because he had killed a lot of demons and ghosts in the past, it couldn't be said that he had suppressed it. The target of the kill had to be a person or a god. Only then would there be a forbidden feeling. Before entering the cave, Xie Lian had cut himself with his sword in order to set up the array. At that time, he had seen blood. Therefore, it had a mitigating effect on the warm and gentle home. Because killing himself was also killing himself. In the end, lust and desire to kill were both extremely aggressive desires. Xie Lian had even heard that some people believed that the two were essentially the same. Then, using this as evidence, he could find an alternative method to get through the difficulties in front of him. After confirming this point, Xiao Yan did not hesitate to cut his left arm with the sword again. Every time he cut, he felt that his mind was a little clearer. He was overjoyed, but he didn't know if it was the demonic aura of the warm and gentle home that was causing trouble in his body. At the moment when the desire to kill was satisfied, Xiao Yan's body suddenly surged with a wave of turbulent pleasure. This wave of intoxicating pleasure engulfed every inch of his body from the top of his head to the tip of his toes, easily breaking the barrier he had painstakingly built up for a long time. By the time Xiao Yan realized it, he was already softly moaning. If he wasn't the only one in the cave, Xiao Yan wouldn't dare to believe that this sound came from him. He was so scared that he shivered and opened his eyes wide. He thought to himself, this method is obviously feasible. How could it be like this? Looking at the sword again, he suddenly remembered that the young soldier had used this sword to cut the roots of flowers and beheaded the demoness in human form. The blade had long been stained with the juice of the warm and gentle home. He had used this sword to seek relief from his injuries. The first sword had used 20% of his strength, and the second sword had to use 30% of his strength to achieve the same soothing effect. Wasn't this drinking poison to quench thirst? It was also because he had become muddle-headed from his impatience. Otherwise, he would have noticed this a long time ago. Xiao Yan secretly cursed himself. Since things had already reached this point, he could only tear his left sleeve and frantically wipe the sword. Then, he tore his right sleeve and stuffed it into his mouth. He firmly bit it, barely restraining himself. As he bit his lips and teeth, this soft moan was forced to be intermittent. However, the cave had its own echoes. All the subtle sounds were amplified and transmitted out. Moreover, the young soldier had listened to his instructions and had already blindfolded his eyes. He could only hear sounds to distinguish things. His ears were even more sensitive, so how could he not notice the abnormality? He could no longer hold back and said with a trembling voice, "Your Highness." This kind of embarrassing situation was truly the greatest shame and humiliation of his life. Xiao Yan couldn't imagine what would happen if someone else saw him like this. Even if the cave was pitch black, he still couldn't bear it. He shouted, "Don't come in." Chapter 83. Xiao Yan's left hand was already dripping with blood. But after all, it was just an injury. If he didn't kill, his desire wouldn't be completely satisfied. The cloth plug couldn't hold on any longer and fell from his mouth. He attacked even more fiercely and stabbed his left leg. This stab was rather deep. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was clear. The young soldier could not hold it in any longer. He rushed forward. Hearing the rustling footsteps, Xiao Yan backed away in fright. He retreated until his back was against the cave wall and he was still desperately shrinking back. "No, no, no. Don't come over, don't, no." The second line of blood at the entrance of the cave. This was something Xiao Yan had specifically set up to stop him. Even if he couldn't stop the young man, he could still hide in the safe zone. However, the gentle fragrance had already started its second round of attack. As long as that youth entered, Xiao Yan would probably end his life on the spot. How could they allow him to escape again? He was afraid that he would accidentally kill the child, so he could only hide. The young soldier heard the fear in his voice. He said in a daze, "Your Highness." The killing intent exploded in Xiao Yan's blood. His hands were trembling. Raising the broken sword, a voice repeatedly shouted in his heart, "I won't die, I won't die, I won't die." In the next moment, he made a prompt decision. He turned the blade around. In the darkness, the young soldier vaguely saw a flash of cold light and shouted, "Your Highness." Xiao Yan's sword had already pierced through his abdomen and nailed him to the ground. A sharp pain exploded from his abdomen and spread to his whole body, dispersing the heat. Xiao Yan tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes wide open. He coughed lightly, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his lips. Even his breathing became sluggish, and he stopped moving. The young soldier seemed to be stunned, and with a plop, he knelt down beside him. At this moment, a shrill scream came from outside the cave. "Who is it?" The delicate voices of the flower demons were very ear-piercing. However, someone's roar was even more ear-piercing than theirs, covering all their voices. "What the hell?" Hearing this roar, Xiao Yan suddenly took a deep breath. "Feng X in." Another voice said in a muffled voice, "The land of tenderness. If you don't want to get hit, quickly cover your face." This was naturally Mu Qing, who had already covered his mouth and nose. Feng Xian covered his face. As if he had seen something, he said in a muffled voice, "That's Her Highness. Your Highness." "Fuck. What the fuck? What are you trying to do?" Mu Qing also let out a cry of surprise and said, "This is truly improper, too outrageous." However, his tone was not as angry as Feng Xian's. Instead, it was as if he had heard a bad joke. Xiao Yan lay in the cave, not knowing what they were talking about. He could roughly guess that they were dissatisfied with the female demon's naked body in front of him, as it was offensive to public decency. Feng Xian cursed repeatedly and said, "Hurry up and burn it. Don't let anyone see you." Then, there was a burst of fire and the sound of burning. In the raging flames, the screams and curses of the demonesses gradually disappeared. Mu Qing said, "Burn it cleanly. This banshee's fragrance is poisonous. If the seeds are left behind, they will grow up and cause trouble." Xiao Yan took a deep breath and was about to speak when he coughed. The two men recognized his voice and shouted towards the cave, "Your Highness, are you inside?" Xiao Yan said, "I'm here." Although he tried his best to keep his voice steady, it was still weaker than usual. The two men immediately went over and were blocked by the blood thread at the entrance of the cave. However, because they were familiar with Xiao Yan's habit of setting up obstacles, they also knew how to undo it. Feng Xian ignited a flame in his palm and walked a few steps. Before he could light up the deepest part of the cave, he suddenly said, "Who is it?" Mu Qing was also vigilant as he asked, "There's someone else in the cave?" Xiao Yan said, "It's nothing. It's just a small soldier." Only then did the two men relax and walk over. The bright flame illuminated the entire cave with a warm orange color. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan was lying on the ground with his long hair spread out and his shirt completely removed. A long sword had pierced through his abdomen, nailing him to the ground. Seeing this, the two men were both shocked and horrified. Feng Xian leaned over and asked, "Who did this?" Xiao Yan said, "Myself." Mu Qing was stunned as he asked, "What happened?" Xiao Yan shook his head and said, "Don't mention it. I had no choice but to resort to this method. Hurry up and get me out." Mu Qing walked forward and pulled out the sword with a frown. With a clang, he threw the sword to the side and the young soldier picked it up. Feng Xian helped Xiao Yan sit up and draped a coat over him. Only then did Xiao Yan roughly tell them about the frightening night he had after encountering the gentleness. He said, "You guys came faster than I expected. Where's Qi Rong?" Feng Xian replied, "Qi Rong has been locked up in the imperial palace by the king. He's always swaggering around outside, so it's easy for people to target him. However, after he returned, he still knew to look for us first. At least he's clear about things." It could be seen that although Qi Rong hated Xiao Yan's two attendants, he also knew how formidable they were. The two of them originally wanted to leave one person behind to defend the city. However, because of Qi Rong's ghostly howling and the treasured sword that had been blessed by Xiao Yan's blood, they were afraid that the danger would exceed their expectations. Thus, they came together. The demonic aura in this area of the back slope was heavy, so it wasn't difficult to find them. Although Xiao Yan had an ascended physique and normal swords couldn't harm his foundation, stabbing himself like this wouldn't kill him. However, in the past 20 years, he had almost never lost a real battle or a life or death struggle. This was the first time he suffered such a heavy injury, so it was inevitable that he needed to rest. Thus, Feng Xian carried him on his back and prepared to return to the imperial city. An unfamiliar sharp pain came from his abdomen. Xiao Yan frowned frequently but tried his best to restrain himself. He said, "On the way here, did you guys meet anything?" Mu Qing replied, "No." Xiao Yan took a deep breath and said, "Be careful, there's something inhuman." He originally wanted to tell them about the crying and smiling man in white, but he was really exhausted. From the corner of his eye, he saw the young soldier carrying the blood-stained sword and following behind them. He felt at ease and closed his eyes to recuperate before falling into a deep sleep. Ever since he requested to descend to the mortal world, Xiao Yan hadn't closed his eyes for nearly a month. The continuous accumulation of energy exploded this time, causing him to rest for 3 days straight. 3 days later, he suddenly woke up with a start and discovered that he was lying in his room. The ceiling above him was magnificent and majestic. It was actually the imperial palace. He immediately sat up. Feng Xian. Feng Xian was outside testing his bow when he heard the sound. He came in and said, "Your Highness." The injury on Xiao Yan's abdomen had long since healed. He immediately got off the bed and said, "Did I rest for a long time? Did something happen?" Feng Xian replied, "Don't worry. It's only been a few days. There haven't been any enemy invasions these past few days. If there were, wouldn't I have called you? Go to bed. You're not wearing shoes." Xiao Yan finally relaxed and sat back on the bed. After a pause, he asked, "Where's Mu Qing?" Mu Qing also walked in. In his hands were the clothes that had been prepared for him. He said, "Here." He served His Highness the Crown Prince as he dressed. On the side, Feng Xian said, "However, although there hasn't been any fighting these past few days, we've discovered something." Xiao Yan asked, "What is it?" Mu Qing said, "Previously, didn't you say that there was something strange going on with Yong'an? We suspected that they had external help. We went to the back slope to investigate the situation. We saw a few people. Although they were dressed like locals, their accents were very strange. They didn't seem like people from Xianlu. I've captured those people. Sure enough, there are other countries secretly supporting them by secretly transporting provisions and armor. Otherwise, with so many living people from Yong'an squeezed into a barren mountain, it would have been impossible for them to survive until now by eating wild vegetables and peeling tree bark." Feng Xian cursed, "Motherfucker, they usually pretend to be good friends. Now, at this critical juncture, they're stirring up muddy waters. They want Xianlu to be as chaotic as possible." Xianlu country had a vast territory and abundant resources. It was rich in minerals and rich in gold and jewels. The surrounding countries had coveted it for many years. Xiao Yan had long since expected this. He lowered his head and shook it. Then, he thought of another matter and asked, "What about that child?" Feng Xian asked, "Which one?" "That little soldier. That day, he was busy bringing you to see the state preceptor. No one paid attention to him. He probably returned to his unit by himself." Xiao Yan finished putting on his clothes. Putting down his arms, he sat upright on the bed and said, "That child's skills aren't bad. I think he's an excellent swordsman material. If he's trained well, he'll definitely be stunning when he grows up. When you return, Mu Qing, remember to find him and properly settle him down. You can mention him." Xiao Yan was a person who loved people with good skills. He would only mention them when they were by his side every day. This wasn't the first time, but it was the first time he evaluated a child like this. Mu Qing listened to Xiao Yan praise him as excellent swordsman material and will definitely be stunning when he grows up. His expression became somewhat subtle. He crumpled Xiao Yan's hair band into a ball in his hand before turning around and tossing it to the side. Feng Xian said, I think that kid is only 14 or 15 years old. Isn't that too young? What can he be mentioned for? Mu Qing also faintly said, it's not too appropriate. It doesn't conform to the military rules. Xiao Yan said, even gods can descend to the mortal world. Why would the military still pay attention to so many rules? He then praised, you guys should really see the way that child killed the lowly slaves. It was extremely beautiful. Speaking of lowly slaves, that strange white-clothed person once again flashed before his eyes. Feng Xian said, Your Highness, why would a demoness like Wen Xiang appear on the back slope? You've never heard of it before, right? Xiao Yan stood up and said, this is what I wanted to tell you guys that day. Now that he had some time, he finally told them about the smile-crying masked person. The three of them buried their heads in discussion. None of them dared to be careless. They all felt that it would be better to report this matter to the heavenly court. Thus, Xiao Yan went out the door. He first hurriedly went to see the king and the empress before going to Mount Taicang's divine martial palace. If it was in the past, Xiao Yan would definitely have directly returned to the immortal capital and told Jun Wu in person. However, the current situation was different. He had taken the initiative to leave the immortal capital, which was equivalent to him taking the initiative to return the key. Now, even if he wanted to go back, he wouldn't be able to open the door. In addition, he had left in too much of a hurry that day. The voice in the divine martial palace was sonorous, so he felt a bit embarrassed towards Jun Wu. Thus, he only respectfully offered a few sticks of incense in the divine martial palace and sent a message to the statue of the divine martial heavenly emperor. When Jun Wu was free, he would hear it. However, there were at least 8,000 people who offered incense to Jun Wu every day. There was no lack of great believers among them. When he would hear it, that would really depend on fate. He didn't dare to leave for too long. He immediately returned to the battlefield and continued to defend the city. Perhaps it was because they had consumed too much in the first battle, and their external help had been repeatedly cut off by Feng Xian and Mu Qing. Yong'an changed their strategy and no longer blindly rushed forward. Over the past few months, they had fought a few small battles, but they didn't lose too badly. Compared to the first battle, it was simply a small skirmish. That strange man in white also didn't appear again. Thus, the Xianlu imperial city gradually relaxed. Xiao Yan also had a rare opportunity to go down from the front lines and take a walk in the imperial city to relax. He crossed a small stone bridge and pushed aside the weeping willow beside the bridge. He looked at the bright red carps swimming happily in the flowing water under the bridge. He was very envious. After a while, he suddenly felt someone staring at him from behind. When he turned his head, he didn't see anyone. He felt it was quite strange, but because he didn't feel any killing intent or malice, he didn't care. After getting off the bridge, he slowly walked along the divine martial street. Along the way, people either excitedly, respectfully, or happily saluted him, calling him His Highness the Crown Prince. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded to them one by one. After walking for a while, he felt the gaze staring at him from behind again. This time, he had a plan. When he suddenly turned his head, he really caught someone. He saw that behind a willow tree, half a figure flashed back. Xiao Yan walked up and was just about to reach out to grab that person when he saw a youth with a bandaged head hiding behind the tree. He couldn't help but be startled and said, "You are." That youth's head was covered in bandages, but he still had his arms crossed to cover his face. Only a pitch-black eye peeked out from behind his patched sleeves. He dryly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I didn't do it on purpose." Xiao Yan pointed at him and said, "You were that knight." Before he finished speaking, he immediately remembered what happened that night a few months ago and how miserable he was. The scene in his mind surged and his face turned red. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he hurriedly coughed and said, "So it was you. I've always wanted to find you, but there were too many things to do and I forgot." "Cough, aren't you a soldier in the army? Why are you in the city?" When the youth heard this, he stared blankly and said in a muffled voice, "I'm not in the army anymore." Xiao Yan was astonished and said, "Ah. Why not?" That youth was even more astonished than him and said, "I was kicked out." "Your Highness, you didn't know?" Xiao Yan was dumbfounded and said, "Know what?" He had clearly told Mu Qing earlier that this child was a good seedling and that he needed to properly settle him down and mention him. How come after he specifically warned him, this youth was instead kicked out of the army? That youth seemed to be excited and happy at the same time. All of a sudden, he put down his arms and said, "So your Highness didn't know? I still thought. The more Xiao Yan listened, the more curious he became. He said, "Come, tell me, how did you get kicked out? Who kicked you out? Why did you think I would know? Also, what did you think?" That youth took a step towards him, but before he could open his mouth, at this moment, on Shenwu Street, a horrified scream rang out, "Ah!" Chapter 84. That person was a tall man. He ran wildly like a madman. Several pedestrians on the street were knocked down by him. They all said unhappily, "What are you doing? Why are you running so fast on such a hot day? This is the first time I've seen someone who doesn't have a face when they walk." As they spoke, several people started to laugh, but they weren't really angry. Who knew that that person would charge forward recklessly? He crashed into a tall and gorgeous carriage. Blood splattered everywhere. He fell on his back. The passers-by who were originally joking screamed. The owner of the carriage was also shocked. He stuck his head out and said, "Who hit him? Who hit him?" It happened so suddenly. Xiao Yan had no choice but to put down the youth and quickly step forward. He asked, "What happened?" That person crashed into the hard carriage and seemed to have fainted. His messy hair covered his face. Many people were watching carefully. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to get closer, he suddenly jumped up again. He screamed, "I can't take it anymore. Kill, kill. Someone come and kill me. Come quickly." A few burly men among the passers-by couldn't stand it anymore. They said, "Which family's crazy person did not lock up properly and ran out? Take him back, take him back." They wanted to go up and hold this person back. Who knew that, just as they surrounded him, when they saw the crazy man's face clearly, they also screamed several times. They hurriedly dodged. What kind of monster is this? The crazy man ran towards them and shouted, "Beat me to death." Those people were extremely shocked. Xiao Yan happened to come up. When they saw that it was the crown prince, they rushed behind him as if they had been pardoned. Without thinking, Xiao Yan raised his leg and kicked the crazy man, causing him to somersault in the air and fall to the ground like a gentle dog gnawing on mud. A few people pointed to the ground and said, "Your Highness. This person, he has. Without needing them to say anything, Xiao Yan also saw that this person actually had two faces. To be more precise, it was a face that had grown another face. This second face was squeezed on half of the crazy man's cheek. It was the size of an adult's palm. This crazy man was a young man, but this face was like a wrinkled little old man. It was extremely ugly. Xiao Yan was extremely shocked. All he could think of was one sentence: what kind of monster was this? He immediately grabbed the sword at his waist and pulled it out. This sword was given to him by the divine martial great emperor, the Red Mirror. Ever since he met the strange man in white, he had been carrying this sword with him, in case he needed it someday. Maybe one day he would be able to see the true face of that thing. It just so happened that it came in handy at this moment. He unsheathed the sword, and the gleam of the sword gleamed brightly. However, when he lowered his head to take a look, the image reflected by the sword didn't change in the slightest. It was still the same person, the same two terrifying faces. In other words, this madman was not a demon or a ghost. He was a human. However, could there really be someone in this world who looked like this? If she was born with such an appearance, how could it not be spread in Immortal Music Imperial City for so many years? Just as Xiao Yan was bewildered, a person beside him suddenly asked, trembling with fear, how did he become like this? When Xiao Yan heard this, he put the red mirror sword back into its scabbard and turned his head to ask, you know this person? Wasn't he like this before? Quite a few people said, yes, we worked together with him. Of course it's not like this. Before, his face didn't have this thing. Seeing that more and more onlookers had gathered, almost blocking the street, Xiao Yan's expression turned solemn. He raised his voice and said, everyone, don't come near. There's nothing, disperse. That bandaged teenager helped him separate the crowd, but Xiao Yan didn't notice. He was busy communicating with Feng Xi and Mu Qing, quickly come to the imperial city Shenwu Street. When he put down his hand, he saw another person stuttering on the side, looking very hesitant. Xiao Yan took the initiative to step forward and asked, do you have something you want to say? Seeing the crown prince ask, that person finally mustered up his courage and said, Your Highness, there's something I don't know if I should say or not. How could Xiao Yan have the time to wait for him to exchange pleasantries? He concisely said, just say it. That person said, a few days ago, there were a few small pits on my chest. 3 big pits and 2 small pits. I didn't feel anything. It didn't itch or hurt, but it felt quite comfortable when I scratched it. I didn't care much about it, but when I saw this brother, I felt a little guilty, He laughed dryly and unbuttoned his clothes, revealing his chest. Look at me, there's no problem, right? When he took off his clothes, the crowd fell silent. What was on this person's chest? How were there a few small pits? His facial features were clearly complete, and they could make out a vague woman's face. That person looked down and was shocked. How could this be? It clearly wasn't so lifelike before. Lifelike? No matter which word was used, it was extremely terrifying. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. That person couldn't help but grab Xiao Yan's clothes and shouted, Your Highness, save me. At this time, Feng Xian and Mu Qing received the communication and rushed over from the city gate tower. Seeing this, both of them frowned. Feng Xian shouted, Get up, what's going on? Xiao Yan didn't have time to explain. He patted that person's shoulder and comforted him, It's okay. Just calm down. His tone was gentle and firm, serious and calm. That person thought he had a card up his sleeve and was even more convinced that such a small matter was as easy as flipping his hand for His Highness the Crown Prince. He calmed down. However, Xiao Yan's heart was in turmoil. This kind of human face actually grew gradually. And those who had this symptom, let's call it a symptom for the time being, wasn't just one person. In that case, could it be possible to guess that there were actually more? He immediately summarized the general situation to Feng Xian and Mu Qing and said, Report to the Imperial Palace and pass down the order to search the entire city to see if there's anyone else who has similar things on their body. We must not miss a single one. Because this thing was too frightening, the monarch attached great importance to it after receiving the news. He dispatched a large number of people to conduct a search and investigation, and the efficiency was surprisingly high. That night, it was confirmed, in the entire Xianlu imperial city, there were already 5 people who had relatively clear human faces on their bodies. These 5 people either saw it and didn't take it seriously, or the human face grew in places where it wasn't easy to detect. In addition, it didn't hurt or itch, so they didn't notice. In addition, there were more than 10 people who already had relatively shallow pits and protrusions on their bodies. They were suspected to be human faces that hadn't yet formed. Among these 20 or so people, the majority were women and youths. After they were all sent to Xiao Yan, they were all anxious and uneasy. They greeted each other and casually comforted each other with a few words. Xiao Yan was originally explaining things to others, but when he noticed this, he felt that something was wrong and asked, "Do you all know each other?" The official who had been busy all night glanced at the booklet and said, "Your Highness, many of these people live in the outskirts of the imperial city and live relatively close to each other. It's possible that they have some daily interactions with each other. Many of them live in the same place." Mu Qing was stunned and said, "The people who live close to each other all have human faces on their bodies? Could it be that this thing is contagious?" Xiao Yan thought about it faster than him, but he didn't speak as fast as him. He immediately said, "Separate. Disperse the crowd. No one is allowed to hang around nearby. Find a place and completely isolate everyone here. There's a strange disease. It's contagious." Once these 6 words were leaked out, it was more effective than dispersing the crowd or dispersing the troops. How could it be that the surrounding crowd dispersed? More than half of the houses on the street were empty. Xiao Yan ordered the officials and soldiers who had come to listen to his orders to be fully armed and properly protected. He then led these 20 or so people to the outskirts of the imperial city where some of them lived. Near the outskirts of the imperial city, there was a large forest called the Buyo Forest. The ministers intended to build an area here to temporarily house the patients. However, when they entered the forest, the others were busy setting up camp. The more Xiao Yan walked, the more an ominous feeling circled around his heart. Feng Xian and Mu Qing naturally also felt it. Feng Xian took the lead and said, "Your Highness, could this be that Lang Ying?" Xiao Yan crossed his arms and frowned, "That's right. It's here. Wasn't this the Buyo Forest where Lang Ying personally dug the hole and buried his son's body?" The 3 people noticed this and looked at each other in dismay. Although they couldn't clearly say what it was, they vaguely had a guess. It drove them to coincidentally start looking for the place where Lang Ying's body was buried that day. However, several months had already passed since that day. Moreover, there were so many trees in the Buyo Forest. How could they still remember which tree Lang Ying's body was buried under? Just at this moment, an indescribable stench wafted over. This stench was somewhat similar to the smell of rotting corpses, but it was even more suffocating. Just one breath was enough to make a person faint. The others also smelled it and retreated one after another. They covered their noses and fanned themselves. "What's over there? What's going on? It's even more smelly than if it was marinated in a jar of soy sauce for 10 years. Xiao Yan rushed forward and followed that frightening smell. Sure enough, he found a somewhat familiar crooked tree. Under the tree, the ground slightly bulged, forming a gentle little mound. The soldiers raised their swords and gathered around to protect him. Xiao Yan raised his hand to stop them and said in a low voice, "Be careful. Normal people shouldn't come over." Feng Xian, who wasn't a normal person, casually picked up a shovel and went forward. With a few shovels, that mound of dirt became a pit. The stench became increasingly strong, and he became even more careful with his shovel. After a few more shovels, a little black thing was dug out from under the soil. It seemed to be slightly squirming. He slowed down his movements, and the soldiers acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Suddenly, the surface of the soil arched up high, and a swollen, enormous figure broke out of the ground, exposing itself to the crowd of people holding torches. That putrid stench instantly soared, and quite a few people immediately vomited on the spot. Xiao Yan's pupils also shrunk. That thing could no longer be described as a person. Anything else was more similar to a person than it. No one would be able to tell that this corpse, which could be described as enormous, was once a thin and weak child. An urge to vomit surged up his throat, and Xiao Yan tilted his head to look to the side. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were also stunned. They both blurted out, "What is this thing? Is this a curse, or is it purely the decay of a corpse?" Regardless of what it was, Xiao Yan knew what he should do now. He said, "Everyone retreat. The further the better. Burn this thing clean." After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and a raging flame gushed out. The flames soared into the sky, and the thick smoke billowed. Right at this moment, the mournful sound of a bugle horn came from a distant city tower. The three of them simultaneously raised their heads to look. This was the signal for the enemy to invade. Feng Xian cursed, "Damn it, they just had to attack us at this time." Mu Qing's face was calm. Under the light of the flames, he looked uncertain. He said, "Perhaps, they did it on purpose." Xiao Yan decisively said, "Mu Qing, stay here and deal with this. Feng Xian, you come with me. First, beat them back. Remember, you can't let them see any flaws." At night, the two of them hurriedly rushed out of the city and hastily fought a battle. Although they were caught unprepared this time, they still won. Although they won again, none of the people from Xianlu, including Xiao Yan, felt the slightest bit of joy from winning. This sudden, strange disease was called the human-faced plague by the people. Within Immortal Music Imperial City, it spread like wildfire with the speed of a thunderclap, causing everyone to be in a state of panic. The monarch had considered sealing off the news, but the first patient had rushed out from the streets. There were countless witnesses, so it couldn't be hidden from the start. Moreover, the human-faced disease spread and flared up extremely quickly. Within a short 6 days, suspected symptoms were found in more than 50 people. At the same time, Yong'an's attacks also became more frequent. Under the pincer attack from many sides, Xiao Yan almost didn't have time to spare to make rain in Yong'an. Most of the magical power and energy that was originally used to do this were consumed in the imperial city's quarantine area. In the cold and secluded forest, there were large expanses of tents and shacks. Xiao Yan walked through the patients on the ground. This quarantine area had more than 20 people in the beginning, but now it had nearly 100 people. It was getting bigger and bigger. Every day, as long as Xiao Yan was free, he would come here and use his magical power to alleviate the terrible symptoms of the patients here. But in the end, relief was not a cure. What people hoped was that he could cure themselves. As Xiao Yan walked, a young man lying on the ground suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the hem of Xiao Yan's clothes. He said, "Your Highness, I won't die, right?" Xiao Yan was about to speak, but he felt that this person was somewhat familiar. Looking carefully, wasn't this the passerby who gave him an umbrella when he found out that Xianlu was short of water and it was raining in the imperial city? Thinking of that day, that rain, and that umbrella, Xiao Yan's heart immediately warmed. He squatted down and lightly patted the back of this person's hand. He said seriously, "I will do my best." That person seemed to have obtained the hope of life. His eyes flashed with joy. He repeatedly said good and lay down again. From these people's eager eyes, it could be seen that they deeply believed that he could do it. Therefore, every time he met their eyes, Xiao Yan would feel a little self-reproach in his heart. He wanted to find a solution as soon as possible. After walking around the quarantine area, Xiao Yan found a place to sit. Mu Qing raised a bonfire and he sat in contemplation. In the distance, a few little odd-job workers carried a stretcher and left. They whispered, but they didn't know that Xiao Yan had heard everything. "How many is this? The fourth or fifth?" The stretcher carried a patient who died in the secluded forest. In fact, it was very difficult to kill people with the human face disease. But, not dying was scary. Not dying meant that they would have to carry this thing on their body for the rest of their life. Just thinking about it made people lose the courage to live. Especially some young women who cherished their appearance. If it grew on an important part like the face, most of them would choose to die in the end. One person sighed, "Sigh. When will it end?" Another person said, "With His Highness the Crown Prince here, we won't lose. Don't worry." The first person complained, "I'm not worried about losing, but in this situation, what's the use of not losing? It's still hard for us commoners to live." Sigh. "Forget it, I'm not complaining. Just pretend that I didn't say anything." If Feng Xian was here, he would definitely scold them immediately. Mu Qin glanced at Xie Lian and continued to light the fire. She didn't say anything. When the two people were completely gone, she said indifferently, "It's really the opinion of a commoner. They only know how to complain. Don't tell me that they want a martial god to monopolize everything." Xie Lian shook his head. What that person said made a certain amount of sense. He was a martial god. An army with him would be invincible. However, at this time, what was the use of just winning the battle? The army was established to protect the commoners, but the commoners at the back were being attacked by the plague. Wouldn't the original advantage become a joke? At this time, the bonfire swayed slightly. A person sat beside Xie Lian. It was Feng Xian. Xie Lian immediately asked, "How was it?" Feng Xian shook his head, saying, "It's the same as the result of your investigation. We couldn't find Lang Ying on the back slope. We also didn't see any strange people in white clothes. We don't know where they are hiding. There's no way to check if they are playing tricks. Also, the people of Yong'an are really good. None of them are infected with the human-faced disease." Mu Qin poked the fire, saying, "The imperial city and the back slope are so close. No matter what, it's impossible that none of them are infected. It's obvious that they are the ones playing tricks." Many people secretly thought this way, and it was indeed very reasonable to think this way. However, even if they knew that it was the people of Yong'an, or more specifically, that it was Lang Ying who was playing tricks, the other party hid very well. They couldn't find any clues. They suspected that the human-faced disease was caused by a curse. The corpse of Lang Ying's son was the source of the curse. However, if it was a curse, this curse was really very beautiful. It didn't leave any traces that they could trace back. What could prove this suspicion? Nothing. Who knew if this human-faced disease was just a new type of disease that was born naturally? Unless they caught the target of their suspicion, Xie Lian had no way to determine what the human-faced disease was. He also hurriedly reported his guess to the heavenly court. However, it was already said that Xie Lian broke the rules and descended to the mortal world. Things were different now. In the past, if he wanted to report something, he could just directly enter the Divine Martial Hall and tell Jun Wu loudly. Now, he had to follow the rules. One must know that the so-called rules, if he was lucky, he could pass it by mercilessly throwing some merit points. If he was unlucky, he might be forced to follow a set of extremely complicated procedures that would endlessly delay. After it was done, the heavenly court would just send a heavenly court official to deal with it. Xie Lian himself was a heavenly court official. Other than Jun Wu, there was no one in the heavenly court who could surpass him. The heavenly court official that was sent down might not be as strong as him. Jun Wu's burden was so heavy. In the mortal world, it was said that he was busy every day. It was impossible for him to come down personally to help him. Therefore, this report was just a symbolic one. There was no real hope. However, Xie Lian's mind was not thinking about this. He was thinking about another problem. He said, if Yong'an released the curse in order to destroy the imperial city, then the most effective attack should be to attack the army. As long as the army is defeated, wouldn't it be equivalent to opening the city gates? But in reality, the human-faced disease did not spread to the army at all. It was not that there were no victims of the human face disease in the army, but relatively speaking, the number was extremely small. There were only 3 or 4 of them. Moreover, after they were sent to quarantine, the situation was immediately controlled and did not spread. Feng Xian always said what he thought. Perhaps it was because they felt that even if they defeated the army, they would lose without a doubt with you around. They might as well not attack the army and directly attack the civilians. Hearing this, Mu Qin laughed. Feng Xian said, "What are you laughing at?" Mu Qin said, "Nothing. You can always come up with very reasonable opinions. I have no objections." Feng Xian was most annoyed by his manner of wanting to stab people in his heart but always pretending to be gentle. He directly ignored him and said, "If it was really done by them, I will look down on them. If they have the ability to fight on the battlefield, what is the point of using such underhanded methods to harm innocent civilians?" Hearing this, Xie Lian deeply agreed. He sighed and said, "These days, I have been thinking about how to get infected. First, we need to know how to get infected, then we can control it." Feng Xian said, "Isn't it very clear? If you get too close, come in contact with it too much, drink water, eat, sleep and so on together, you will be infected." Xie Lian rubbed his forehead and said, "On the surface, it is true. However, let's take the army as an example. The soldiers in the army also drink water, eat and sleep together, so they should be closer and more frequent than normal people. But why are there so few infected soldiers?" Mu Qin frowned and said, "What you mean is that under the same conditions, but with different constitutions, some people will be infected and some won't. What you want to ask is what kind of people can resist the human face disease." Xie Lian raised his head and said, "Mu Qin understands me. It is exactly so. If we can find this, we will have a way to stop the spread of the human face disease." Mu Qin nodded and said, "That's good. Then we will look at what kind of people are more likely to get human face disease. Among the patients in the secluded forest, what kind of people are the most common?" Xie Lian had been brought to the secluded forest countless times these days, so he could answer with his eyes closed. He immediately said, "Women, children, youths, the elderly, and young men who are not very tall." Feng Xian said doubtfully, "Could it be that only those with weak bodies will be infected? Should we ask the king to order all the people in the imperial city to train their bodies diligently?" Chapter 85. It was obvious that something was wrong. Because the first person to rush onto the divine Marshal Street was a strong man with a strong physique, it was untenable. Compared to the other soldiers, the few soldiers who suffered from the human face plague. As for what exactly was different, Xie Lian had thought of many possibilities and tested many of them. In all aspects, they were not much different from others. Among all the infected, appearance, physique, even identity, personality, were all varied. Unable to come up with a fixed pattern. Could it be? Who was infected and who was not? Was it really just a matter of luck? Xie Lian muttered to himself, what exactly did the soldiers do? How could they resist the spread of the human face plague? In other words, what exactly was there that the commoners did less, the soldiers did more? At this point, his eyes suddenly widened, his face turned pale. Hearing his voice stop abruptly, Feng Xian said, "What's wrong, Your Highness? What did you think of?" Xie Lian had indeed thought of something. He thought of a reasonable speculation. At the same time, it was also a terrifying speculation. He suddenly stood up and blurted out, "No. No, it shouldn't be like that, it's impossible for such a thing to happen." Feng Xian and Mu Qin also stood up and said, "What is it?" Xie Lian covered his forehead and paced back and forth a few steps. He raised his hand and said, "Wait a minute, I have a very absurd guess. It shouldn't be true, but I need to test it." Mu Qin said, "What exactly is your guess? How do you want to test it? Do you want me to find someone to test it for you?" Xiao Yan immediately rejected, no, I can't find a living person to test it. What if I guess wrong? It was better to say that he hoped in his heart that he guessed wrong. It would be better if he was very wrong. Mu Qing frowned and said, Your Highness, if you want to know if your guess is right, you have to use a living person to test it. This is the best way. It's useless for you to worry here. Feng Xian also frowned, don't you see that he's annoyed? Don't say such things at this time. Mu Qing turned his head and said, Strange, what did I say? Am I not telling the truth? At this point, what's the use of hesitating and struggling? Feng Xian said in disgust, do you have to measure everything by whether there is a use or not? That's a living person. You didn't even hesitate. Aren't you being too calm? Mu Qing said, calm down. Are you trying to say that I'm cold-blooded? Xiao Yan also didn't have the patience to gently mediate between the two of them in the past. He said, the two of you can start fighting over a single sentence. How improper. Stand here for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, and no one is allowed to move during that time. Old rules. Upon hearing the three words, old rules, Feng Xian and Mu Qing's expressions changed slightly. Xiao Yan waved his hand and said, the heavenly official blesses me. Begin. After a long while, Feng Xian gritted his teeth and said, the star of fortune shines upon us. Mu Qing also gritted his teeth and said, just follow the script. Feng Xian said with difficulty, Ku. He was still thinking hard about how to answer when Xiao Yan turned around and entered the Buyu forest to find the 3 sick soldiers for questioning. The so-called old rules was a method that Xiao Yan thought of to divert their attention. Feng Xian and Mu Qing had nothing better to do than to stab each other with a few words. The starting point was neither big nor small. At the beginning, Xiao Yan would make them stand silently for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, and not speak to each other until they had calmed down. However, the results were minimal. Hence, Xiao Yan decided to change it to having them play the dragon with idioms, to have a battle of victory and defeat. This way, their minds wouldn't have the time to think about the quarrel just now, and would have to rack their brains to think of a way to win the other party. After discovering this good method, Xiao Yan felt that the world had become much more peaceful, and was very satisfied. Now that they had to follow the old rules again, it could be considered as letting everyone relax a little. However, this relaxation didn't last for long. After the time it took for an incense to burn, Xiao Yan returned. His expression was extremely unsightly as he ordered, gather all the soldiers in the camp who live and eat with the soldiers who are sick. I have something to ask them. The two of them had already been stuck several times, and each had their own victories and defeats. Finally, they didn't have to play the dragon anymore, and they both heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Qing said, that's fine. However, this kind of roundabout way of seeking confirmation might not necessarily guarantee that the results will be completely accurate. Feng Xian turned around and was about to carry out his orders when Xiao Yan spoke up again, wait. It's already late at night. Going to ask them now would make too much of a commotion, and we can't gather too many people at once, lest we attract attention. The things I want to ask can't leak out even the slightest bit of information. This way, we won't be able to hide it from others. Feng Xian turned around and asked, then what should we do? Should we bring them one by one to your place and ask them in private? Xiao Yan replied, that's the only way. Tomorrow, first bring the soldiers who are close to those people to my room one by one. We can't let them know that they've all been interrogated. Remember to order them to absolutely not tell anyone else. Otherwise. He sucked in a breath, then sighed and said, forget it. It's better if you threaten them. Just say that if this gets out, they will be killed without question. The more ruthless, the better. Mu Qing said, if we ask them one by one, how long will that take? Xiao Yan replied, no matter how long it takes, we still have to ask them. The more we ask, the more we can confirm this matter. I have to get to the bottom of it. I absolutely cannot make the slightest mistake. Thus, on the second day, Xiao Lian sat in a room that had been temporarily set aside for him on the city gate tower. He personally interrogated over 300 soldiers. Faced with the questions he asked, these 300 people all gave the same answer. With every question asked, Xiao Lian's expression sank a little. After he finished, Feng Xian and Mu Qin walked into the room. They saw Xiao Lian sitting at the table with one hand on his forehead. He didn't say anything, and after a long time, he slowly said, "You guys guard the city gate. I'm going to Mount Taicang." Feng Xian hesitated before asking, "Your Highness, did you manage to ask anything? In the end, was it a curse or?" Xiao Lian nodded his head and said, "I got it. It was a curse." Mu Qin solemnly asked, "Are you sure?" Xiao Lian replied, "I'm sure without a doubt. I also know what kind of people will be infected, and what kind of people won't be infected." Although he said this, his face didn't have the slightest bit of joy from finally unraveling the mystery. Feng Xian and Mu Qin felt that the matter wasn't that simple. However, since Xiao Lian didn't take the initiative to say anything, as his subordinates, they naturally couldn't ask too much. Their hearts also sank. Mount Taicang, Huangji Monastery, the highest peak, Divine Martial Hall. The state preceptor offered incense amidst the rising smoke. Xiao Lian stepped into the hall and got straight to the point. "State preceptor, I want to see the emperor." After the state preceptor finished offering incense, he turned his head and said, "Your Highness, the gate to heaven is no longer open for you." Xiao Lian replied, "I know. However, I have already investigated and found out that Xianlu country is currently suffering from an unprecedented evil cursed tide. This isn't a natural disaster, it's caused by something that isn't human. Please lend me a hand and invite the emperor to descend and possess my body. Then, I can directly inform him of this news. Perhaps he will know what the source of all this is. Perhaps he can find a way to turn things around." Ever since he returned to the human world, he had come to the Divine Martial Hall to report 3 times. However, the first 2 times, he didn't intend to ask for help. He was just going through the motions. Only this time, he sincerely wanted to seek help. The state preceptor sat on the chair and said, "It's not that I don't want to help you, Your Highness. It's just that there's no need. Even if I lend you a helping hand, the emperor will descend and possess my body. When you talk to him, the answer you receive will only disappoint you." Xiao Lian's expression slightly changed as he said, "Do you know something? Do you know what that white-clothed man wearing the smile-crying mask is?" The state preceptor said, "Your Highness, do you still remember the words I told you before? The fate of this world, good or bad, is fixed." Xiao Lian stared blankly and immediately fell silent. The state preceptor continued, "Originally, many of the people of Yong'an were about to die. You transported water and rain, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. However, you weren't able to completely rescue them from the drought and arrange for their future. Therefore, right now, they have to fight for a future for themselves in the Yong'an army. Originally, the imperial city had already fallen into decline. However, you personally descended to the human world. With your strength alone, you instantly reversed the situation and allowed the imperial city to breathe a sigh of relief. However, you didn't resolutely exterminate the Yong'an rebel army and exterminate the roots. Instead, you allowed them to survive until today. Like a group of cockroaches, the more you fought, the stronger they became." The state preceptor strangely asked, "Your Highness, can I ask what you're doing? Could it be that you're still waiting for both sides to repent, turn over a new leaf, reconcile, and return to the same country?" Xiao Lian's heart inexplicably gave birth to a feeling of shame. However, it quickly turned into confusion as he thought, "It's really strange. Regardless of whether I save people or protect them, it's all because those people are innocent commoners. Their crimes don't warrant death. Every single thing I've done is clearly something I've seriously thought about and made after struggling with myself. Why is it that when someone else says it, it sounds so laughable? Why does it sound like I haven't accomplished anything at all? I'm such a failure. Just as this word emerged in his mind, he immediately erased it with thick ink. The state preceptor continued, with your deity's body, you interfered with the affairs of the human world. The destiny of Xianlu country has been turned upside down by you, turning it into a complete mess. In order to achieve balance, some other things will naturally be born, bringing back the tracks that were deviated by you. I don't know what that thing is, but I can confirm that it was born for you. Xie Lian's figure swayed. The state preceptor continued, I can also confirm that when the divine martial emperor saw you, he would certainly tell you the same thing. Because, this is the reason why he didn't let you come down. But I feel that even if he told you at that time, you would most likely still come down. Teenagers are like this. If they don't listen to advice, if they don't fall, they won't believe that they can't walk. Xie Lian said in disbelief, you mean, the cause of this human face plague is actually me? So, according to the so-called theory of fixed numbers, whatever that thing that doesn't laugh or cry does, I deserve it? So, the heavenly court simply won't care about this matter? The state preceptor said, you can say that, but you can also not say that. After all, if you really want to calculate it this way, you can still blame your imperial father and imperial mother. Because if they didn't give birth to you, you wouldn't have ascended, and you wouldn't have descended to the mortal world. So on and so forth, you can blame the ancestors of your Xianlu country. Therefore, it was meaningless to discuss who created the cause. As for the last question you asked, yes, it won't. Because, the destruction of Xianlu country was originally inevitable. Since you reached out and messed up this chess game, then, there must be another hand to put the chess pieces back in place. Xie Lian took a deep breath. He didn't want to discuss with him whether or not the destruction of Xianlu country was inevitable. Closing his eyes for a moment, he said, then, may I ask the state preceptor, if I disappear now, will this thing also disappear with me? The state preceptor said, I'm afraid it won't. It's easy to invite a god in, but it's hard to send him away. There's no difference between demons and ghosts. Xie Lian nodded and stiffly said, good. Thank you for your guidance, state preceptor. He knew that it was useless to say more. The only thing he could rely on was himself. After paying his respects to the state preceptor, he said goodbye and prepared to leave. Behind him, the state preceptor said, Your Highness. From now on, what do you plan to do? Xie Lian lowered his head and said, since it's useless for me to disappear now, then I will fight it to the end. This is my only path. Pausing for a moment, he raised his head and said word by word, I don't care if it's a hand or something else. However, the people I'm protecting are definitely not its chess pieces. Half a month later, Lang Ying led the Yong'an army to attack again. After going through several months of countless battles, the current Yong'an army could finally be called an army. They were no longer a group of bandits and refugees, but a regular and powerful army. It was as if Lang Ying had disappeared from the world for a long time. This time, Xie Lian once again saw this man on the battlefield. He, who had been waiting for a long time, directly flew over the crowd and pressed forward. Slashing down with his sword, he shouted, Where is that man in white? Lang Ying blocked his sword. He didn't reply and seriously counterattacked. Xie Lian pressed forward step by step and said, You know who I'm talking about. My patience is limited. Suddenly, Lang Ying stared at him and said, Your Highness, didn't you say that it would continue to rain in Yong'an? Xie Lian didn't expect him to ask such a question. His heart trembled and he was at a loss for words. He did promise Lang Ying that it would rain in Yong'an. However, during this period of time, the number of people infected with the human face plague in the imperial city had multiplied several times. Currently, there were almost 500 people infected. These 500 people were all squeezed into the Yulin. Seeing that this quarantine area was about to be insufficient, the officials discussed moving to a further, larger place. Most of Xia Lian's mana was used to alleviate the illnesses of these 500 people, so he couldn't go to Yong'an to reign anymore. Since he had no use for the Rain Master's hat, he was too embarrassed to keep someone else's talisman. With no other choice, he sent Feng Xian to the Rain Master's country to return the hat to the Rain Master and express his thanks. Xia Lian stabbed out with his sword and angrily said, "I was the one who made the rain. Why did it stop? Don't you guys know?" The angrier he got, the calmer Lang Ying became. "It's none of my business. I only know that even without this human face plague, your mana won't last long. Just like how even with your rain, not many people in Yong'an can survive. It's all useless. Your Highness, why do you think you can do whatever you want? Rather than handing my fate to you, I choose to hand it to myself." Xia Lian didn't know which sentence stabbed him, but his killing intent rose. He slightly turned the blade of his sword and secretly raised his left palm. There was a voice in his heart that clamored, "Kill this person. The remnants of Yong'an are nothing to be afraid of." Since they met, this was the first time he was truly determined to kill Lang Ying. Unexpectedly, he sent out his palm and hit Lang Ying's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, it didn't pierce through his heart. Instead, he was shaken away. With this shock, Xia Lian couldn't believe it. He retreated a few steps and said, "You." Xia Lian couldn't be more clear about what had shaken him away. There were powerful people in the world, such as monarchs, geniuses, and righteous people. Whenever they encountered a critical moment, they would naturally produce a protective aura to protect them from harm. Most of these people had the potential to ascend to immortality. Lang Ying was nothing more than a wild person, yet he actually produced this kind of protective spiritual aura. Moreover, it was an extremely rare kind. The aura of a monarch. Xia Lian didn't dare to think about what this meant. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his chest. It was Lang Ying's sword stabbing over, piercing through his chest. In this battle, the two sides didn't have a winner or loser. The invading Yong'an side still lost many people, but this time, the Xianlu imperial city's side didn't fare much better. If it was someone else, it could be said to be a Pyrrhic victory. However, for Xia Lian, this was definitely a defeat. This was his first defeat. Moreover, although Lang Ying still couldn't beat Xia Lian and was eventually injured and retreated, many people saw the scene of Lang Ying stabbing him. Xia Lian could roughly guess how many officers and soldiers in the army were discussing behind his back. His Highness is a martial god, how could he be stabbed? Aren't we the soldiers of the gods? Why didn't we achieve a complete victory like in the past? However, he was already unable to pay attention to these small voices. That was because Mu Qing told him that today, Bu Yulin had sent over 100 more patients with the human face plague. In a short day, there were another 100. Now, the first batch of patients with the human face plague had already reached an extremely serious stage. From top to bottom, there wasn't a single spot that could be seen. Everything had to be covered with thick white cloth, otherwise, just looking at it would be horrifying. However, through the white cloth, one could faintly see the uneven contours of the body. Xia Lian walked around to treat the patients. With great difficulty, he finished a round. Only then did Feng Xian pull him to the side and whisper, "Your Highness, what happened on the battlefield today? How could you be stabbed by that barbarian? Later on, you clearly hit him several times. Why didn't you kill him?" Xia Lian didn't want to tell him that Lang Ying's body had an additional layer of the aura of a monarch that even a heavenly official couldn't offend. He could only helplessly smile bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill him, it was that he couldn't. The magic power contained in his attacks had all been absorbed by this layer of King's aura. Thus, it was completely ineffective against Lang Ying. After he discovered this, he immediately switched to using real swords and spears, fighting with his fists and feet. However, this Lang Ying's skin was coarse and thick, so he could take a beating. Right at this moment, a person in the distance suddenly howled, "Your Highness, save me." Xiao Yan had just received a bowl of water from Feng Xian. He had just taken a sip when he heard the howl and immediately choked. Without even taking a breath to rest, he rushed over. The one who had howled was the youth who had delivered him the umbrella that day. Because Xiao Yan had been especially gentle towards him, this youth had been especially diligent in shouting for him to save him. The first part of this person's face was his knee. Xiao Yan had cast a spell to control it, preventing the plague poison from spreading. Thus, from his entire body, only his left leg had a human face. Right now, he was madly kicking that leg, hovering between life and death. Xiao Yan held him down and comforted him, "Don't move. I'm coming." That youth was extremely terrified. He grabbed him and said, "Your Highness. Your Highness, save me. Just now, I felt my leg itch, as if there was some kind of grass pricking it. Then I looked down and saw those things, their mouths were opening and closing. They were moving. They're eating grass. They're alive." Xiao Yan immediately felt his blood run cold. He looked down and sure enough, the youth's left leg was packed with dozens of human faces. Quite a few of their mouths had blades of grass in them, and some were even chewing them hungrily. Many of the patients began to scream, and the crowd became restless. It was only thanks to Feng Xian Mu Qing and the soldiers that they managed to suppress the riot. Xiao Yan held the youth down with one hand and asked the person beside him, "Can he still move this leg?" No, the guards of the Yu forest were all fully armed. Their entire bodies were tightly wrapped in bandages and cloaks, so it was impossible to see how they looked. The person working on the side answered. Judging from the voice, it seemed to be a youth. He said, "Your Highness, he can't. His leg has already been crippled. I don't know what else is growing inside, but it's as heavy as lead. I can't even move it. Moreover, the plague poison has been climbing up, and it's about to climb out of his leg and spread to his waist." Xiao Yan had already tried his best to save him, but the youth's leg could be said to be terminally ill. He had almost lost the feeling of a normal person. At this moment, a doctor whispered, "Your Highness, in my opinion, the only thing we haven't tried yet is to cut off the part of the human face and see if we can stop the spread of the plague." Xiao Yan could only think of this method. He said, "Then cut it off for him." The youth hurriedly said, "No." He was afraid that his leg would really be amputated, but he didn't dare to hug his deformed leg. He said in extreme pain, "My leg is not crippled yet. Maybe it can still be healed." "Your Highness. Don't you have any other way to save me?" Xiao Yan didn't want to reply with words like, "I'll try my best," or, "I'll try my best," anymore. His vision darkened as he said, "I'm sorry, I don't have any." This was the first time the Crown Prince had said such a thing. Countless people present were extremely shocked. Some even lost control and shouted, "You don't have any? You're the Crown Prince, you're a god, how can you not have any way? We've been waiting here for you to think of a way for so many days, how can you not have any way?" The person who said this was immediately silenced by an unknown person. However, it wasn't Feng Xian or Mu Qing who stopped him. Mu Qing seemed to feel that Xiao Yan's words were too frank and didn't appease the crowd. He frowned and didn't say anything. Feng Xian, on the other hand, was shouting at a few patients who were jumping up and down. Xiao Yan had been badly battered for the past few days. He didn't return his sword to its sheath. It hung at his waist, the blade of the sword a little closer to the leg. A human face felt the cold sword energy and suddenly stopped chewing. It opened its mouth and screamed. This thing, it actually screamed. Although the sound was weak, it was undoubtedly coming from this leg. The youth screamed and almost fainted from fright. He hugged Xiao Yan tightly and repeatedly said, "Your Highness, save me. Save me." At the same time, 3 slightly sunken pits appeared on his leg and near his waist. The doctor said in shock, "Your Highness, it's spreading, it's spreading. The plague is about to crawl out of the leg." No matter how much magic power he used, Xiao Yan still wasn't able to control the youth's illness. He watched as these terrifying things were about to spread to the youth's entire body. Once they spread, they could no longer be taken back. Could it be that he was just going to sit and wait for death? Xiao Yan clenched his teeth and said, "I'll ask you one thing. This leg, do you want it or not? I can't guarantee what will happen if you don't have it. If you don't want it, then nod and we'll act immediately. If you don't want it, then don't nod and we'll see." The youth gasped for breath. He was actually so scared that his eyes were empty and he was on the verge of losing his mind. He seemed to be nodding, but also seemed to be shaking his head. The faces on his left leg began to scream one after another, as if they were welcoming a new companion. Amidst their squeaking, one could even see their joyful expressions in their tiny, bright red tongues that were currently trembling. It was hard to imagine what kind of scene the inside of this youth's left leg was like. What kind of thing had it become? He couldn't drag it out any longer. Xiao Yan said to the doctor, "Cut it off for him." However, the doctor repeatedly waved his hand and said, "Your Highness, please forgive me. I also don't have the assurance. I don't dare to cut it in this place. Even if I cut it off, it won't work. It's better not to take the risk." He inwardly scolded himself for talking too much. The bird that poked its head out would be shot, and he almost got himself into a frightening situation. He fled back into the crowd and didn't say anything. The youth muttered, "Your Highness, save me, Your Highness, save me." Xiao Yan's mind was a blank. In his heart, a voice of despair was also muttering, "Who will save me?" All around him, there was a clamor of all sorts of things. Those distorted little faces also squeezed together below and screamed. In an instant, Xiao Yan felt as if he was looking at hell. It was as if he was rigidly staring at this hell, but at the same time, it was as if he was staring at nothing. Amidst the cold sweat, he opened his eyes wide and raised his arms. Chapter 86. Ah! That young man was originally half unconscious. After Xiao Yan cut off his left leg, he suddenly woke up and screamed, "My leg! My leg!" Xiao Yan knelt in a pool of blood. His white clothes were stained with blood. He struggled to hold him down and said, "It's okay. Doctor, stop the bleeding." Several doctors were flustered. Mu Qin couldn't stand it anymore. "Don't lose your head." He came up and took out a small medicine bottle. Faint smoke flowed out. The bleeding slowly stopped. Xiao Yan also covered the young man's wound with a layer of spiritual light. As for the leg that had been cut off, it lay alone on the ground. Suddenly, it slightly curled up. After leaving the body, it was still twitching and wriggling as if it was a living thing. Xiao Yan raised his hand. There was a huge blaze, and the leg was burnt into a pile of pitch-black charcoal in the raging fire. That young man screamed, "My leg!" Xiao Yan looked at his waist and saw that the scar hadn't climbed up. His eyes lit up. He happily said, "Okay, it stopped. It's not spreading anymore." Only then did the young man stop crying. He opened his eyes and said, "Really? Is it really okay?" The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and became restless. After hesitating for a while, someone shouted, "Your Highness, please help me treat him." Not far away, a young man's voice shouted, "Don't mess around. It's not certain. What if he relapses again after a while?" With this voice's reminder, Xiao Yan calmed down and said, "Yes. Right now, I can't be sure. I still need to observe for a while. Someone fearfully said, how much longer do I have to observe? I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, this thing is going to grow on my face. Someone threw caution to the wind. I'm willing to take this risk. Not long after, the hundreds of people in the Buyu forest all clamored, Your Highness, I beg you to relieve our suffering. Xiao Yan was placed in the center. Although it was difficult, he didn't dare to be careless. He said, everyone, please get up first. If this person doesn't relapse after a while, I will definitely do my best to treat everyone. With great difficulty, he pacified the crowd, made many promises, and brought the youth with the broken leg to another place. Xiao Yan sat under a tree. Mu Qing looked around and said in a low voice, why did you just cut off his leg? If I don't beg you again and again, don't make the decision. If it doesn't work after you cut off his leg, then you'll be the one he hates. Xiao Yan's heart was still beating wildly. He covered his face with one hand and said in a hoarse voice. At that time, we couldn't wait any longer. He didn't answer me, and the doctors didn't dare to do anything. We couldn't just watch as the virus spread. Someone had to come out and give us the final decision. I'm really. Feng Xian had a rare look of worry on his face as he said, Your Highness, I think you should take a rest. You really don't look too good. We'll help you take care of this. Xiao Yan also felt that he couldn't hold on much longer. He slowly nodded and said, all right. I'm just going to rest here for a while, and I'll be going back soon. I can't go too far. Just at this moment, someone cried out in the forest. Feng Xian and Mu Qing went to see what was going on. Xiao Yan stared blankly for a while before lying down on the ground. If it was in the past, he would definitely not lie on the muddy ground in the wilderness like this if no one had built him a tent and set up a bed for him. But right now, he really didn't have the energy to bother with these things. He didn't even clean off the dust and blood stains on his clothes. With his face covered in dirt, he fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, he heard Feng Xian call out to him in his daze. Xiao Yan suddenly woke up and flipped over to get up. He felt something slip off his body. Looking down, he saw a tattered and patched blanket. He didn't know who had covered him with it while he was resting. Xiao Yan rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said to the approaching Feng Xian, I don't need this. Give it to those patients. Feng Xian was stunned when he heard this. Ah! What did you say? This blanket? I didn't give it to you. I just came back. Xiao Yan turned his head. Is it Mu Qing? Mu Qing said, it wasn't me either. It was probably one of the believers who lived in the quarantine area who gave it to you. Xiao Yan looked around but didn't see anyone worth paying attention to. He shook his head and thought to himself, I actually didn't even notice someone approaching. My condition is really terrible. He folded the blanket and placed it on the ground. Standing up, he said, let's go. He left with this matter in his heart. And very soon, the thing he was worried about happened. Just 2 days later, when Xiao Yan could no longer go to the secluded forest, some doctors told him that at night, more than 10 people with the human-faced plague had ignored the warnings and secretly crawled up. Some used fire to burn their infected areas, while others used knives to cut their flesh. There were also a few who, because of improper methods, lost too much blood and were still covered in blankets, not daring to make a sound. They were afraid of being discovered, so they quietly died. Xiao Yan had just left the battlefield when he heard this grievous news. Standing among the hundreds of people, he looked at the bloodied and painfully wailing patients on the ground. Finally, he got angry. Why didn't you listen to my advice? Didn't I say that we still haven't confirmed whether or not this method could eradicate the plague? How could you be so reckless? This was the first time he had gotten so angry in front of so many believers. Everyone lowered their heads and didn't say anything, keeping quiet out of fear. Xiao Yan was really angry in his heart and couldn't help but say a few more words. As he spoke, out of the blue, someone said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince is immune to hundreds of poisons. The illness is on our bodies, not yours. Of course you would say that we were reckless. But weren't we just trying to find a doctor randomly because we were really sick? What else could we do?" Although this person didn't directly contradict him, his tone was very eccentric. When Xiao Yan heard this, his blood rushed to his head. He said, "What did you say?" After that person finished speaking, he shrunk back and couldn't be found. Feng Xian, who was far away, didn't hear this. Otherwise, he would have immediately started cursing. Mu Qing, on the other hand, saw that the direction of the crowd wasn't right, so he cautiously chose not to aggravate the situation. Seeing that Xiao Yan didn't respond, another person said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, if you can't save us, then we can only save ourselves. Don't worry, we won't waste your spiritual medicine and mana." Just now, Xiao Yan's blood had rushed to his head, but now, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. In his heart, he said, "What are you saying? Could it be that I care about those spiritual medicine and mana? I was clearly afraid that amputations would be useless, so I stopped them. Why do you make it sound like it's easy for me to talk? I can't understand these kinds of illnesses, but if I didn't sincerely want to save people, why would I give up my position as a heavenly magistrate and come down to ask for trouble?" In his entire life, he had never been stabbed with such words, nor had he ever suffered such grievances. His heart had 1,000 words to say, but his mouth couldn't say a single one. This was because he knew that it was because he hadn't been able to find a way to cure the human face plague, causing his believers to gradually lose their patience. The suffering these common people were suffering was 100 times harder to endure than his. He could only clench his fists until his joints made "ka-ka" sounds. After a long time, he suddenly punched a tree to the side. That tree responded with a "kacha" sound and snapped. Everyone jumped in fright and stopped whispering. In the distance, Feng Xian finally realized that something had happened. He rushed over and said, "Your Highness." After Xiao Yan punched out, he vented out a mouthful of sullen air and calmed down a bit. Unexpectedly, in the deathly silence, another person said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you don't need to be so angry. Everyone here is a patient, all of you are your believers. No one here owes you anything." As soon as these words were said, many people inwardly nodded. Although they had all lowered their voices, Xiao Yan's 5 senses were clear, so he could hear every sound clearly. Below him, they were all muttering, "Finally, there's someone who dares to speak the truth. I've always been holding it in and didn't dare to say it. Didn't they say that Your Highness the Crown Prince was very gentle? How come he's actually like this?" Amidst the waves of voices, Xiao Yan unintentionally took a step back. In the past 20 years, he had never felt fear in front of any enemy. He would forever be fearless. However, at this moment, an emotion similar to fear swept through his heart. At this time, he heard someone say in a low voice, "With this kind of divine might, if you went to the enemy and threw fire, it wouldn't be so difficult to fight." Hearing this sentence, he could no longer stand here. How could he not know that the current him simply wasn't like that martial god who wielded a sword and held a flower on the altar with a calm smile? Xiao Yan turned around and dashed out of the Buyo forest as if he was escaping. Feng Xian and Mu Qing shouted from behind him, "Your Highness! Where are you going?" Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. It seemed that a young nurse had suddenly started punching and kicking a few patients, triggering a round of tumultuous fighting. However, Feng Xian and Mu Qing couldn't be bothered with this side. They called over a few squads of soldiers to look after the scene before closely chasing after Xiao Yan. The direction he madly ran in was towards back slope. With a single step, he flew several feet. Not long after, he arrived at the lush mountaintop. Xiao Yan's eyes turned red as he shouted from within the forest, "Come out." Feng Xian replied, Your Highness. What are you doing here? Xiao Yan rushed towards the sky and shouted, I know you're here, get out here for me. Mu Qing replied, if he could come out the moment you shouted, then he wouldn't have. Before he could finish speaking, he abruptly stopped. That was because the three of them heard a creaking sound coming from behind them. They fiercely turned their heads around. Wasn't the person sitting on a tree vine looking down at them? Wasn't that the one with the left side of his face crying and the right side smiling? He actually came out after shouting. As soon as Xiao Yan saw him, he lost all reason. Flying over, he fiercely shouted, I want your life. That white-clothed person lightly and skillfully dodged. His wide white sleeves were like a pair of butterfly wings fluttering in the wind, extremely graceful. Feng Xian and Mu Qing both cried out in surprise. Originally, they wanted to go and help, but they abruptly discovered that something was wrong and stopped their movements. Both of them had stunned expressions on their faces. However, because Xiao Yan's heart was filled with rage, he didn't notice anything. Unsheathing his long sword, Feng Xian shouted, Your Highness. Didn't you notice? Xiao Yan had already grabbed that white-clothed person's neck with one hand, while his other hand held onto his sword. The tip of the sword was pressed against that person's chest. That white-clothed person was clearly under his control, yet he suddenly began to laugh loudly. This laughter was clear and gentle, as if it belonged to a youth. Xiao Yan felt that it was extremely familiar, as if it belonged to someone. However, due to his rage, he couldn't remember whose voice it was. However, a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. Very quickly, that white-clothed person sighed and said, Xiao Yan. No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. You've lost, Xianlu country is finished. Xiao Yan was extremely furious. Pulling out his hand, he slapped him and said, Who do you think you are? If I didn't let you speak, then shut up. To him, this was truly an extremely crude action. That white-clothed person's head was slapped to the side. Turning back, he said, Do you really want me to shut up? Fine. However, in reality, there is still a method that can allow you to turn defeat into victory. It all depends on whether or not you're willing to do it. If he hadn't added the last sentence, Xiao Yan definitely wouldn't have paid attention to him. However, when he added the last sentence, Xiao Yan felt that there was a possibility that what he said was the truth. There was a method, but in a moment, he would have to pay a heavy price. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan said in a low voice, What method? What do you want me to do? Just say it, less nonsense. That white-clothed person said, If you come a little closer, I'll tell you. Xiao Yan said, Okay. Feng Xian said, Your Highness. You shouldn't be. However, he saw Xiao Yan's sword pierce through that white-clothed person's heart. Leaning down, he said, Speak. That white-clothed person used an extremely low voice to whisper into his ear for a while. The bystanders couldn't clearly hear what he said. However, the more Xiao Yan listened, the wider his eyes became. After listening for a while, he couldn't bear it anymore and slapped that white-clothed person again. He shouted, I didn't ask you to say this. What I want is a solution. A solution. That white-clothed person said, I said, this is the solution. It all depends on whether or not you're willing to do it. Xiao Yan's face twisted as he said. In the end, what do you want to do? In the end, who are you? That white-clothed person laughed mischievously and said, Who am I? Can't you take off your mask and see for yourself? Xiao Yan had long had this intention, so he took off that half-crying, half-smiling mask. In the next instant, his entire person froze. Under the mask, smiling at him, was the face of a handsome, snow-white youth. His eyes were sparkling, and the corners of his mouth held a smile. His expression was infinitely gentle and humble. Chapter 87. Xiao Yan was unable to restrain his anger. He pulled out the sword from his chest. Just as he was about to stab again, he discovered that there wasn't a trace of blood on the sword. In that instant, his mind became clear. He turned his sword. He chopped off the head of the white-clothed youth. It was easy to chop it off. However, after the head separated from the body, both sides quickly deflated, turning into a flat bag of skin. This body was actually an empty shell. He had seen this thing twice. He had always used a fake body. His real body had never come out even once. Although he wasn't surprised, Xiao Yan was still filled with hatred. The long sword stabbed randomly at the soft head and body. The sharp sword energy sliced a bag of skin into pieces, but he still wasn't satisfied. Feng Xian couldn't watch anymore. He stopped him and said, "Your Highness. This is just a shell." However, this shell was exactly the same as Xiao Yan's appearance when he was young. Thus, it looked like Xiao Yan was cruelly slaughtering himself. This scene was somewhat uncomfortable. Xiao Yan took a few heavy breaths. He threw away the sword and sat on the ground. "I know. But he actually dared to use my face." He was truly furious. The two of them squatted down in front of him. After a moment of silence, Feng Xian said, "Your Highness, are you feeling better? Don't take this thing's nonsense seriously. It's just a prank." Unexpectedly, Xiao Yan said, "No," he said some things. "He wasn't pranking me, it's just," Feng Xian was shocked. "He really told you the method to remove the curse?" Xiao Yan's right hand grabbed his hair and said, "He didn't tell me the method to solve the human-faced plague. What he told me was, the method to create the human-faced plague." The two of them were stunned. "Create?" Xiao Yan nodded his head and looked around. He felt that it was better not to stay on the slope and decided to leave first. Right now, he didn't want to see the evasive gazes of the soldiers. He also didn't want to hear the wails and dissatisfaction of the patients. Thus, he returned to the Crown Prince's palace that had been empty for many years. After closing the door, Xiao Yan barely managed to calm his mind. He sat down and said in a deep voice, "Those human faces on people's bodies are all the souls of the people of Yong'an. Some of them died on the battlefield, but most of them died during the drought." Mu Qing was not surprised, and said, "No wonder the people of Yong'an are immune to the human face plague, of course they wouldn't fight their own people." Feng Xian frowned. Those who died in the drought weren't killed by the people of the imperial city. Even if they have resentment, they shouldn't be directing it here, right? Xiao Yan sighed and said, "That may be the case, but you all know that when a person dies, their soul will have a chaotic period. For a period of time after a person died, their soul would be like a newborn child, confused and half awake. They wouldn't know who they were, where they were, or what they were doing. This period of time could be long or short, and it all depended on the person and their fate. This state was called the chaotic period. Under such circumstances, their loved ones could guide these souls or influence them. The folk custom of calling souls on the 7th day of the month was based on this principle." Xiao Yan said, "He told me that the soldiers of Yong'an had an extremely strong resentment towards the imperial city, and many of their parents, wives, and children had died during the drought. These souls had no one to rely on, so they would be infected by the emotions of their loved ones. He used the sharp wills of these soldiers to instill hostility towards the people of Xianlu City into these souls, driving them to reside in the bodies of the living, fighting over the nutrients of the living. Because these souls of the chaotic period had already been repeatedly told one thought, if it weren't for them, you guys could have survived." Feng Xian said, "What kind of damn thought is this? Who deserves to live, and who deserves to die?" Xiao Yan covered his forehead and said, "Lang Ying had previously unintentionally buried his son's corpse in the imperial city, and this became the primer for his spell. I asked him to tell me the solution, but after talking for half a day, he actually told me about this curse technique. What does this mean? Knowing the technique wasn't enough to break the curse, so Feng Xian scolded, he's playing a prank on you. What kind of joke is this, fuck me? Mu Qing said, he's not playing a prank on you. He has indeed already told you the method. Xie Lian and Feng Xian raised their heads and turned their heads, saying, what method? Mu Qing said, the solution. His eyes lit up, as if he had discovered some secret, saying, the curse on Yong'an City's side is effective because they have resentment towards Xianlu City. However, on Xianlu City's side, how could they not have resentment towards Yong'an City? Xie Lian slightly opened his eyes, his breathing slightly stagnant. Mu Qing continued, since he told you the method of the curse, then you can use the same method, a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, and create a human face plague that only infects the people of Yong'an City. Think about it, for the human face plague curse to be effective, there must be the support of living people. As long as they are infected with the plague, they can't even fend for themselves, or even if there isn't a single living person left, wouldn't the curse collapse on its own? Xie Lian had never thought of this kind of method. Hearing him speak so confidently, he was momentarily stunned. After a while, he blurted out, absolutely not. Mu Qing said, why not? Don't forget, the ones who placed the curse first were them. Xie Lian abruptly stood up, saying, no means no. Also, you're wrong, the soldiers of Yong'an City will definitely have a hard time being infected with the human face plague, just like the soldiers of Xianlu City. Don't ask me why, Mu Qing very quickly said, then even if it only infects the commoners, it's still good. They don't have the complete protective equipment and manpower of the imperial city. Once the human face plague breaks out, the epidemic will inevitably spread even faster, and they definitely won't have the strength to fight back. Using the safety of the commoners behind them to threaten them to stop the curse and surrender is the same, they can't afford to waste more time than the imperial city. Xie Lian immediately rejected, even more not. Don't forget when they attacked the innocent commoners of the imperial city, what did we say to them? Despicable. If we also do the same thing as them, wouldn't we become the despicable people that we ourselves claim to be? What difference is there between us and them? Mu Qing restrained his excitement, saying, Your Highness, don't forget who it was that used death to lure you into a land of gentleness. It's the innocent commoners that you speak of. Hearing this, Xie Lian hesitated for a moment. To tell the truth, it was impossible for his heart not to care. But in the end, he still said, yes, there are indeed people like that. But that's because these people often rush to the forefront and are the most fanatical. That's why you only see these kinds of people. But in reality, even more commoners simply don't understand anything. If you go to the back slope and take a look, you'll understand. Many people don't even know why they're fighting. Wherever there's food, they'll go. Mu Qing, what you're suggesting me to do now is to kill another group of innocent people in order to save another group of innocent people. He sighed and said, I'll think of another way. Mu Qing's tone became a bit bad, saying with a bit of ridicule, why should I go to the back slope and care about how the enemy commoners live their lives? Forget it. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you're thinking of others like this, yet others have never thought of you. Aren't you being a sucker? Xie Lian's heart felt heavy, lowering his head without saying anything. In his mind, however, the image of the leg that was still twitching after it was cut off appeared. After hesitating for a long time, in the end, he still shook his head and said, in the end, I'm not thinking for others, even if I'm only thinking for ourselves. Curses are in themselves a double-edged sword, harming others but also harming oneself. In order to curse others, the living must be filled with resentment, and the dead cannot rest in peace. They suffered so much when they were alive, and after death, they still have to live in other people's bodies, becoming that kind of monster. You saw the thing on that person's leg that day, those human faces that were struggling at death's door, how much better are they compared to the infected people? Curses will eventually backfire one day, and they won't have a good ending. After being rejected again and again, Mu Qing was about to lose his patience, saying, if they don't have a good ending, you won't have a good ending here. You don't have a third way, and you won't be able to find a second cup of water. Wake up, Your Highness. You don't have time. Xiao Yan felt his head was a bit hot, closing his eyes, saying, don't say it first, let me think about it. Mu Qing finally couldn't bear it anymore, muttering and cursing, you, this person. The one who is suffering and tangled is also you. Now that the solution has been placed in front of you, the one who isn't willing to do it is also you. You, this person, really. Are you done? This kind of ghastly appearance, it's annoying to see. Your believer really has 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Feng Xian had been listening to their argument for a long time, but because he couldn't come up with any good ideas, he didn't interrupt. At this moment, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Xiao Yan, scolding, are you done or not? Mu Qing retreated a few steps from his slap. Xiao Yan said, Feng Xian. Feng Xian said, Your Highness, don't bother with me. Then he said to Mu Qing, what are you so annoyed about? Tell me, what's so annoying about you? I've endured you for a long time, but today, I can't hold it in anymore. I really fucking can't stand people like you. You're clearly a deputy general, but if His Highness didn't promote you, who knows where you'd be eating and drinking? Why are you always acting like you're the smartest, you understand the most, and you're stronger than him? If you're really that capable, why didn't you ascend? His Highness ascended instead. Mu Qing said, I. Xiao Yan pulled him back. Forget it, Feng Xian. Mu Qing is just anxious about the situation. Feng Xian interrupted him, what's he anxious about? Your Highness, I'm telling you, he's just looking for an opportunity to teach you a lesson. He won't let go of any opportunity to show that he's stronger than you, because in his heart, he truly feels that he's more capable than you. Such a cold person, and I've never seen him love Xian Lu country that much. Now, he knows how to be anxious. After he finished speaking, he turned to Mu Qing. You think I can't see that in your heart, you feel that His Highness is a fool? I've tolerated your usual sarcastic behavior and secretly rolling your eyes. I've also tolerated your actions of never standing where you should stand in the heavenly court. If you want to show off, then so be it. In any case, this isn't the first time. Fine, I'll let you show off. In any case, you only have that little bit of skill, so you can't overturn the heavens. If His Highness doesn't bother with you, then I'm too lazy to care about you. But since you've already climbed all over me, don't blame me for being impolite. Listen well, I don't find it strange that you like to use those despicable methods. However, His Highness is His Highness. No matter what he does, you better show some respect. Stop pointing fingers and pointing fingers. Don't fucking forget who you are. While Feng Xian was speaking, Xiao Yan tried to stop him several times. However, it was probably because he'd held it in for too long that he couldn't stop Feng Xian at all. Every time Mu Qing heard a sentence, his complexion would turn a shade paler. At first, it seemed as if he wanted to make a move, but after listening to the end, he didn't say a single word. Instead, he stared at Feng Xian with a cold gaze. Xiao Yan angrily said, are you done yet? Do you want me to kick you both down? Feng Xian's entire face was flushed red. With one look, it was obvious that his blood had rushed to his brain. Stiffening his neck, he said, kick me then, I don't care. What does a heavenly official count for? If it wasn't for His Highness's order, I wouldn't even want to be one. But even if I were to be kicked down and become a mortal, I would still be loyal and devoted to His Highness. If you say one word, I'll be the first to rush up. I despise ingrates the most. But this person, if he can't bask in your light and can't become a heavenly official, he might not be willing to follow you. I reckon he probably won't even have a single good word to say. I'm done. Mu Qing originally pursed his lips and didn't say anything. However, after enduring silently for a long time, he finally couldn't take it anymore and retorted, "Bask in your mother's light. You really know how to paste gold on your own face, what do you know?" Xiao Yan went crazy and said, "Both of you shut up. Shut up." The two of them reluctantly shut their mouths. This time, the ruckus was too big. He was afraid that even Ji Long wouldn't be able to be saved. With great difficulty, Xiao Yan gradually suppressed his anger and said with a headache. "In short, cursing is absolutely not feasible." Mu Qing sneered, but still said, "The decision is up to you." Feng Xian then said concisely, "I'll listen to you." Mu Qing recovered his indifferent expression and said, "Whatever the consequences, His Highness will definitely bear them yourself." Feng Xian scoffed and didn't say anything. Immediately after, Xiao Yan said, "Naturally. I've already thought of." At this moment, the three of them felt a violent tremor. As their bodies swayed, Xiao Yan asked in astonishment, "What's wrong?" Feng Xian was the first to react and said, "The earth is moving." Once the earth moved, there were bound to be casualties. Xiao Yan shouted, "Save them." Unexpectedly, just as the three of them were about to rush out, they saw a person hastily roll out from under the bed. The person stretched out his hand and said, "Cousin. Cousin, don't forget me. Bring me along." When Xiao Yan saw this person, he was even more astonished. "Qi Rong, why are you in my palace?" How could he understand Qi Rong's strange daily life? Qi Rong spent all day searching for everything related to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan didn't know how long Qi Rong had been hiding here and listening, but the current situation was critical and he didn't have time to ask. Xiao Yan grabbed Qi Rong and ran, throwing him into an empty space. He saw that the imperial palace was in a mess, and countless palace servants were screaming and running out of the richly ornamented palace. He shouted, "Is anyone hurt? Is there anyone trapped?" Fortunately, after a while, the earth stopped moving. After asking around, it seemed like there weren't any casualties. However, before he could relax, he suddenly heard another wave of screams. Many people raised their hands and pointed at the sky behind him. Xiao Yan fiercely turned his head, his pupils shrinking. He saw that in the center of the imperial palace, there was a tall and gorgeous pagoda that was slowly tilting to one side. The sky pagoda was about to fall. This sky pagoda's full name was Celestial Pagoda. It had several hundred years of history and was one of the symbols of the Xianlu Imperial Palace. It was also the tallest building in the entire Xianlu Imperial Palace. Located in the center of the Imperial Palace, it was a famous scenic spot. Once this pagoda fell, there would inevitably be countless casualties. The palace people inside the Imperial Palace and the pedestrians on the streets outside the Imperial Palace fled even more crazily. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's right hand quickly formed a few seals. Facing the direction of Mount Taicang, he shouted, "Come." The pagoda continued to slowly tilt. When it tilted a third of the way down, everyone suddenly felt another tremor. This tremor was also coming from the earth. However, it was different from the tremors of the earth. This tremor had its own rhythm and was getting faster and closer. When the sky pagoda tilted a few more times, everyone finally discovered that the tremor was actually the sound of something's footsteps. A huge golden statue that was more than 5 feet tall, with one hand holding a sword and the other holding a flower, was currently walking towards the imperial palace with large strides. Immediately, someone cried out in alarm, "Isn't that the crown prince statue from Huangji Guan Xianlu Palace?" Sure enough, more and more people recognized it. It's true. That's the golden statue. Look, it's running down from Mount Taicang. Every step of that golden statue covered several feet, yet it didn't step on a single person. Thump, thump, thump. As if it was flying, it stepped into the imperial palace. In one fell swoop, it supported the falling sky pagoda and stopped its decline. Chapter 88. This was the first statue that people had erected for him. It was also the most majestic and solemn statue. In the past, looking at himself like this, Xia Lian had always accepted it calmly. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. However, at this moment, he felt that this dazzling golden statue was extremely unfamiliar. He couldn't help but think, is this really me? On the other side, Feng Xian and Mu Qing were separately checking to see if there were any undiscovered trapped people. A trace of confusion flashed through Xia Lian's mind. Seeing the crowd gradually calm down, he let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could relax to the end, he suddenly felt a burst of pressure on his body. Xia Lian's heart immediately tightened. After all, that sky tower was too tall and too heavy. That statue also seemed to be slightly strained. Its hands trembled slightly. Its feet sank, and its tall golden body was also bent a little. Only the smile remained unchanged. Seeing this, Xia Lian immediately summoned another spell. However, the spell was repelled. His heart turned cold. Not only did the golden statue not rise, it actually bent a little more. It seemed that it couldn't hold on much longer. Xia Lian's hands also began to tremble. He had never felt this way before. As far as he was concerned, if he wanted to hit a mountain, it would fall down. He stamped his foot, and the mountain fell down. He stomped his feet, and the earth would shake. However, he had never felt this thing before. It was called powerlessness. As a last resort, Xia Lian clenched his teeth and flew up. He sat down at the foot of the huge golden statue and suddenly raised his hand to summon the spell again. This time, he personally went into battle. As expected, that golden statue rose again. It fiercely raised its head and once again pushed up the tilting sky tower. Although he had forcefully endured it, Xia Lian's back and heart were already drenched in cold sweat. Countless people inside and outside the imperial palace didn't know that he was suffering but couldn't speak. They had already knelt in front of this golden statue and shouted, "In the face of national calamity, His Highness the Crown Prince has appeared. Your Highness, please save us. Save the people. Protect the common people." Xia Lian gritted his teeth for a while before reluctantly saying, "Everyone, please get up and retreat. Retreat a little further. Don't surround this place, At this point, he found that he was actually out of breath. His voice was drowned in the tide of shouts. The more he tried to amplify it, the more he realized how small he was. Xia Lian took a deep breath and was about to shout when a hand suddenly grabbed his ankle. He lowered his head and saw that it was Qi Rong. He hurriedly said, "Qi Rong, quickly go down and tell everyone not to gather around here. Be careful of collapsing." These words were blurted out, and when Xia Lian realized what he had said, he suddenly felt his blood run cold. In the past, he wouldn't even have such thoughts, let alone say such words. Even if the world were to collapse, he believed that he would be able to withstand it. But now, he discovered something extremely terrifying: he didn't believe it anymore. Not only did people not believe him, even he himself did not dare to believe himself. Qi Rong casually said, "How could it collapse? Aren't you holding it up?" Hearing this sentence, Xia Lian's heart trembled again. Qi Rong, however, did not notice his slightly pale face. His eyes were green as he said, "Cousin, let me help you." Xia Lian stared blankly for a moment before saying, "You're helping me? How are you going to help me?" Qi Rong said without hesitation, "Didn't you say you knew how to create the human face plague? Tell me that method, and I'll help you curse the people of Yongnan. I'll help you kill them." As expected, he was hiding under the bed and had heard everything the three people said. Xia Lian was so angry that he felt powerless. You're simply messing around. Do you know what a curse is? Qi Rong, however, did not seem to care as he said, I know. Isn't it just a curse? Cousin, let me tell you, I'm very talented in this area. I often curse my father, and I suspect that he was cursed to death by me. You. Xiao Yan couldn't listen anymore and said, you should leave. Qi Rong hurriedly said, no. No. Fine, if you don't want to tell me how to curse, then tell me, how can I avoid the human face plague? Xiao Yan's heart skipped a beat. Qi Rong then said, you know, right? You know why soldiers won't be infected, don't you? Cousin, can you tell me why exactly? At the moment, there were still many palace people gathered nearby, and it was unknown how many pairs of ears were listening. Xiao Yan was afraid that news would leak out and cause trouble, so he kept his mouth shut. However, there really was someone who couldn't restrain himself. He raised his head and asked, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Is this true? You really know how to cure the human face plague? Then why don't you say it? Those people's eyes emitted the same green light as Qi Rong's. Xiao Yan tightly shut his mouth, but between his teeth, he squeezed out a few words, no. I don't know. There was a small disturbance in the crowd, but it wasn't big. At this time, Feng Xian returned. From afar, he saw Qi Rong lying beside Xiao Yan and shouted, What are you doing, what are you doing? Xiao Yan immediately said, Feng Xian, take him away. Feng Xian responded and came over. However, Qi Rong suddenly grabbed Xiao Yan and fervently said, Cousin, you will definitely defeat the people of Yong'an and drive them away, won't you? You will protect us, you definitely will. Won't you? If it was a few months ago, perhaps Xiao Yan would still be full of passion and loudly answer, I will protect you. But now, he didn't dare. Qi Rong's expression was extremely excited. Xiao Yan looked at him, slightly confused. Because he was very clear that Qi Rong wasn't the kind of person who would worry about the country and its people. Even if the country was in danger, he should be more afraid. Why was he so excited? After a while, he suddenly thought of something. Qi Rong's father also seemed to be from Yong, and seeing that he didn't answer, Qi Rong's voice suddenly became mournful, Cousin Crown Prince. You won't really leave us like this, right? Don't tell me we are just going to let others trample on and humiliate us like this. Don't tell me we don't have any way. Hearing his question, Xiao Yan felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. Because he discovered that Qi Rong wasn't wrong. Facing this kind of situation, he really didn't have any way. Feng Xian said, I'll go ask the king to put him in confinement again. Qi Rong was brought away by him, but he still struggled and shouted, You must hold on. You must not fall. Can't fall. Xiao Yan also knew that he couldn't fall. Even if the people nearby had evacuated, this heaven tower still couldn't fall. If it fell, not only would the century-old ruins of the imperial palace be destroyed, the main trunk of Shenwu Street and many houses would also be smashed into pieces. Moreover, this tower still had countless rare treasures and century-old scrolls left behind by generations of ancestors. They couldn't all be moved at once. If the heaven tower fell, everything would be gone. And the imperial qi of Xianlu country that it was guarding would also be completely cut off. However, his magic power, like the water source of Yong'an, seemed to be drying up day by day. In order to support this huge golden statue, he couldn't leave this place for the time being. He could only hand over the defense of the city to Feng Xian and Mu Qing, stay in the same place and meditate. Because this 5-foot-tall golden statue was originally the statue of God that guarded Mount Taicang, Xiao Yan summoned it here. The original believers had no statue to worship, so they swarmed here and prayed for it under the open sky. Although this was the imperial palace and outsiders shouldn't be able to enter, the underground cave had caused the palace walls to collapse. Secondly, the current situation in Xianlu country was chaotic and there wasn't enough manpower to manage it. Thirdly, he was afraid that it would incur the anger of the people and cause chaos again, so he had no choice but to let them in. Xiao Yan sat in one place. The king and the empress came to visit him every day. He muddle-headedly endured for a few days. On one hand, he used all his strength to support the Heaven Tower, on the other hand, he accumulated his strength and waited for an opportunity to leave. The king didn't have it easier than him. His hair was already completely white. He was clearly in the prime of his life, but he looked like he was over 50 years old. When the father and son met, they didn't say anything, but they were much more harmonious than before. The empress had watched Xiao Yan grow up since he was a child, but she had never seen her beloved son's spiritual and elegant appearance. Now, seeing him bitterly guarding this place, weathering the wind, the sun, and the rain, yet still refusing to let anyone get too close to shelter him, her heart ached. She personally held an umbrella for him under the scorching sun. After holding on for a while, Xiao Yan was afraid that she would get tired from standing for too long, so he said, "Empress Mother, let's go back. I don't need it. You all don't come near here, and don't send anyone near either. I'm afraid." What was he afraid of? In the end, he wanted to say something, but he hesitated. The empress had her back to the gathered believers. After enduring for a long time, she still couldn't help but shed tears. "My son, you've suffered. You. How can you suffer like this?" In order to cover up her haggard appearance, the empress wore a lot of makeup. Her tears washed away her makeup, further revealing that she was a woman who was no longer youthful. Her heart ached for her son, and she cried for him. However, she didn't dare to cry too loudly for fear of being discovered by the people behind her. The king held her shoulders, and Xiao Yan also stared at her in a daze. When a person suffered at any time, the first person they would think of was the person who loved them the most. For Xiao Yan, this person was undoubtedly his mother. Perhaps it really was useless, but after suffering for so many days, and having been cut one by one until now, at this moment, he really wanted to turn back into a 10-year-old child, throw himself into his mother's arms, and cry. However, up until now, he had chosen all his own paths. His parents' situation was already extremely difficult, and with so many people anxiously looking at him from below, he absolutely couldn't show a trace of weakness. If even he couldn't withstand it, then who else could? Thus, Xiao Yan said against his will, "Empress Mother, don't worry, I'm fine. Your son isn't suffering at all." Whether it was suffering or not, only he knew in his heart. Several palace maids supported the king and empress, and after every step they took, they left. Xiao Yan was once again exposed to the scorching sun, and he drowsily closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes. Dusk had fallen on the horizon, and the setting sun shone on the ground. Below, there were only a few believers left. However, when he lowered his head, he saw that not far from him, there was a lonely little flower placed there. Xiao Yan wasn't very sure when a flower had appeared there, so he freed a hand and picked it up. It was an extremely small flower. A snow-white flower, a clear green calyx, and a thin and frail stem that still carried dew, as if it was a teardrop. It had a very pitiful appearance. The faint fragrance seemed familiar. It was inconspicuous, but it refreshed the mind. He couldn't help but tightly grasp the flower, bringing it closer to his heart. Right at this moment, the sudden smell of blood covered this wisp of the quiet and beautiful fragrance of the flowers. Xiao Yan raised his head, and his vision became blurry. At the same time, a figure roared and rushed towards him. "Why? Why?" Xiao Yan was startled. He waved his sleeves and pushed that person away. With great difficulty, he asked, "Who is it?" That person was flung away by his sleeves, and rolled on the ground several times. Xiao Yan still had to support the 15-foot golden statue. He didn't dare to get up, and he also didn't dare to approach. However, he immediately recognized who this person was. This person only had one leg. It was the youth who had given him the umbrella, and then had his leg personally cut off. That youth's entire body was covered in blood, and both of his palms were stained with blood. He had actually crawled all the way here on his hands and feet, leaving behind a frightening trail of blood on the ground. With great difficulty, he sat up. Xie Lian was stunned. Why did you come out? Weren't you cultivating in the Buyo forest? That youth didn't answer him. Instead, he used his hands and feet to crawl towards him. Because he only had one leg, he looked extremely frightening. Xie Lian said, "You." That youth suddenly lifted up the trouser leg of his remaining right leg and said, "Why?" Focusing his eyes, Xie Lian saw that on his right leg, there was shockingly a distorted human face. At this moment, one of the things that Xie Lian was most worried about had really happened. If he hadn't been sitting, he most likely would have fallen. That youth slapped the ground and roared, "Why did you cut off my leg? I still relapsed. My leg is also gone. Why? Return my leg. Return my leg." That day when he had given him the umbrella, the smile on that youth's face when he had stuffed the umbrella into his hands was still vivid in his mind. Yet, right now, he looked like he had gone insane. This contrast was too tragic. Xie Lian's mind was a mess. Muddle-headed, he said in a trembling voice, After a long while, he finally reacted and said, I'll help you. After he finished speaking, he immediately cast a spell to suppress the evil aura of the plague poison on that youth's leg. Unexpectedly, wailing sounds could be heard all around him. Another 3 or 4 people rushed over, all of them crying, "Your Highness, save me! Your Highness, save me! Your Highness, look at my face. I've cut off half of my face, but why hasn't it healed? Why? In the end, how can I be cured? Your Highness, look at me. Look at what I've become." Bloody scenes were forcefully shoved in front of him one after another. Xie Lian's eyes stared blankly. His hands didn't know where to wave as he muttered, I won't look, I don't want to look." It turned out that after the victims of the human face plague in the Buyu forest collectively relapsed, they finally erupted into chaos. They actually broke through the guards and doctors guarding them and ran out to find him. Since they had already run out, if he didn't hurry and suppress the plague poison in this group of people, he was afraid that the human face plague would spread even faster. Xie Lian closed his eyes and forced himself to use his power. He wanted to help these people suppress the plague poison and temporarily relieve their pain. However, just as he suppressed the poison on this side, even more people immediately rushed over to him. "Your Highness, there's still me. Help me too." Surrounded by more than a dozen people, Xie Lian vaguely felt that the golden statue above him seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Panic grew in his heart as he said, wait a minute. One person couldn't help but say, I can't wait anymore. I don't want to wait anymore. I've already waited for too long. Your Highness, why did you treat him, but not me? Gradually, the voices surrounding him changed. Why is it that when you treated him, it completely disappeared, but when you treated me, I didn't get much better? Aren't you a god? Why are you so unfair? I want fairness. Xie Lian argued, no, I'm not being unfair. This isn't my problem, it's just that your illnesses are different, you either don't help, or help to the end. What's the meaning of throwing away your burden now? Is it up to you? Xie Lian was a little out of breath and said, I'm not throwing away my burden, I just want to wait a bit. Do you know how to cure this disease? Xie Lian opened his mouth. If you know, then why aren't you willing to tell us? Xie Lian hugged his head and said, I don't know. You're lying. I've already heard people say that you clearly know. I've seen through you. You're not willing to tell us because you want us to keep begging you like this, so that you can swindle our offerings. Liar, you're a liar. In the end, what is the method? Hurry up and say it, you still won't say it. Xia Lian's complexion was pale, and his eyes were blank. Countless hands were pushing and shoving him here and there were even hands that had already fiercely grabbed his neck. Thus, the most comical scene appeared. He was clearly a deity, but at this moment, there was a weak voice in his heart calling out. Save me, ah! It seemed like someone was pulling away these hands, but it also seemed like they weren't. He wasn't very clear, but he knew that these people with bloody scars and missing limbs seemed to want to tear him into pieces and eat him. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of a horn that sounded like the wailing of ghosts could be heard in the distance. Everyone was only concerned with their own wailing and tearing, completely ignoring this horn. However, Xia Lian suddenly quivered. Because he knew that this was the horn of victory for the people of Yongnan. He could no longer sit still, or perhaps he couldn't hold on any longer. His body leaned forward, and he knelt in front of him. At the same time, the 50-foot golden statue that he had bitterly supported for several days also acted in the same manner as him. In an instant, as if it had lost its life, it loudly collapsed. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the tall and heavy sky tower pressed down, and along with the golden statue, it was smashed into pieces. The golden statue itself wouldn't shatter. However, because Xia Lian had poured too much of his spiritual energy into it, hoping that it could support the sky tower, it had long since become extremely fragile. Of the patients that escaped from the dark forest, some escaped, some died, and some were injured. In the imperial palace and the streets, people were frantically moving about. Some were hiding from the fragments of the sky tower, and some were hiding from those extremely terrifying human-faced patients. Xia Lian covered his head with both hands, stumbling all the way to the gates of the imperial palace. The city tower was on fire, black smoke billowed. Xia Lian rushed up the tower, brushing past countless soldiers that were retreating in a sorry state. On the city tower, he also didn't know what to do. He could only look down blankly with a face full of black ash and tears that had unknowingly flowed down. In his blurry vision, corpses littered the ground. There was only a white figure standing in the middle of the battlefield, his sleeves fluttering. That figure wasn't a youth, but a youth. When he turned his head, he saw him from afar, and the youth elegantly waved his hand, as if he was about to float away. Seeing this, Xia Lian sternly said, "Don't go." The last 2 times he saw him, he had used a fake skin, but Xia Lian's intuition told him that this time, it was definitely his real body. So, without hesitation, he flipped over the city wall, and with a leap, jumped down from the city tower. In this life, Xia Lian had jumped down from extremely high places countless times. Relying on his powerful magic power and superb martial arts skills, he was able to land safely every time. Every time, he was proud and satisfied. Every time, it was a standard scene of a celestial being appearing on the stage in the legends. And this time, he was no longer a myth. When he landed, he didn't stand firm, and instead leaned to the side. A piercing pain instantly spread from his leg to his whole body. He broke his leg. Breaking a leg was actually nothing, and it would heal very quickly. However, from that day onwards, Xia Lian seemed to have become another person. He seemed to have lost his soul, and he no longer had the original awe-inspiring might. After losing the first round, there was a second, a third. He didn't want to use his sword, and he didn't want to step out of the formation. But because there was no one in front of him to replace him, he could only brace himself and fight. On the battlefield, he didn't slack off, and he really did his best. But for some unknown reason, even though he was clearly in his 20s, the hand that held the sword had already begun to tremble like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. He trembled, and his heart was filled with fear. Moreover, he himself couldn't clearly say who it was, or what it was that made him afraid. In the end, the officers and soldiers who originally respected him all gradually lost their patience with him. Xiao Yan knew that many people began to spread this saying, what kind of martial god is this? He's clearly a god of plagues. But he couldn't refute anything. This was because Xiao Yan himself was also doubting, could it be that he really has become a god of plagues? If that was the case, then it would still be alright. To Xianlu country, the real calamity was the human face plague, which had finally gone completely out of control. 500 people, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. In the end, Xiao Yan didn't dare to ask how many people had been infected today. As if it was his final judgment, on this day, the heavenly realm finally opened its gates to him, conveying a message to him, His Highness the Crown Prince, it's time to return to the heavenly court. It went without saying what awaited him on this trip back. Feng Xian and Mu Qing both felt a little uneasy. However, Xiao Yan was thinking about something else. He said to the two people, before I leave, I want to go to another place to take a look. Feng Xian asked, where? Xiao Yan replied, Huangji Temple. After a moment of silence, Feng Xian said, don't go. However, Xiao Yan had already walked out by himself. Feng Xian called out, Your Highness. Unable to stop him, he could only follow along with Mu Qing. The three of them walked up the mountain. Huangji Temple. This was the place where Xiao Yan's first shrine rose from the ground. It was also the place where his first statue of a deity was built. However, under the request of the state preceptor, those 3,000 disciples had long been dismissed from the mountain. The current Huangji Temple was just an empty temple. Walking halfway up the mountain, Xiao Yan looked down. He saw that in the imperial city, there were clusters of bright flames everywhere, reflecting the brilliance of the stars in the sky. It was very beautiful. However, Feng Xian was extremely angry and cursed, this group of lunatics. Xiao Yan fixed his gaze on the flames. Feng Xian once again said, Stop looking. What's there to look at? During this period of time, Feng Xian scolded Xiao Yan countless times. Do you like to find suffering for yourself or what? However, in reality, Xiao Yan also didn't know what he wanted to do. He only knew that as long as another temple was burned or destroyed, he wouldn't be able to control himself. He had to personally go and take a look. He would look but not say anything. He couldn't stop it either. He could only stand there helplessly. What was there to look at? He also didn't know. At this moment, a fire also lit up on Crown Prince Peak. Feng Xian was extremely shocked and said, Why did they not even let Huangji Temple off? Did these people have their ancestral graves dug up or? Before he finished speaking, he shut his mouth. Because he remembered that the pain and torment that many people in Xianlu country were suffering right now was even worse than the joke of having their ancestral graves dug up. However, this fire wasn't big. After it started for a while, it was extinguished. It seemed like it was put out by someone. This time, Feng Xian was shocked. Because in these past few days, only people dared to set fires. No one dared to put them out. If someone tried to persuade or stop that group of evil people from setting fire to the temple, they would be treated as the god of plagues Xiao Yan himself and beaten to death. Due to this reason, the three of them no longer dared to show themselves in front of mortals. They all hid their figures. As the three of them ascended the mountain, they could hear the sounds of fighting. When they arrived at the Crown Prince's peak, they saw that the Xianlu Palace had long since been torn apart. Only the frame and four walls of the main hall were left standing. There was no statue of a deity on the huge altar. Instead, there was a group of people fighting at the entrance of the ruined main hall. As they fought, they shouted, You bastard! Damn brat! Did you fucking lose your wife's virginity here or something? Is this lousy temple your lifeblood? With one look, Xiao Yan knew that this group of people definitely didn't come to destroy his temple out of anger. They were just a group of refugees who wished for the world to be in chaos. Perhaps they wanted to take advantage of the situation, or perhaps they just wanted to have fun, so they came to burn his temple. However, up until now, he didn't really care who was the one who destroyed his temple. At this moment, in the middle of this violent fight, a youngster's extremely fierce voice pierced through the night sky. Scram! If one listened carefully, it was actually a person fighting against a group of people. Moreover, this person was only a teenager, a half-grown child. However, he wasn't willing to show the slightest bit of weakness, nor was he at a disadvantage. However, it was still one against many. That youngster's face was already covered in blood. His face was also covered in bruises and purplish bruises. His face couldn't even be seen clearly anymore. Feng Xian said, "This brat, when he grows up, he will definitely be a good man." At this moment, a man's eyes suddenly revealed a strange light. He picked up a large rock from the ground and was about to smash it at the back of the youngster's head. When Xiao Yan saw this, he waved his hand. The rock that the man picked up bounced back and smashed into his own face. With a blood-curdling scream, blood spurted out from his nose. That youngster stared blankly for a moment. He turned around and raised his fists, violently beating them. The way he beat people was too frightening. It scared the group of adults away. As they ran, they pointed at him and bluffed, "Motherfucker. Just wait. Just wait for this daddy to bring people to clean you up." That youngster sneered and said, "If you dare to come, I will take your dog life." That group of people was scared to death, so they ran even faster. After that youngster finished cursing, he rushed to the already extinguished fire at the side and fiercely stomped on it a few times. He stomped on every single spark until he was no longer breathing. Only then did he enter the main hall. He picked up a piece of paper from the ground and carefully smoothed it out. Then, he hung it in midair. Finally, he leaned against the altar and sat on the ground, lost in thought. Xiao Yan walked forward and lightly swept onto the altar. He discovered that what the youngster hung in midair was actually a painting. The strokes were immature. With one look, one could tell that it was drawn by someone who had never learned to draw. However, every stroke was serious and earnest. It was just like a crown prince's painting that pleased the god. It seemed that this was used to replace the god statue that he had summoned away. Feng Xian said, "It's drawn very well." After so many days, Feng Xian had finally met someone who was willing to protect Xiao Yan. Just now, he was so excited that he wished he could go up and help him fight. Now that he saw this youngster, he naturally felt that everything about him was not bad. Mu Qing's gaze flickered, as if he had thought of something. However, he didn't say anything. Xiao Yan raised his hand and lightly touched that painting. It wasn't very obvious, just like a light breeze brushing past. That youngster suddenly raised his head from his knees. His scarred face seemed to have lit up in an instant as he said, "Is that you?" Feng Xian was alarmed. How could this brat be so crafty? Mu Qing said, "Let's go." Xiao Yan slightly nodded his head. Just as he was about to turn around, that youngster threw himself onto the edge of the altar. His breathing was slightly hurried as he said, "I know it's you. Your Highness, don't go. I have something to say to you." Hearing this, the three people were all stunned. That youngster seemed to be extremely nervous as he clenched his fists and said, "Although your temple was burned, but, you don't have to be unhappy. In the future, I will build you more, bigger, and more gorgeous temples that no one else can compare to. No one will be able to compare to you. I will definitely do it." The three people were speechless. This youngster's clothes were ragged, his face was covered in dirt, and his nose was bruised and swollen. He looked miserable, yet he was able to say such ambitious and visionary words. It really made one not know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't know what to think. As if he was afraid that his voice wouldn't reach the other person's ears, he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted towards the painting on the altar, "Your Highness. Do you hear me? In my heart, you are God. You are the only God, you are the true God. Do you hear me? His voice was so hoarse that it echoed throughout the entire Mount Taizong. Do you hear me? Xiao Yan suddenly laughed out loud. This laugh was too sudden, causing Feng Xian and Mu Qin to jump in fright. Xiao Yan laughed as he shook his head. That youngster naturally couldn't hear him, but he seemed to feel something. His eyes shone as he looked around. Suddenly, a drop of ice-cold water fell on his cheek. The youngster's eyes suddenly widened. In that instant, a snow-white reflection appeared in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, when he opened his eyes again, that reflection had disappeared. Seeing that Xiao Yan actually appeared for a moment, Feng Xian said, "Your Highness, just now you," Xiao Yan said in confusion, "Just now? Oh, my mana is running out. I just couldn't control it." That youngster straightened his body and rubbed his eyes, as if he was still trying to hold back that fleeting shadow. Xiao Yan closed his eyes. After a while, he said, "Forget it." He finally got an answer, but it was these 3 words. That youngster's eyes first brightened, and the corners of his mouth rose. Then, he froze, and the curve of the corners of his mouth gradually dropped. He said, "What? Forget what?" Xiao Yan sighed, and said to him gently, "Forget it." That youngster was stunned and didn't speak. Xiao Yan then said to himself, "Forget it. Anyway, very soon, no one will remember it." Hearing this, that youngster's eyes widened. Suddenly, a stream of tears flowed silently from his eyes, washing a pale mark on his face. His Adam's apple moved, and he said, Feng Xian seemed to be unable to bear it, and said, "Your Highness, don't say any more. You broke the rules again." Xiao Yan said, "I won't say any more. However, in any case, I've already broken so many rules, so a few more words won't matter." This sentence, he didn't let that youngster hear it again. The 3 people got off the altar and walked towards the outside of the dilapidated main hall. The night wind blew, and Xiao Yan shook his head. Right now, he was still a heavenly official. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to feel cold. However, at this very moment, he truly felt a bone-piercing cold. Who knew that the youngster they had left behind would suddenly mutter in the main hall, "It can't be." He clearly couldn't see Xiao Yan and the others, but he had accurately found the right direction. Rushing out, he shouted towards their backs, "It can't be." The 3 people turned their heads, and saw that the youngster's pair of eyes, in the dark night, were so bright that they could take one's soul away. His face, which was full of scars, seemed angry yet sad, seemed happy yet crazy. Amidst the surging tears, he said, "I won't forget, you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.